You are the only strongest emperor in the ancient desolate continent. Your parents are powerful beings beyond the emperor of the gods. However, your fiancée Lu Ruyan came to break off the engagement with her master, and publicly mocked you as a useless waste in front of everyone, simply because you were young. You were driven out of the divine realm by your parents for training, but now you are just a low-level disciple of the Lingyun sect. Faced with humiliation, your head heated up, and you actually made a 3-year agreement with the other party. Now that the 3-year agreement has come to an end, your cultivation has not improved at all. Just when you are feeling disheartened, a system prompt suddenly sounds in your mind. Ding! Congratulations on the host binding the super invincible system, rewarding the most powerful emperor cultivation. Now merging with the host. It may be a little painful. Please bear with it for a while. As soon as the words fell, a severe pain instantly swept through your whole body. Amidst the loud wails, your cultivation base is also rapidly ascending at a speed akin to riding a rocket. In just a short moment of 2 breaths, your cultivation has soared from the initial triple spirit Yuan realm to the great emperor realm, feeling the power to destroy everything in the world within you. The corners of your mouth can't help but lift slightly. At this moment, a threatening growl of wild beasts could be heard. A monster that has transcended the mortal realm is baring its teeth and looking at you, but its eyes are filled with fear and dread. You just glanced at it lightly and said nothing. As soon as his gaze fell on the monster, a sound like an exploding balloon rang out, and the monster burst into a cloud of blood, leaving nothing behind. Oh my god. Just one glance and it exploded. Is this the realm of the great emperor? Truly terrifying. Although you have just obtained the cultivation of the great emperor for the first time, you are very adapted to the power within your body, as if you have been in this realm for many years. Otherwise, what burst open just now would not have been a monster, but an entire mountain range. One palm destroys a world. One sword cuts off the forbidden zone. This is the great emperor. Willow, the 3-year agreement is coming to an end, and your good days are also coming to an end. At this moment, the prompt in my mind sounded again. This system will not only allow the host to directly possess the top combat power of a world, but also allow the host to view their own information panel or others' information panel, as well as an incredibly huge storage space. Listening to the continuous sound coming from the system, you couldn't help but take a deep breath. This system is so powerful and insane, and it doesn't require any tedious tasks. It's just incredibly cool. Since then, just enjoy the feeling of being overpowered. At this moment, a deafening thunderous sound came from the sky. Dark disaster clouds were gathering in the sky above, quickly enveloping the area in darkness, covering 1,000,000 miles and plunging the world into darkness. Golden thunderbolts intertwined and flickered, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Under this aura, all the monsters were scared and crouched on the ground. The top powerhouses of countless forces in Lingyun also looked up one after another. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Has someone become an emperor? I have been unable to break through to become an emperor for thousands of years. If I could witness the great emperor's tribulation, it would help me break through. So, a group of strong individuals quickly headed towards the gathering place of the robbery cloud, obviously wanting to know who the person breaking through to become an emperor is in the first place. At this moment, the thunderstorm in the sky has already condensed into shape. A golden thunderbolt as thick as a water tank, like a roaring golden dragon descending from the sky, emitting a hair-raising palpitation from within the thunderbolt. However, in the face of such a terrifying golden thunder, you remain unchanged, calm and composed, as if you didn't even put this terrifying golden thunder in your eyes. After all, you are not just a newly breakthrough emperor, but an invincible existence at the 9th level of the emperor. The thunder in front of you may be terrifying, but in your eyes, it can be easily extinguished with a flip of your hand. I saw you slowly reaching out your right hand. A huge palm print that covered the sky instantly appeared, and then directly greeted the golden thunderbolt. The two sides had just made contact, and the golden thunder was crushed like soft tofu by the palm print in an instant, turning into a puddle of golden liquid flowing into your body. Feeling the subtle power growing in your body, you furrowed your brow. System, why do I feel like this thunder tribulation liquid is just SOSO? I can only sense a slight increase in power in my body. Almost negligible. The host is not weak, but you are too powerful now. The host's current cultivation has reached the peak of the ancient wilderness continent, and there are few things that can enhance your strength. The thunder tribulation liquid can only increase your strength to a limited extent. After listening to the system's voice, you couldn't help but smack your lips. I didn't realize I was already so awesome. The feeling of cheating is so cool. At this time, the deafening sound of thunder reverberated through the sky once again. A thunderbolt formed in the sky above, gathering within the dark clouds, resembling a dragon of lightning carrying a terrifying aura of destruction towards you. However, even so, Gu Yuan did not place this thunder in his eyes. A large hand probed out, and the invincible technique operated within his body in an instant. A huge palm that covered the sky and the sun immediately appeared, and met this thunder straight toward it. The thunder was incomparably terrifying, with the power to destroy the sky and the earth. However, in front of Gu Yuan's huge palm it was weak to the extreme. With just a moment of contact between the two, Gu Yuan's huge palm directly crushed the thunder. Let the thunder dissolve into a puddle of golden liquid. This liquid was precisely the thunderbolt liquid that contained an extremely large amount of energy. Looking at the thunderbolt liquid in his huge palm, Gu Yuan's eyes flickered with thought. His other hand was raised, taking on a grasping appearance, as if he was preparing to grab something. No movement was seen. A metaphysical aura spread out from his hands. A drop of liquid containing powerful energy immediately emerged from the void in the distance, and then flew rapidly towards him. The liquid flew through the air and immediately coalesced together quickly, eventually converging into a small light blue jade bottle. As soon as he grabbed the small jade bottle into his hand, Gu Yuan's mind moved, and the thunderbolt liquid flew straight toward the small jade bottle as if it had come to life, and then disappeared into the small jade bottle. The thunderbolt liquid contained an extremely large amount of energy, and by absorbing it, the person who absorbed it would receive unimaginable benefits, and his or her strength was bound to increase dramatically. But today's Gu Yuan was too strong and powerful. The increase in his strength from this thunderbolt liquid wasn't large and was almost negligible. As it is. Then, without absorbing it, collect it and take it to that great Thunder Master who had been extremely kind to him. Master Dare was the best person in this world for him, bar none. Now that there was something good, she was the first person he thought of. However, this thunderbolt liquid contained extremely large amounts of energy, and idle objects simply couldn't collect it. Only then did he use the invincible forging method he had obtained from the system to forge this small jade bottle to contain the thunder tribulation liquid. Although the small jade bottle looked ordinary, it was a genuine holy weapon. Saint weapons were casually refined, and this was the present-day Gu Yuan. One word. Awesome. As Gu Yuan collected the thunder tribulation liquid, the tremendous sound of thunder resounded once again high in the sky. Rumble. Accompanied by the immense sound of thunder resounding high in the sky, a thunder that was even thicker and more terrifying than before reappeared, and then carried the might of annihilation as it slashed down fiercely towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan looked up. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he struck again. There are no surprises. This thunder was still easily crushed by him. The thunder tribulation liquid contained within the thunder was once again put into the small jade bottle by him. It was followed by a fourth thunderbolt. Fifth thunder. The sixth way. The seventh way. The eighth way. The ninth way. A total of 9 thunderbolts struck high above the sky. Only then did the robbery cloud high above the sky disperse. It also signaled that the lightning tribulation induced at the time of becoming an emperor was successfully crossed by Gu Yuan. These 9 thunderbolts, the might they contained became stronger and stronger. If it was an ordinary great emperor, even if he managed to survive the lightning tribulation, he would still be dying from serious injuries. But Gu Yuan was not an ordinary great emperor. These 9 thunderbolts didn't even hurt a single hair on his head, they were easily dissolved by him. The thunder tribulation liquid contained within its thunder was also put into the small jade bottle as much as he could. Putting away the small jade bottle containing the thunderbolt liquid, Gu Yuan glanced at the dragon transformation grass in the distance. Although this dragon transforming grass is useless to me, it is still considered a rare heavenly treasure, and taking it to little sister will improve her cultivation talent and enhance her strength. In a low murmur, Gu Yuan waved his hand, and the dragon transforming grass instantly turned into a stream of light that flew rapidly towards her, and was ultimately included in his system's carry-on space. With a movement of his feet, Gu Yuan's figure instantly disappeared in place. He was going to return to the Lingyun sect and hand over the thunder tribulation liquid to Master Delay, preparing to give him a big surprise. And as Gu Yuan's figure disappeared into place. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air rang out one after another. Soon, hundreds of figures emerged above the heights where Gu Yuan had disappeared. They were both old and young, but the auras emanating from their bodies were all powerful to the extreme. They were the top powerhouses among the major forces within the spirit state. The reason why he had come here was entirely because of the robbery clouds and lightning tribulation that Gu Yuan had attracted earlier when he became an emperor. With a sweep of their eyes, a trace of shock surfaced in the bottom of their eyes unanimously. Just because. This place is intact and has not suffered any damage. It's like no ever happened. They know exactly what that means. The person who represents the tribulation who became an emperor and attracted the thunder tribulation was powerful to the extreme. It was a terrifying existence that could easily deal with a thunderbolt. Otherwise, it doesn't explain why this place hasn't suffered any damage at all. After all, no matter if one was struck to death by a lightning tribulation or struggled through it, that would cause some damage to the surroundings. I never imagined that there would be such a terrifying great emperor in my spirit state. It's truly terrifying. A strong person said with an uncontrollable exclamation as he looked at everything around him. There were also people whose eyes flashed with a strange color and said, I also don't know who this great emperor is, so powerful that I really want to befriend him. However, I never thought that this statement would immediately attract a disdainful snort from a nearby powerhouse. Befriending? Befriend a great emperor? With just you? Are you worthy? If I'm not worthy, do you deserve it? Could it be that you want to practice with me? Come on. Who's afraid of who? Hey! Today, Lao Fu will tell you a word about what it means for trouble to come out of the mouth. War, war, war. Just as the people in the room were arguing because of Gu Yuan had already returned to the Lingyun sect, to his desolate peak. The once barren peak, the peak as its name suggests, was desolate, not to mention the animals, even the plants were only weeds. The reason for this was entirely due to the fact that the wine-obsessed Master Big Thunder had sold everything he could on Desolate Peak and then taken it to buy wine to drink. That's how Desolation Peak got its name. Good on. With Gu Yuan's arrival, life was revitalized on the Desolate Peak. The entire peak above the mountain was planted with peach trees by him. Master Delay isn't even here? As his divine sense probed out, Gu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He was still thinking of handing over the Thunderjack liquid to Grandmaster Thunder and giving Grandmaster Thunder a big surprise. However, he did not expect that the Dare Master, who was either drinking or drunkenly sleeping, was not at home. Chapter 4, Both Parents Dead? No. It's the Double King of Parents. Chapter 4, Death of Both Parents? No. It's a Double King of Parents. Gu Yuan then looked at the courtyard where his junior sister was. He was thinking of handing over the dragon-transforming grass to the other party, but when he noticed that his junior sister was cultivating, he immediately dismissed the idea of handing over the dragon-transforming grass to the other party right now. He came to lie down comfortably on the rattan chair where his master often lay. Gu Yuan's mind moved and immediately opened his personal system panel. Name, Gu Yuan. Age, 18. Face value, 99 points, slightly less than the reader. Physique, Chaos God Body Sealed, will be unlocked automatically when the host is on the verge of death, and can be unlocked when the host's cultivation reaches the level of a great emperor. Feats, Invincible Feats. Martial Arts, Invincible Body Technique, Invincible Fist Technique, Invincible Sword Technique, Invincible Blade Technique. Weapons, none. Others, Invincible Forging Method, Invincible Alchemy Method, Invincible Formation Method, Invincible Symbol Drawing Method, Invincible Sword Intent, Invincible Blade Intent, Invincible Fist Intent, Invincible. Looking at the column of physique on the virtual panel in front of him, Gu Yuan visibly froze. This was because the previous system's rewards did not include a chaotic god body. After thinking about it, Gu Yuan couldn't help but ask out loud towards the system, Unity-san, I possess a chaotic god body? The system's voice came at once. Back to the host, yes. A color of doubt flashed under his eyes as Gu Yuan immediately began to probe himself. As he probed, he did notice a difference in his body. An extremely large amount of energy was indeed sealed within him. This energy was sealed in the depths of his body and was extremely hidden. If it wasn't for the fact that he now possessed the cultivation of an invincible great emperor, then he really wouldn't have been able to discover it. And this sealed energy was thought to be the chaotic god body that the system was talking about. A puzzled color flashed under his eyes, and Gu Yuan once again asked in a loud voice. System, why is my chaotic god body sealed? Returning to the words of the host, the chaos god body is your own physique, and as to why it was sealed, it was because it was sealed. Gu Yuan was speechless. I have 2 trees in front of my door, one is a peach tree and the other is also a peach tree. What's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? The system tidied up its wording for a moment before speaking out again. Host, the reason why your chaotic god body was sealed is entirely because after you were born, someone used their powerful strength to seal your physique. As to why they sealed your physique, the system doesn't know either. Someone sealed my physique after I was born? Hearing the system's words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown and fall into deep thought. Murphy. Suddenly, as if thinking of a certain possibility, Gu Yuan's face changed violently, only to feel the hairs on his entire body stand up in an instant. After slowing down for a while, Gu Yuan then murmured in a low voice that could not hide the joy in his eyes. Murphy. I don't have two parents, but 2 kings. If that's the case. That was indeed a great joy. His parents were so good to him. Now that he learned that there was a possibility that the other party was still alive, he was naturally overjoyed. Though it was just his guess, isn't that how novels are written? The parents had to fake their own deaths and leave in the early part of the book because of something, and then gave the protagonist room to grow on his own. In order to verify this guess of his, Gu Yuan moved his feet and his entire body instantly disappeared in place. Appearing again, he was suddenly in the middle of a small town. Lingyun town. This is exactly where he used to live. But I haven't seen you in 8 years, I can't imagine that this place has changed so much. Looking at the bustling town in front of him, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Once upon a time, Lingyun town wasn't as prosperous as it is now. As his feet moved, Gu Yuan soon arrived at the place where his parents were once buried. Looking at the 2 graves in front of him, Gu Yuan knelt down on both knees and heavily kowtowed 3 times before standing up. Father, mother, I'm sorry. After saying that, Gu Yuan took a deep breath to calm himself down internally. That's the big one. As he moves, the dirt from the 2 graves immediately and automatically flew towards the sides. Only then did Gu Yuan apprehensively look toward the middle of the grave pit. At this look, I saw that the grave pit was empty. Not even a little bit of body parts. It was a sure sign that his guess was right. It's true that he didn't lose both his parents. Rather, parents double king. 8 years ago, his parents faked their deaths. Otherwise, it doesn't explain why there are no bones in the graves. Suddenly, as if he saw something, Gu Yuan turned his gaze to a corner in the middle of the deep pit. There was a jade pendant there. He had seen this jade pendant before, it belonged to her mother. A large hand probed out, and the jade pendant instantly shot out, being steadily grasped into Gu Yuan's hand. The jade pendant was smooth in texture and warm to the touch, a rare piece of precious jade. In the jade pendant, Gu Yuan was also keenly aware that there seemed to be some kind of powerful prohibition present inside. Before he could do anything with the jade pendant, an unforced light suddenly bloomed within the jade pendant. With that, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation swept out from within the jade pendant. This energy was extremely terrifying, and even though Gu Yuan had already become a peerless great emperor, this energy fluctuation still brought him an extremely dangerous feeling. Just as Gu Yuan was about to make a move to resist this horrifying energy fluctuation, the horrifying energy fluctuation seemed to sense something and immediately retracted at an extremely fast speed. Eventually, this energy fluctuation coalesced in front of Gu Yuan into a woman wearing a light blue dress with a gentle and moving face. If one were to take a closer look, it was not difficult to realize that the woman actually bore a slight resemblance to Gu Yuan. The woman was no other than Gu Yuan's mother, Yi Qinglan. Looking at Yi Qinglan, Gu Yuan's eyes instantly reddened, and a murmur could not be held back from his mouth. Mother! Yuqi! Looking at Gu Yuan, a smile appeared on Yi Qinglan's face and her voice called out warmly. Hearing this affectionate address, Gu Yuan's body couldn't help but tremble. He hadn't heard such a familiar and affectionate address in 8 years. Finally, Gu Yuan still couldn't hold back and trembled as he asked about the doubts in his heart. Mother! You and father! Alive! Right? Right! Yi Qinglan nodded with a light smile. A trace of guilt flashed across his face before Yi Qinglan then spoke. You honor your father, and I didn't mean to deceive you. We faked our deaths solely because it was a family rule. Family regulations? Gu Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise as he subconsciously opened his mouth to speak. That's right, family rules. Yi Qinglan nodded and said, Your father and I are not from the desolate ancient continent, but are from the Taichu ancient realm, which is above the 3,000 worlds. Your father is the head of the Gu clan, one of the 8 supreme ancient clans in the Taichu ancient realm. And I am the younger sister of the Yi clan's clan chief, one of the 8 supreme ancient clans in the Taichu ancient realm. Being born in such a supreme ancient clan, unless one is a waste, they all have to go through the family trials. The so-called family trials, that is to send those with potential in the family to train in each of the 3,000 worlds. The only way to pass the trial is to walk out of the world you are in by your own strength, and only then will you be guided back to your clan. This is why the supreme ancient clan has been able to thrive for so long. Because the people in the clan are all supreme celestial pride who have experienced killing. Speaking here, Yi Qinglan paused before facing Gu Yuan and asking. Yuaner, do you know that you're carrying the chaotic god body? I know. Gu Yuan nodded. The person in front of her was her own mother, there was nothing to hide. No? Surprise flashed visibly under Yi Qinglan's eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Yuan to know that he was carrying the chaotic god body. Immediately, as if thinking of something, a trace of heartache flashed visibly under Yi Qinglan's eyes. It seemed to her that Gu Yuan knew about the chaotic god body and was clearly in imminent danger of death. Only then could the seal of the chaotic god body be unlocked. And if the seal of the chaotic god body was unsealed, then Gu Yuan would inevitably know about the chaotic god body. Thinking of this, how could Yi Qinglan not be heartbroken? Reaching out and touching Gu Yuan's head, Yi Qinglan's voice was filled with heartache as she said, Yuaner, in order to unseal the chaotic god body, you have suffered. Mother, the seal on my chaotic god body has not been lifted. Shaking his head, Gu Yuan asked again with curiosity in his heart. Mother, did you seal my chaotic god body? Didn't unseal the chaos god body? Yi Qinglan blinked, confusion clearly flashing in his eyes. However, after thinking about it, she felt that Gu Yuan might have had some kind of strange encounter, thus learning that he was harboring a chaotic god body. After fixing her mind, Yi Qinglan also replied to Gu Yuan's words. Your chaotic god body was indeed sealed by me and your father in a joint effort. The reason why we sealed the chaos god body was because the chaos god body was too powerful, and the young you were unable to control this power, which is why we teamed up to seal the chaos god body. Speaking of this, Yi Qinglan looked at her body that had become illusory as she pointed a finger at Gu Yuan. Simultaneously out loud. The energy mother left in this jade pendant is running out, now mother will help you unseal the chaotic god body. As a mysterious power from his fingertips surged into Gu Yuan's body, Yi Qinglan's eyes widened violently, and an unspeakable horror surfaced in his eyes. Chapter 5 Chaotic Divine Body Unsealed, Vision Descends. Chapter 5 Chaotic God Body Unsealed, Vision Descends. Just because. She was actually shocked to discover that Gu Yuan had already become a great emperor. And it wasn't even the kind of great emperor that had just broken through. To see the degree of strength in his body, I'm afraid that some of the great emperors who have been cultivating for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years are not as good as him. Today's Gu Yuan was only 18. And yet, it possessed such terrifying strength. How could this make Yi Qinglan not be shocked? One must know that when she left with Gu Junlin, Gu Yuan still had no contact with cultivation. Even if they had just left and Gu Yuan had started cultivating, how long had it been? But the district is 8 years old. In 8 years, from a person who had no contact with cultivation to a great emperor. It's simply anticlimactic. And let's not forget that Gu Yuan, whose chaotic god body was sealed, had his cultivation talent mostly sealed as well. It was under such circumstances that Gu Yuan still cultivated to a great emperor within 8 years. Think of it this way. It's even more anticlimactic. Phew. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air to calm herself down as much as possible, Yi Qinglan looked at Gu Yuan with a face full of oddities and a complex expression. It seems like you've encountered a not-so-small encounter. Indeed, I have encountered a heavenly chance. Gu Yuan smiled and nodded. The system was his heavenly chance. After thinking about it, Gu Yuan asked out loud with some excitement in his voice, Mother, now is it true that if I leave the desolate ancient continent, someone will come to pick me up and then I'll be able to see you guys? Now that his strength had long stood at the top of the desolate ancient, it was an extremely easy thing to leave. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, joy also flashed visibly under Yi Qinglan's eyes. They had been separated as mother and son for 8 years, and she had been worried about missing Gu Yuan all these years. Now that she had learned that Gu Yuan had the strength to stand at the top of the desolate ancient continent, and was able to leave the desolate ancient continent with ease, and was able to meet with her, she was naturally overjoyed. However, as if thinking of something, the joy on her face slowly tightened. Looking at Gu Yuan, she spoke with a serious expression. Yuaner, you're only 18 and you have such a cultivation level, it's simply heaven-defying. But you have to understand that the wind will destroy the wood for the trees. You can be called invincible in the desolate ancient continent, but there are many strong people outside the desolate ancient continent who are simply not the enemy of the current you. Although the Yi clan and the Gu clan are the supreme ancient clans of the Tai Chu ancient realm, they still have many enemies. If you go back now, and those enemies find out that you're so heaven-defying, they're bound to not let you grow up, and they're bound to try to deal with you in every way they can. You better not go back now. When the time is right, I'll have your father send for you. I don't have time, since you've already become a great emperor, you can lift the seal on your chaotic god body yourself. Saying this, Yi Qinglan's entire body completely turned into stars and dissipated into the air. Apparently, the energy she had left in the jade pendant was depleted. Mother, in fact, when I go to the Taichou ancient realm I am able to directly possess the topmost battle power there, and I don't need to worry about any enemies at all. Gu Yuan murmured out. It was a pity that the current Yi Qinglan couldn't hear it at all. Put away this jade pendant in his hand. Gu Yuan murmured out. Since we know about the sealing of the Chaos God body, let's break the seal of the Chaos God body first. The words fell. The invincible technique operated within his body in an instant. The Chaos God body seal in Gu Yuan's body was easily broken in an instant. With the seal of the Chaotic God body broken. One moment. The winds are rising and the sky and earth are changing. The vision descends. Chaotic chi filled the void. Endless golden lotuses then appeared. A silhouette then surfaced high above the sky. The number is extremely large, densely packed, I'm afraid no less than 1,000,000. The foremost of these silhouettes bent their heads, and the ones in the back actually knelt down in unison. Such a shocking scene directly alarmed the entire desolate ancient continent. Countless powerhouses all turned their gazes towards the spirit state's Qingyun town at this moment. I'll be damned, there's a lot of people, my eyes. Some people with low cultivation didn't understand what was happening at all, and just by taking one more look, their eyes directly burst open. My heavens, first someone from my spirit state broke through to become an emperor, and now someone else has induced such a vision. Could it be that my spirit state is about to rise as well? Chaotic aura filling the air, saints kneeling, great emperors bowing down, this vision. As the visions gradually dissipated, all of the chaotic chi in the void surged into Gu Yuan's body. The space above Qingyun town suddenly cracked open. With that a large eye appeared high in the sky. This was some of the great emperors on the desolate ancient continent using their means to prepare to probe just who possessed the chaotic god body. But before these big eyes could see Gu Yuan, who had sensed these people's intentions, let out a very disgruntled cold snort from the tip of his nose. Humph! A cold snort fell, and a ripple immediately rose in the space. The ripples were like knives and swords, chopping straight into these big-eyed beads. Put! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and all of these large eyes exploded in unison. Aha! 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 Accompanied by a miserable voice resounding in the void, the cracked space quickly closed, and the one large eye immediately dissipated. The vision disappears, the big eye disappears. It was as if nothing had happened. But the rain of blood falling from the sky was undoubtedly an indication that an encounter had occurred here earlier. It was still a clash between emperor and realm powerhouses. Put! Inside a hidden cave, a white-haired old man's mouth violently spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his aura immediately became shriveled. Great Emperor! The possessor of this chaotic god body is a great emperor. Not just any great emperor, but a peerless great emperor. Shock flashed across the white-haired old man's eyes. How could one not think that the person who possessed the chaotic god body would be a peerless great emperor? The stronger the strength, the more obvious the gap between each minor realm. At the great emperor realm, there was almost no possibility of fighting across the realm. Because, those who were able to cultivate to this realm were none other than the one in 1,000,000 supreme heavenly pride. After one's cultivation had reached great emperor, every small realm that one raised was 1,000 times more difficult. As time passed, the great emperors were subdivided into 3 realms, namely the immortal great emperor, the imperishable great emperor, and the invincible great emperor. The immortal emperor corresponded to the first 3 levels of great emperors, the immortal emperor corresponded to the middle 3 levels of great emperors, and the invincible emperor corresponded to the second 3 levels of great emperors. And after being subdivided, the great emperors are further divided into pre-mid-mid-late consummation. It was worth mentioning that there were saints in the desolate ancient continent who felt that the gap between the saint realms was also extremely great, and also followed the great emperor's example and also divided the saint realm into 3 realms. They are the Holy One, the Holy King, and the Holy Father. The white-haired old man had been cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, and was now a peerless powerhouse at the late stage of the undying great emperor. He had thought that he was already invincible, but now he was just heavily injured through the air with just a cold snort. How could he not be surprised by this? Not only was he shocked, but the great emperors who had been heavily injured earlier were equally shocked beyond words. Chapter 6, Master Luo Qingxue. Chapter 6, Master Luo Qingxue. The Ancient Realm of the Beginning of Time. One of the 8 supreme ancient clans, the Gu clan. Inside the Gu clan's small world. Inside a courtyard of birds and flowers. A man and a woman are talking about something. The man was dressed in a black brocade coat, his face was handsome, his gaze was disdainful, and his body exuded an extremely strong air of superiority, giving people a sense of self-contained authority without anger. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to realize that the man actually bore a slight resemblance to Gu Yuan. He was none other than Gu Yuan's father. One of the 8 supreme ancient clans in the Taichu ancient realm, the Gu clan chief, Gu Junlin. As for the woman, she was Gu Yuan's mother, Yi Qinglan. Gu Junlin, who was originally talking to Yi Qinglan, suddenly stopped talking and instead turned his gaze quizzically towards Yi Qinglan. Just because. He actually realized that Yi Qinglan, who was listening intently to him, froze for a moment. Then a trace of shock surfaced on his face, and then the shock turned into a strong color of joy. The sudden shift puzzled him. Subconsciously, Gu Junlin asked out loud, "Qinglan, what's wrong?" In the face of his words, Yi Qinglan didn't respond as if she hadn't heard them. Seeing this, Gu Junlin could not help but frown. Indicates no knowledge at all of what's going on. Good on. Soon, Yi Qinglan came back to his senses. Phew. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air to become calm inside, Yi Qinglan then met Gu Junlin's gaze and spoke. Yuan or he, is a great emperor now. Ha! When he heard Yi Qinglan say something about Gu Yuan, Gu Junlin's heart immediately lifted. Very worried about what happened to Gu Yuan. However, when he heard Yi Qinglan's words, he was directly confused. For a moment, he wondered if he had misheard, and subconsciously asked in a confirmatory voice. Qinglan, you're saying that boy Gu Yuan is now a great emperor? Between the words, it was hard to hide the shock. Meeting Gu Junlin's gaze that was full of shock and incredulity. Yi Qinglan nodded his head very seriously. You didn't hear it wrong, Yuan is indeed a great emperor now. Hiss. Upon receiving the confirmed reply, Gu Junlin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Indicates they were shocked to no end. Only a mere 8 years had passed since they left the desolate ancient continent by faking their deaths. Gu Yuan's Chaos Divine Body was sealed, and because the Chaos Divine Body was sealed, a large portion of his cultivation talent was sealed as a result. But it is in this case. Gu Yuan had only used a mere 8 years to break through to become a great emperor. This cultivation speed truly shocked him, the Gu clan patriarch of one of the 8 supreme ancient clans in the Taichu ancient realm. And it seems like he has broken through to a great emperor for a long time. It's some great emperors who have been cultivating for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. That's not as good as him. At that moment, Yi Qinglan threw out another heavy bomb. Hiss. Hearing this, Gu Junlin couldn't help but suck in another breath of cool air. Clearly shocked once again. After the shock passed, Gu Junlin calmed down a bit and asked with doubts flashing under his eyes, Qinglan, how did you learn about all this? Yi Qinglan smiled faintly and picked up the tea on the table and took a light sip before speaking with a smile. Before leaving the desolate continent, I left a jade pendant in our grave. That jade pendant has a strand of my divine soul stored in it. If the one who sees the jade pendant isn't Yuaner, then he'll die, and if it's Yuaner, then I'll borrow that one divine soul to tell him everything. Originally, I was just thinking of taking a chance, but I didn't expect Yuaner to actually see that jade pendant. Hearing this, Gu Junlin's eyes flashed with realization, but he soon unconsciously frowned again. There was more than a little bit of displeasure in. Now that she had learned that Gu Yuan had broken through to become a great emperor, the first thing she wanted to do was to share this happy event with Gu Junlin. But I never expected to be preached at. Her good mood was gone in an instant. In the meantime, Gu Yuan was closing his eyes to carefully feel inside his body. Ryoko. Gu Yuan opened his eyes. A brilliant light exploded in his eyes. Gu Yuan couldn't help but say with a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. Absorbing the thunder tribulation liquid caused my strength to increase minimally, but I didn't expect that unsealing the chaotic god body would cause my strength to directly skyrocket by a factor of 2. How could this not make him happy when his strength had been doubled? And I wonder if Master bought the wine and went back. Suppressing the joy in his heart, in a low murmur, Gu Yuan moved his feet and quickly headed towards the Lingyun sect. Although he didn't know why Master Delay wasn't at Desolation Peak. But based on the other party's habits, he could guess that the probability was that the other party should have gone to buy alcohol. Nowadays, Gu Yuan was a genuine peerless great emperor, and his speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. The Lingyun sect was 199,000 miles away from Qingyun town. But Gu Yuan didn't even use 2.5 breaths before he was already within the Lingyun sect, at the top of Desolation Peak. Seeing that Master Delay still hadn't returned, Gu Yuan lay down again on the rattan chair that Master Delay often lay on to comfortably bask in the sun. Nowadays, his strength was already at the top of the desolate ancient continent, and he didn't need to cultivate at all, he only needed to enjoy himself. Cultivation is impossible to cultivate. What's the point of practicing when you're all open and invincible? 1 month to go is the date of your appointment with that little hoof of Lu Ruyan. Now you're not practicing properly, but you're here in the sun, you're completely swinging for the fences? A familiar and imperious disgruntled moving voice came. With that, a strong smell of alcohol filled the air. Gu Yuan opened his eyes and saw that a woman had appeared in front of him at some point. The woman's skin was as white as snow and could be blown away. Her waist was full, her hips were like a full moon, her belly was flat, and her chest was in waves. The breeze blew, the white skirt slightly lifted, vaguely visible long straight snow-white round thighs. There was also a red flush on the woman's imperial, stunning face, making it obvious at a glance that she had drunk a lot. The woman was no one else. It was none other than Gu Yuan's great Thunder Master, the #1 sword cultivator in spirit state, one of the 3 strongest in the Lingyun sect, the Desolate Peak Master, Luo Qingxue. Master! Removing his gaze from that proud place that looked horizontally into the mountains, Gu Yuan fixed his mind, and only then did he immediately get up and said towards Luo Qingxue in a serious and respectful salute. At the loss of me even searching for pills specifically for you that can help you improve your cultivation talent and enhance your strength, now look at you, you've let me down. Luo Qingxue took off the wine gourd on her waist and drank a mouthful of it fiercely before she said with hatred. This 6th grade Pavilion Lingdan can enhance your strength and cultivation talent. If you don't want to die in a month's time at the hands of that little Hoflu Ruyan, take this pill and cultivate well. Between the words, a small light blue jade bottle appeared in her hand and was handed to Gu Yuan. 6th grade elixir? There were obvious surprises and touching flashes in Gu Yuan's eyes. One must know that a 6th grade elixir was an elixir that could only be refined by a Dan King. Such an elixir is of great value and especially precious. On weekdays when there was a spirit stone, Master Delay hated to take it and exchange it for a drink. Now, in order to help him improve his cultivation talent and enhance his strength, Master Delay had even sought out a 6th grade elixir specifically for him. How could he not be surprised? How could he not be moved? Chapter 7 Confident Lu Ruyan. Chapter 7 Confident Lu Ruyan. Taking in Gu Yuan's expression, Luo Qingxue stretched out a pair of slender white jade hands and pinched Gu Yuan's face fiercely twice. It was only then that he opened his mouth with a smile. Good disciple, are you touched? Gu Yuan reached out and slapped Luo Qingxue's hand away. Only then did he say seriously, Master, I appreciate your good intentions, but I don't need this inner spirit pill. At those words, Luo Qingxue was visibly dumbfounded. Why? Obviously, how could she not expect Gu Yuan to reject her good intentions? Meeting Luo Qingxue's gaze, Gu Yuan smiled faintly and said, because my current cultivation level is Emperor. An elixir like the embracing spirit pill is useless to me. Your cultivation is brother? Luo Qingxue blinked in bewilderment, indicating that he couldn't understand what Gu Yuan was talking about at all. Unable to do anything else, Gu Yuan leaked out a trace of his breath. Instead of wasting words explaining, let the other person feel it for themselves. Although it was only a wisp of breath, it caused Luo Qingxue's face to instantly change drastically. It made her feel a sense of extreme death crisis from death. For a split second, the wine was gone. It was good that Gu Yuan quickly collected that wisp of breath again. Otherwise, this wisp of breath alone would be enough to easily suppress Luo Qingxue, the #1 sword cultivator in spirit state and one of the 3 greatest experts of the Lingyun sect. Although Gu Yuan had restrained his breath, the shock within Luo Qingxue's heart did not diminish in the slightest. Swallowing her saliva, Luo Qingxue still felt a dry mouth. As if to confirm, she asked out once more, your cultivation level is a great emperor. Although she sensed it, the shocked Gu Yuan, a weakling at the 3rd level of the spiritual Yuan realm, suddenly turned into a great emperor. The shock this brought to her was still unimaginably great. It was so big that she couldn't even believe it. It was too dreamy and gave a sense of unreality, as if it were a dream. Between the words, as if to make sure she wasn't dreaming, she actually reached out and pinched herself hard on her white thigh. It hurt straight away and she sucked in her breath. Greeting Luo Qingshue's good-looking eyes, Gu Yuan nodded with a smile, right. Hiss. Receiving an affirmative reply, and then feeling the pain coming from her thighs, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but suck in another breath of cool air. It was also at this moment that she was sure that what was happening in front of her was not a dream. Her good disciple, her only male disciple, was truly a great emperor. After a long moment's reprieve, something seemed to come to mind. Luo Qingxue couldn't help but ask, "You were the one who attracted the emperor forming Thunderbolt Crossing in the Purple Cloud Mountain Range earlier?" The mountain range where Gu Yuan was earlier was the Purple Cloud Mountain Range. The Purple Cloud Mountain Range was closer to the Lingyun sect. The earlier one was also attracted by the commotion when Gu Yuan crossed the threshold, and then went forward to check it out. Only, unfortunately, nothing. Now that she had seen Gu Yuan break through to become a great emperor, she instantly guessed that the person who had attracted the thunder tribulation from the Violet Cloud Mountain Range earlier and then succeeded in crossing the tribulation was Gu Yuan. Master, you guessed correctly, the person who attracted the Emperor Formation Lightning Tribulation crossing earlier was me. Gu Yuan did not hide anything. There's nothing to hide from Master. Moreover, as far as his cultivation level was concerned, there was no need to hide anything at all. This son is too rebellious and must not be retained. He must be killed as soon as possible. If someone really came to kill him with that in mind, then only someone else will die. I can't believe it's really you. Receiving an affirmative reply, Luo Qingxue was once again shocked inwardly. Earlier, she had arrived at the Purple Cloud Mountain Range and seen everything within it. No damage was done there. This was undoubtedly an indication that the person who had become an emperor to invoke the Thunder Tribulation was powerful to an extremely terrifying degree. I had thought that this great emperor was a reclusive master, but I didn't realize that this great emperor was actually his own good disciple. Just thinking about it sends a tingle down the spine. And at that moment, Gu Yuan spoke once again. Senior, this is the Thunder Tribulation liquid I prepared for you, perhaps it will be helpful in raising your cultivation. Saying that, Gu Yuan took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Luo Qingxue. Looking at the small jade bottle handed over by Gu Yuan, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but tremble inwardly, a layer of water mist instantly surfacing within a pair of good-looking eyes. Indicates that there are touched not lightly. She was a Saint Realm 9th level powerhouse who had once attracted a thunderbolt when she broke through to sainthood. That thunderbolt contains thunderbolt liquid. She was naturally no stranger to thunderbolt liquid. That's a rare and precious liquid in the world. It's a good thing to hide in the thunderbolt. It's a good thing to have, but it's almost impossible to gift it to someone else. Because of this kind of thing, after the person who attracted the Thunder Tribulation succeeded in crossing the tribulation, it would be absorbed and refined by the person who crossed the tribulation. Now that she saw that Gu Yuan had actually collected the Thunderbolt liquid and even handed it over to her, she was genuinely touched. When she came back to her senses, she was not polite. With a wave of her hand, she took the small jade bottle into her hands. She is Gu Yuan's teacher, now Gu Yuan suddenly became the great emperor, now the other party filial piety a little good things, their own accept. Reasonable. Open the small jade bottle. A berserk aura immediately filled the air. Feeling the massive energy contained within the thunderbolt liquid, Luo Qingxue's eyes immediately lit up. If this thunderbolt liquid were to be exchanged for wine, must be a lot of good wine for a lot of good wine. There was also the Yunling Dan, since Gu Yuan couldn't use it, it was also able to be exchanged for wine. Silently, he put away the embodied spirit pill and thunderbolt liquid. Again, it seems to be thinking of something. Luo Qingxue's face instantly became odd. Ruyan Lu worshipped the Cloud Sky sect and her strength has skyrocketed, and it's rumored that she's now reached the mortal transformation realm. I'm afraid that the current her is still complacent about her cultivation enhancement speed, thinking that she can easily take you down in a month's time. Unbeknownst to you, the current you is a great emperor. A month later, Ruyan Lu is finished. It was indeed as she thought. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was gloating over her cultivation level increase. Desolate continent. Southland. Empire State. Cloudy Sky Sect. Inside a luxuriously decorated cultivation chamber. Lu Ruyan, who was sitting in cultivation with her eyes closed, snapped her eyes open, and her eyes were filled with joy. Feeling carefully the power in his body that was so huge that it seemed to be able to easily blow up a huge mountain. She couldn't keep the upturned corners of her mouth down. Seems to think of something. The bottom of her eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Gu Yuan. 2 years and 11 months ago, you dared to repudiate me in front of tens of thousands of people in the Lingyun sect, causing me to lose face. And the audacity to make a 3-year pact with me. A covenant battle, a battle to the death. Nowadays, the 3-year appointment is only a short month away. The current me is a powerhouse of the 3rd level of the mortal transformation realm, while you are just a mere ant of the measly spirit Yuan realm. In a month's time, I'm going to show you what it means to be cruel. I will make you humble as a dog and kneel before me. Let you know the price of humiliating this holy maiden. GGG. Speaking here, a cruel smile immediately flashed across Ruyan Lu's face. It seemed that she had already seen Gu Yuan being easily pinned by her, and then kneeling on the ground like a dead dog, humbly begging for her to spare her life. Chapter 8, You're not having thoughts about me, are you, disciple? Chapter 8, You're not having thoughts about me, are you, disciple? A pair of good-looking eyes filled with joy stared at Gu Yuan. Luo Qingxue seemed to have thought of something, and squeezed out a smile on her face that seemed likely to make a 10,000-year-old iceberg melt, and opened her mouth with a light smile. Good apprentice, you are so good to me. Again, planting my barren peak full of my favorite peach trees. Giving me that precious thunderjack liquid again. You're not thinking about me, are you? Saying that, Luo Qingxue's body kept moving closer. Between the words, Gu Yuan could feel the warm breath exhaled from Luo Qingxue's sandalwood mouth. Feeling this mesmerizing warm breath, coupled with Luo Qingxue's words, Gu Yuan's heart panicked for no reason. Subconsciously, he met Luo Qingxue's good-looking and charming eyes. Between the 4 eyes facing each other, Gu Yuan only felt that the panic within him had increased by a few points. Master is the best person in this world for him. It also had the big thunder that could make countless men unable to refuse, with that near-perfect body and face. Who in the world could not love such a beauty? He is likewise no exception. But they are master and disciple. He can't do anything that would make a jockey out of his ancestors. Shaking the thoughts of his mentor out of his mind, Gu Yuan unconsciously took half a step backward on his feet. Only then did he shake his head. No. I have no disrespect for master. No? At those words, there was an obvious loss flashing in the bottom of Luo Qingxue's eyes. However, this loss flickered and did not make Gu Yuan notice. After thinking about it, Luo Qingxue looked at Gu Yuan with glowing eyes and asked, Good disciple, can you tell me how strong you are now? That gaze was like looking at some rare treasure, making Gu Yuan's entire body uncomfortable. However, Gu Yuan still answered Luo Qingxue's question seriously. I'm not very strong right now, so I can just call myself invincible in the desolate ancient continent. Luo Qingxue, do thou hear the words of men? A simple sentence that really silenced Luo Qingxue dry. That can no longer be called arrogance. It's simply arrogant beyond measure. Breathlessly rolling a flavorful blank stare towards Gu Yuan, Luo Qingxue wanted to retort something. But after thinking of the powerful wisp of Emperor Realm aura that Gu Yuan had just displayed, the words that had reached her mouth were swallowed back down again. Whether Gu Yuan could claim invincibility in the desolate ancient continent right now she didn't know. But the other party was indeed a genuine great emperor now. That terrifying to the very top of the Emperor Realm aura could not be faked. The other party does have the capital of arrogance. Good disciple, can you tell me what happened to you? Why did you suddenly become a great emperor? After thinking about it, Luo Qingxue asked the biggest curiosity in her heart again. Obviously, Gu Yuan was weak before, no different from a mole cricket. Speaking here, Gu Yuan said with a serious face, and then I became a great emperor like this. It was the most logical explanation he could think of. After hearing Gu Yuan's words, Luo Qingxue was speechless. When a strong person was powerful to a certain extent, it could indeed help one to rapidly raise their cultivation level. But even great emperors live to the end of their lives? And there would be a great emperor in this hole of a place like Spirit State? Why is she so unbelieving? But looking at Gu Yuan's sincere look, she ended up believing a few points. After all, other than that, there was simply no explanation that could be found to explain why Gu Yuan had suddenly turned from the 3rd level of the spirit elemental realm into a great emperor. Seemingly thinking of something, Luo Qingxue looked at Gu Yuan, her eyes were full of fire and opened her mouth. Good disciple, can you hide the fact that your current cultivation is that of a great emperor first? Concealment? Gu Yuan was puzzled, why hide it? Luo Qingxue didn't talk nonsense and immediately stated the reason. Good disciple, there are still 10 days to go before the day of the sect disciple competition. Those who excel on the day of the great sect disciple competition, that's a huge amount of cultivation resources. If you don't hide your strength, then you won't be able to participate in the sect disciple competition. The only way to participate in the sect disciple competition is to hide your strength. You're a great emperor now, and you don't see the cultivation resources of the sect, but don't forget that you still have your senior sisters and I'm your senior. Don't take the cultivation resources given by the clan for nothing. You only need to hide your strength a little bit to get the clan's generous rewards. It won't cost you anything. Well. Speaking here, Luo Qingshua's pair of good-looking eyes landed on Gu Yuan without blinking. Between the four eyes facing each other, Gu Yuan didn't make any nonsense, and at that moment, he directly nodded his head and said, yes. Since his master told him to hide some of his strength, it would be good for him to hide some of his strength. And even if you hide your strength. He went to the sect disciple competition. That's also a descending blow. Receiving Gu Yuan's response, Luo Qingshua's face immediately revealed a beautiful smile that could make icebergs melt. His mouth also couldn't help but let out a laugh full of relief. Good disciple. Between the words, her arms spread out and her body leaned forward, as if she wanted to hug Gu Yuan and then give him a hard kiss. But to think that today's Gu Yuan was already 18, still a great emperor, no longer the little kid he once was. Her movements were stopped again by her force, and her open arms were stretched towards the top, and a ah came out of her mouth. Seems to have yawned. Good disciple, rest well, I'm going to go cultivate. Afterward, patting her sandalwood mouth, Luo Qingxue turned around and walked slowly towards the small courtyard where she lived. Hey! Looking at Master Delay's delicate back, Gu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. For a moment it only felt like a mix of flavors inside. How could he, who had been together for 8 whole years, not be able to see what the other party was trying to do with the actions of Senior Master Big Thunder earlier? But now he's all grown up. Master Dare can't treat him like he used to. Maybe, that's the helplessness of growing up. Growing up, he learned that men and women were different, and his master began to distance himself from him. Thinking about it, something seemed to come to mind. Gu Yuan's mind moved, and a light blue virtual panel instantly surfaced. Name, Luo Qingxue. Face value, 98 points. Physique, Xianyin Divine Body. Technique, Lingyun Technique. Martial arts, Tai Yin Sword Technique. Weapon, Tai Yin Xianjian. Cultivation, 9th level of the Saint King Realm. After reading the information on the virtual panel, Gu Yuan nodded silently. This is the simple message of the master. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Gu Yuan's gaze snapped to the courtyard where junior sister Manhwa was. In the courtyard where his little senior sister was, he sensed an extremely terrifying emperor realm aura. The aura was fleeting, but nowadays, Gu Yuan, as a peerless great emperor, still detected it at the first moment. Frowning slightly, Gu Yuan moved his feet and his entire body instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in the cultivation room where Manhwa was. Inside the cultivation room, a young girl with a clear appearance, a green dress, plain but clean, looking rather young but with a few beauty prototypes, was sitting on her knees with her eyes closed, seemingly cultivating. The young girl was no one else but Gu Yuan's youngest senior sister, Manhwa. Could it be that I'm sensing it wrong? Looking at Manhwa, who was sitting in cultivation with her eyes closed, Gu Yuan's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Earlier, he had indeed sensed a powerful Emperor Realm aura here. But now this Emperor Realm aura had disappeared into thin air. This is really weird. With his eyes looking towards Manhwa, Gu Yuan's mind moved, and a light blue virtual panel instantly appeared before his eyes. It is the personal information panel of Manhwa. Name, Manhwa. Face value, 96. Physique, Green Lotus Sword Body. Techniques, Lingyun Technique, Green Lotus Technique. Martial arts, Green Lotus Sword Technique. Weapons, none. Cultivation, 6th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Note, the other party is the reincarnation of the Qinglian Empress of the Tianwu continent, who has now awakened the memories of her past life, and due to the severe damage to her soul, she will not be able to return to her peak in a short period of time. The reincarnation of the Sky Martial Continent's Green Lotus Empress? A trace of surprise clearly surfaced under Gu Yuan's eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect his junior sister to have such a heaven-defying identity. And that's when. With her long eyelashes slightly trembling twice, Manhwa finally opened her eyes. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. A flash of hatred and killing intent clearly flashed deep within Mu Nanwan's eyes. Murmuring, "Betrayers, all must die." But just after she finished saying this, she froze in her tracks. It seemed that it was only then that he realized that there was an extra person in the cultivation room. Chapter 9, The Sea of Freedom. Chapter 9, The Forbidden Sea. Meeting Gu Yuan's eyes that were as black as ink, Mu Nanwan couldn't help but feel a sense of panic inside. It only felt as if he was being seen through by the other party. The deepest secrets of one's heart were completely exposed to the eyes of the person in front of him. Elder brother, he shouldn't have heard what I just said, right? With this thought in her mind, Mu Nanwan calmed her heart before she stood up and respectfully saluted towards Gu Yuan. Sure Fu. Aha! Gu Yuan nodded slightly. When he raised his hand, the dragon-transforming grass appeared, and then floated towards Mu Nanwan. This is the dragon-transforming grass. It can improve your cultivation talent and enhance your strength. There are still 10 days to go before the sect disciple competition. Cultivate well and don't bring down the prestige of my desolate peak. Senior brother, there's still a month to go before your appointment with Ruyan Lu, and you need the dragon transformation grass even more than I do. Mu Nanwan subconsciously opened her mouth, wanting to reject Gu Yuan's good intentions. Compared to her, Gu Yuan, who was about to battle Lu Ruyan, undoubtedly needed this dragon-transforming grass more. But before she could finish her sentence, Gu Yuan's figure had already disappeared. Helplessly, Mu Nanwan could only put away the dragon transformation grass in front of her. Although her current senior brother was much weaker than her, he had never taken back what he had given her. Looking at the dragon transforming grass in front of her, Mu Nanwan's mind couldn't help but conjure up a scene from the past. In this life, she has been living on the streets since her parents died at a young age. It was elder brother who stepped forward and saved her when she was in danger. When she was weak, it was her senior brother who protected her. After she entered the Lingyun sect, it was her senior brother who taught her to cultivate. When she needs cultivation resources, her senior brother will go to do sect tasks to give her cultivation resources. Phew! Thoughts retracted, Mu Nanwan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. There was a clear flash of determination in his eyes. Elder brother has been so kind to me. If I don't defeat Lu Ruyan in a month's time, then even if I have to burn the power of my divine soul, I'll still make a move to save my elder brother. With me here, no one can harm senior brother. Unity son, how can I help junior sister restore his damaged divine soul? He naturally knew that refining the Emperor Grade Pill Soul Condensation Pill could help Mu Nanwan recover her damaged divine soul. But the problem was that he didn't know where he could find the herbs to refine the Emperor Grade Pill Soul Condensation Pill. As if knowing what Gu Yuan was thinking, the system's voice once again sounded in his mind. Ding! The host can go to the Middle Region's Medicine Emperor Valley to find the herbs you need. As the system voice fell, a huge light blue virtual panel appeared. On top of the panel was clearly labeled his location and where the Medicine Emperor Valley was located. It's kinda sweet. Looking at the panel that appeared in front of him, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, without hesitation, the entire person instantly disappeared in place between the movements of his feet. It directly turned into a stream of light and headed straight to the middle domain where Pill Emperor Valley was located. The desolate continent is divided into 5 continents. They are the Central Region, the Eastern Region, the Southern Region, the Western Region, and the Northern Region. Among them, the Central Domain is the strongest, and it is rumored that there are opportunities everywhere, with honored ones walking everywhere and saints as numerous as dogs. It was a holy place of cultivation that all cultivators of all races could only dream of. And it wasn't an easy thing to get into the Central Region. Just because the entire Middle Domain was wrapped in a huge, endless ocean. This sea is called the Sea of Forbiddenness. The Forbidden Sea was like a natural barrier, protecting the Central Domain in the center and isolating the other 4 domains. Regardless of where one entered the Central Domain from, then one needed to pass through the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea was full of crises, with all sorts of terrifying sea beasts. Unless one was at the top of their game, they would be in danger of passing through the Forbidden Sea. But the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. High risk, high reward. Even though there were many crises within the Forbidden Sea, there were still boatmen who chose to take the risk of transporting those who aspired to travel to. It's not necessary. Listening to the words of these boatmen, Gu Yuan shook his head before he faintly said, I'm in a hurry, you guys are too slow, I'd rather cross this Forbidden Sea myself. As the words fell, Gu Yuan was already heading towards the Forbidden Sea. Earlier, he had only seen that there were many people here, and that was why he had slowed down slightly. Not for a boat ride. Chapter 10. A glance, an explosion. Chapter 10. A glance, an explosion. Not necessary? In a hurry? Personally crossing the Forbidden Sea? I can understand all of these words, but why do I not understand a single one of them when they are joined together? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, everyone present felt filled with confusion, indicating that he simply couldn't understand the meaning contained within Gu Yuan's words. It was really too dangerous to cross the Forbidden Sea alone. The slightest misstep could result in death without even a crumb left. In their opinion, Gu Yuan was so young that his strength was bound to be no stronger, and crossing the Forbidden Sea on his own was bound to be a 10-death experience. After thinking about it for a while, many boatmen thought that Gu Yuan was unaware of the ferocity of the Forbidden Sea, which was why he chose to cross it alone. With just a little thought, a boatman explained and opened his mouth. Little friend, the Forbidden Sea is infested with sea beasts. There are all sorts of terrifying sea beasts that exist. It's dangerous to cross the Forbidden Sea alone. It's better to come to the old man's ship and the old man will send you forward to the central domain. One person spoke up, and at that moment the rest of the boatmen also spoke up at that moment. Little friend, it is unwise for one person to cross the Forbidden Sea. It is still most prudent to board a ship together. Little friend, if you think the charges are too high, the price can be negotiated. Little friends. Listening to the words of these boatmen, Gu Yuan waved his hand without looking back. It's not necessary. As the words fell, his entire body had already stepped onto the surface of the Forbidden Sea. In a single movement of his feet, he had already transformed into a stream of light and headed straight for the central region. The speed was so fast that in just a few breaths of time, it completely disappeared from everyone's sight. What speed? Seeing that Gu Yuan actually possessed such speed, those present were all unanimously shocked in their hearts. Obviously, he hadn't expected Gu Yuan to be able to burst out so quickly for being so young. After the shock had passed, many boatmen however couldn't help but shake their heads. There was an obvious flash of regret under his eyes. Trying to pass through the Forbidden Sea wasn't just a matter of having speed. There also needs to be strength. They drive huge ships. There were all sorts of tedious attack formations, defense formations, and speed-boosting formations present on top of the ship. Even so, if they encountered a sea beast, then they wouldn't necessarily be able to retreat in one piece. Now Gu Yuan was just one person crossing the Forbidden Sea alone. In the meantime, if you encounter a sea beast, its downfall. It's bound to be 10 deaths. Gu Yuan was so handsome and so young. If you die like that, it is indeed a matter of shame. The arrogant brat will eventually pay the price for his arrogance. This pavilion master would like to see how this brat will be buried in the belly of a sea beast. On top of a huge ship, a middle-aged fat man dressed in golden brocade clothes with a rich face, his eyes looked in the direction where Gu Yuan was, and he said with a cold snort coming from the tip of his nose, "Elder Fu, give me a chase." Just a big wave of his hand. It's the lord of the court. The sound of a response from an old man beside him rang out. As the old man raised his hand, a spiritual energy shot out and hit the ship. The giant ship was instantly catalyzed, and then immediately turned into a stream of light heading straight in the direction where Gu Yuan was. When the surrounding boatmen saw this, some of them shook their heads helplessly, while some only hesitated a little before also urging their giant boats to follow them. It seems that this kid's luck isn't very good, to have encountered a sea beast so quickly. As the giant ship sped along. Soon, the people on top of the huge ship saw a scene that shocked them. Only to see a white-clothed youth treading the sea in the distance. In front of him lay a 100-foot-long python. The giant python's entire body was wrapped in light blue scales, and an extremely powerful aura emanated from its body. Feeling the powerful aura from the python, the people on top of the huge ship in the distance all unanimously frowned. Just think Gu Yuan is finished. I don't blame them for thinking so. It was really the aura from that giant python that was too powerful. It was actually a sea beast of the Zunsha realm. Although they couldn't see through Gu Yuan's cultivation level, they could see Gu Yuan's age. But 18 or so. At around 18 years of age, even if he was a 1 in a million supreme heavenly pride, it would be impossible for him to be a match for a Zunsha realm sea beast. So, they subconsciously thought Gu Yuan was finished. Certain death. Or the kind that dies without even a crumb. Seemingly afraid that the sea beast of the Zunsha realm would kill Gu Yuan and then look for trouble from them, at this moment, the surrounding boatmen were all coincidentally controlling the huge boat they were on to silently retreat further away. The light blue python tilted its head and looked down on Guyuan. After a long time, it mouthed the words. "It's courageous that you can still maintain your composure when you see my father. I just don't know if you'll be able to maintain this composure as you're being devoured by me." Looking at the light blue python, Guyuan spoke faintly. "Remembering that it's not easy for you to cultivate, retreat now and I can spare you from death." This was the first time he had encountered a talking demonic beast. And the other guy didn't come up and take a direct shot at him. If the other party was sensible, he could spare his life. "Spare me from death." The light blue python was visibly stunned. Following that, a trace of anger violently surfaced in its huge eyes. It felt slighted. It was belittled by a brat it regarded as an ant. How could it not be angry? Arrogant. Along with a loud explosive cry came out from its mouth. The berserk aura of the exalted realm instantly swept in all directions, instantly setting off shocking waves. Its entire snake didn't say anything, and between the writhing of its body, its bloody mouth opened and went straight for Guyuan to swallow. Looking at that appearance, it seemed like he was ready to directly swallow Guyuan into his stomach. This kid, it's over. Seeing this scene, those who witnessed the scene from afar all shook their heads in unison. Some of the timid ones even turned their heads away, as if they couldn't bear to see the cruel scene that followed. However, the next scene that happened was directly shocked. The people present were all dumbfounded. The shock in his eyes almost overflowed the screen, and his mouth was wide open as if he could swallow an egg. No wonder they were so shocked. It was really that the scene that was happening in front of me was too outrageously fantastic to dream of doing that. See only. Guyuan, who was supposed to be swallowed by the light blue python, simply looked at the light blue python. And it was this simple glance. However, it directly made the light blue python's pupils quake, and a huge cry of pain was unconsciously emitted from its mouth. Before it could react in any way. Boo! A loud popping sound rang out. The light blue python directly exploded. Blood splattered in all directions, making it seem as if blood rained down over the entire Forbidden Sea. Blood dripped down, staining the Forbidden Sea. Anyone who saw this scene was shocked inwardly. With just one glance, a terrifying sea beast of the Zunsha realm directly exploded to death like this. Dead as dead can be. Such a scene. Who can keep their composure when they watch it? Some of the timid ones were even scared alive. Chapter 11: The Nine-Headed Saint. Chapter 11: The Nine-Headed Saint. Gulp. 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 A Zunsha realm sea beast died just like that? This is outrageous, opening the door to outrageousness to the core. A single look that killed a sea beast of the Zunsha realm? Is this surely true? It's not a dream? Hiss. My little brother hurts, this is real, this isn't a dream. Anyone who witnessed the scene that had just occurred was unable to return to their senses for a long time. It was really the scene that had just happened that had shocked them too much. Some even wondered if they were dreaming and couldn't help but pinch hard towards their own brothers. It wasn't until that indescribable pain came from underneath him that he truly realized that the scene in front of him was really happening, not that he was dreaming. Guyuan didn't care about these people's shock. After easily killing the sea beast in front of him with a single glance, he waved his hand and collected the essence blood of this Zunsha realm sea beast and the demonic pills that contained the essence of its energy, and then with a single movement of his feet, he transformed into a stream of light and headed straight to the central region. This light blue python was a sea beast of the Zunsha realm. It's not an exaggeration to say that the whole body is a treasure. Its essence blood and the demon pills containing its energy essence are even more precious. Although he didn't need them, he still had his senior sister and master. And with Guyuan leaving, some of the experienced boatmen present also reacted at this moment. The bloody odor of this place will attract a large number of sea beasts within the Forbidden Sea. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time, quickly go. At that moment, each boatman didn't dare to hesitate and immediately urged the huge boat under his control with all his might towards the distance. As time passed, a terrifying sea beast soon emerged from the Forbidden Sea. It's just a shame that they were one step too late after all. You can only drink some blood. At the very edge of the central domain, near the location of the Forbidden Sea, there was a magnificent giant city called Linhai City. Most of the residents and cultivators within the sea city made their living from the sea. Although there were countless terrifying sea beasts within the Forbidden Sea. But as long as they didn't enter the depths of the Forbidden Sea, that would still guarantee safety. But one way or another. However, it also angered some of the powerful sea beasts within the Forbidden Sea. Throughout the year, these sea beasts would always surprise Linhai City by unleashing a great flood to attack Linhai City, making it pay a terrible price. The most tragic one was when Linhai City was nearly destroyed outright. It was only with the support of some powerful people within the central region that the sea beasts were repelled. On this day, the sea beasts within the Forbidden Sea once again unleashed great waters against Linhai City. Rumble. A loud popping sound resounded between heaven and earth. That was the commotion caused by some powerful sea beasts manipulating the great water to fiercely bombard Linhai City. The violent shockwave was vented as much as it could on Linhai City. The entire Linhai City was like an earthquake, shaking fiercely twice. Some ordinary people with no cultivation were directly shaken by this violent tremor and fell to the ground one by one. Only some cultivators who possessed cultivation in their bodies could manage to stand still. If it wasn't for the Linhai City Lord opening the City Protector formation in advance, I'm afraid that the entire Linhai City would have been directly destroyed under this strike. These sea animals. When really scary as hell. Dressed in golden armor, the stout Linhai City Lord Lin stood atop the city. Looking at the sea beast in front of him, his face was all gloomy. In the past, although Linhai City had also suffered from the attacks of the sea beasts within the Forbidden Sea. But the sea beasts that could come had never been so many and so strong. The number of these sea beasts was tens of thousands. Among them, there were no less than 100 sea beasts of the Zunshur realm. As for the sea beasts below the Zunshur realm, there were even more. So many sea beasts strike at Linhai City. Today's Linhai City. Danger. Stomp. A rush of footsteps quickly approached, and Lin gazed over. Subconsciously, he asked offhandedly, "How is it? Have you contacted the saints within the central region?" "Back to the city lord, can't get in touch." The visitor replied with an ugly face. Hearing such a reply, Lin's entire face couldn't help but become much uglier. Can't contact the saints in the Middle Kingdom. That means there will be no support in Linhai City today. And no support. How could he resist so many sea beasts? His strength wasn't weak, being a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Zunshur realm. The strength of his city lord's army wasn't weak either. There were many existences of the Exalted Realm and the Imperial Realm among them. But if we compare it to the army of sea beasts below, there is no chance of winning at all. Roar! Suddenly, a hissing sound rang out. A huge wave rose from the sea. A huge figure with wings on its back and 9 snakeheads on its collar lifted its wings and flew out of the sea, transforming into a man with a hideous face, 9 heads, holding a crescent shovel and wearing silver armor. 9-headed saint. Seeing this person, the already ugly faces of the people within Linhai City once again became a few points uglier. This 9-headed saint sovereign was extremely powerful and was a genuine saint sovereign. The last time Linhai City was almost overthrown, it was this 9-headed saint sovereign who made the move. Now that he saw the other party reappear, bad memories were evoked and it was hard not to be afraid. Seeing this holy father, you guys seem to be scared, jia. Sweeping his eyes over the people within Linhai City and seeing the fearful looks on these people's faces, the 9-headed saint sovereign couldn't help but let out a loud and unrestrained laugh from his mouth. 9-headed worm, last time, you were allowed to escape once by fluke, now you even dare to appear outside my Linhai City. Are you not afraid that my human sacred elder of the central region will step in and execute your mother? Lin let out an explosive cry from his mouth. It seemed like he wanted to scare off the 9-headed saint sovereign in this way. Upon hearing Lin's words, all 9 faces of, as the words came to this point, a loud popping sound was immediately emitted from the mouth of the 9-headed saint sovereign. Break me! Accompanied by the sound of an explosive shout, the power in his body surged wildly. The crescent moon shovel in his hand was raised high, and then he violently slashed down towards Linhai City. With a single strike, all the berserk energy was vented out from the crescent moon shovel, and in the end, it actually converged into a huge and incomparable crescent moon shovel. The crescent shovel carried an incomparably terrifying destructive aura as it descended from the sky, eventually landing hard on top of Linhai City's City Guard formation. Linhai City's City Guard formation was set up by many powerful formation masters in conjunction with Lin at great expense, and could withstand the attacks of an average Saint Exalted Realm powerhouse. But this 9-headed Saint Sovereign was clearly not an ordinary Saint Sovereign. A strike struck with its full strength was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Linhai City's City Guard formation was under the attack of the 9-headed Saint Sovereign. It only lasted 2 more breaths though. It didn't even survive 3 breaths. only a loud boom was heard. Linhai City's city guard formation was directly burst open. The violent aftermath of the collision fell from the sky, crazily venting. It destroyed many buildings in Linhai City in an instant. Quite a few people with low cultivation and no cultivation even died directly under the aftermath of this violent collision. The city guard formation has been broken, kill me. A loud explosive cry came out along with the nine-headed Saint Sovereign. The surrounding sea beasts no longer hesitated and immediately hissed as they charged towards Linhai City. Looking at the sea beasts coming from all over the sky, a strong despair inevitably surfaced in the hearts of the people of Linhai City. So many sea beasts and so strong. With no outside help. There is only one thing that awaits Linhai City. That's the overthrow. Linhai City is all but destroyed. Then they will definitely not end up any better. Either die in battle or fall into the belly of these sea beasts. It's hard not to despair when you think about it. Looking at the despair and the nearly lopsided battle that surfaced on the faces of the people within Linhai City, the nine-headed sacred father couldn't help but say with a smug smile on his face, "What an evocative killing feast. GGG." Compared to the nine-headed Saint Sovereign's happiness, the people within Linhai City were all bitter. Maru spice. All pill spicy. Under the attack of tens of thousands of sea beasts, but in the time it took to breathe, half of the people in Linhai City were killed or injured. Even the strongest person within Linhai City, City Lord Li Lin, was severely injured by the sea beast. Seeing this, the smile on the nine-headed Saint Sovereign's face was obviously a few points more intense. But suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze snapped toward the back. This look instantly caused his face to plummet. Only to see that in that direction, a flash of white light was treading the sea at an overwhelmingly fast speed. As the white light approached, he was finally able to make it out. It wasn't a white light at all, but a young man dressed in white, looking incredibly handsome, like an exiled immortal descending to earth. Almost subconsciously, the nine-headed Saint Sovereign regarded the incoming people as Linhai City's rescuers. A cold aura flickered in his eyes, and the nine-headed Saint Sovereign didn't make any nonsense. Between the power surging within his body, endless power surged from the crescent shovel, eventually converging into an oversized crescent shovel. Die! A low cry came out from the mouth of the nine-headed saint. The oversized crescent moon shovel immediately carried an incomparably terrifying destructive aura, turning into a stream of light heading straight for the white-clothed youth. Chapter 12, Shaking the House. Chapter 12, Shocking the whole place. Looking at the sudden attack, Gu Yuan's expression was calm and did not change in any way. Along the way, he had already seen too many sea beasts that didn't know how to die and dared to strike at him. The nine-headed Saint Sovereign that struck out now, in his opinion, wasn't much different from those sea beasts that didn't know how to die and were beheaded by him earlier. In the face of my full-strength strike, this kid can still manage to keep his face intact? Seeing Gu Yuan's calm, unperturbed face, the nine-headed Saint Sovereign clearly felt some surprise. But soon, his surprise turned into a thick shock. Simply because, he saw a scene that he would never forget. Only to see that white-clothed youth but just lightly glanced at the strike he had struck with all his might. He saw the strike he had struck with all his might explode and dissipate into stars in the heavens and earth. The violent aftermath of the collision swept through the 8 directions, instantly setting off monstrous waves. But Renping was surrounded by shocking waves, but not a single drop of seawater fell on Gu Yuan. The power of a single glance was as terrifying as it was. This son is a strong man. Withdraw. The color of shock flickered in his eyes, and the reaction of the nine-headed Saint Sovereign was fast to the extreme. He immediately analyzed that there was no way he would be a match for Gu Yuan. He was resolute and incomparable, and when he moved his feet, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. He's not being a wimp, he's from the heart. He had been able to live for so many years, to survive the joint efforts of the 9 saints, relying on the slave heart. He had thought that this time from the heart he would be able to survive safely as well. But what he thought was, after all, what he thought. This time, Lady Luck no longer favors him. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and a white-clothed figure had already appeared in front of him. The speed was so fast that it even made him subconsciously look back at where Gu Yuan was earlier. Thinking that there aren't 2 Gu Yuan appearing. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for killing you. Gu Yuan's warm, jade-like, yet indifferent voice came from his ears, and with that, the nine-headed saint only felt that he was wrapped up in a sense of death that was intense to the extreme. Nearly subconsciously, he looked toward the place that brought him the feeling of death. At this look, he saw a long, white finger expanding wildly in his field of vision. No! No! Feeling the sensation of death brought about by this finger, the nine-headed saint couldn't help but let out a violent scream from his mouth. Power surged within his body as he tried to avoid or block the finger. However, his entire body was now locked by the chi of this finger, which caused the mobilization of power within his body to become incomparably slow, and even his reaction was countless times slower than before. Eventually, the power in his body had only just been mobilized, and Gu Yuan's finger had already accurately pointed at the center of his brow in the middle of his head. Berserk power was released from the tip of the finger, and the nine-headed saint didn't even let out a scream, and the whole person was directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Even the divine soul was directly annihilated. Dead can't be dead. There was only an egg-sized light blue bead that contained extremely dense energy floating in the air. This was precisely the demonic elixir that contained all the power and essence of the nine-headed saint. It wasn't that the demonic pills were hard and weren't destroyed, but Gu Yuan wanted to leave the demonic pills behind, and that's why the pills weren't destroyed. With a wave of his hand, he put away the demon pill and the essence blood of the nine-headed saint, and only then did Gu Yuan look in the direction of Linhai City. Not only was everyone in Linhai City gathered in Linhai City at this moment, and the tens of thousands of sea animals. At this moment, without exception, the sea beasts within Linhai City and the people within Linhai City were all turning their gazes towards Gu Yuan. There was no way around it. The nine-headed saint sovereign was the strongest person previously, the leader of the sea beasts attacking Linhai City this time, and the biggest threat to Linhai City. Therefore, the people present or the sea beasts were all paying attention to the nine-headed sacred sovereign consciously or unconsciously. Now that the nine-headed saint sovereign had been easily crushed to death by Gu Yuan with a single finger, the gazes in the room naturally fell on Gu Yuan. Looking at the Gu Yuan who was dressed in white and was as handsome as an exiled immortal. Anyone who witnessed the previous scene, regardless of whether it was a human or a sea beast, could not help but tremble, and fear subconsciously surfaced in their eyes. It was really because the scene of Gu Yuan killing the nine-headed saint sovereign with a single finger had brought them too much shock. Nine-headed saint sovereign, a leader in the ninth level of the saint sovereign realm. Such an existence, even when looking at the central region, that was not a weak person. But it was such an existence that was easily crushed to death like a mole cricket. The shock brought by such a scene could be imagined. After coming back to their senses from the fear, the people within Linhai City immediately danced with excitement one by one. Just think that today is saved. The city guard formation was broken, the nine-headed saint sovereign was eyeing in the air, and tens of thousands of sea beasts struck out at Linhai City, which was thought to be inevitably destroyed today. But Gu Yuan crushed the nine-headed saint sovereign with a single finger, which made them who were in the darkness see the light. Gives them hope to live. How can this make them unhappy? Some of the people of Linhai City actually knelt and kowtowed towards Gu Yuan in order to express their joy at the aftermath of the robbery and Gu Yuan's outburst, with words of praise coming out of their mouths. Compared to the happiness of the people of Linhai City, a sea beast inside Linhai City was scared out of its wits. He fled out of Linhai City like a madman, and then fled in all directions. This could not be helped. As strong as the nine-headed saint was killed by a single finger of Gu Yuan, staying here was the only way to die. Wouldn't it be foolish not to run away now? But it does have silly ones. How dare you kill the emperor's son-in-law, you seek death. How dare you kill the nine lords, I want you dead. If the emperor's son-in-law is dead, it's hard for us to escape death if we go back, so let's all go together and fight him. With a hissing sound, a small number of sea beasts actually came straight towards Gu Yuan. And the result of this is... Gu Yuan took a glance. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts came out one after another. All the sea beasts that rushed towards him were turned into a mass of blood mist. The blood mist gathered, making it seem as if there was a rain of blood in the sky and earth. Blood dripped down, coloring the earth a dark red. With a wave of Gu Yuan's hand, a demonic pill and a drop of demonic beast's essence blood that contained an extremely large amount of energy were put into his system's carry-on space. As the battle ended, Li Lin flew to Gu Yuan's body and bowed respectfully and saluted. I, Li Lin, would like to thank your excellency for your saving grace on behalf of everyone in Linhai City. It's just a show of hands, no need to say thank you. Gu Yuan casually waved his hand and laughed. Just a handful? That's all? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Li Lin couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it wasn't for the person in front of him, his Linhai City would have been overthrown. All the people in Linhai City added up to millions of people. Out to save millions of people, and the other party could still act so calmly. This is really There's a strong man yet. Li Lin surreptitiously sized up Gu Yuan for a few moments before asking cautiously. I see that your excellency looks a bit familiar. I wonder which power you come from, your excellency? To be able to easily kill a nine-headed saint sovereign, such a person was bound to be a world-famous powerhouse, and it was only logical that he should recognize him. But he searched the memories in his mind, and that was nothing, as if this strong man had appeared out of thin air, which couldn't help but make curiosity and doubt rise in his heart. Southern Domain, Lingyun sect. Gu Yuan replied indifferently. Upon hearing these words, Li Lin only felt his brain buzzing. Southland? The opponent was actually from the southern region? What is the Southland? A hole of a place. Such a place would have such a powerful and strong person? Gu Yuan's words had truly brought him quite a shock. The strongest people in the world are truly like the carp that crosses the river. One really should not underestimate any people in the world. Silently saying the last sentence in his heart, Li Lin's little contempt for the southern region immediately vanished. After a pause, Li Lin spoke curiously, Your Excellency, you have come from the southern region, so you must have something big to do, right? If you have any use for me, I am willing to be a cow or a horse to be driven by you. No need. Gu Yuan waved his hand and said, My trip is to prepare for a trip to Pill Emperor Valley. You're going to Pill Emperor Valley, my lord? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Li Lin's face instantly changed drastically, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of shock from his mouth. Chapter 13 Arrival at the Pill Emperor Valley. Chapter 13 Arrival at the Pill Emperor Valley. What's wrong? What's wrong with me going to Pill Emperor Valley? Seeing Li Lin's sudden and drastic change in color, Gu Yuan subconsciously asked in doubt. My lord, you do not know. Li Lin calmed his heart slightly before he opened his mouth to explain. Just a few days ago, the Dan Pavilion and the Pill Emperor Valley clashed over an extremely high-grade imperial medicine. Nowadays, the Dan Pavilion has ordered that anyone who encounters someone from the Pill Emperor Valley or is involved with the Pill Emperor Valley, that they are to be killed without pardon. Your Excellency, if you go to the Pill Emperor Valley now, there are many dangers, so I'm bold enough to ask Your Excellency not to go to the Pill Emperor Valley. After hearing Li Lin's words, Gu Yuan nodded in enlightenment, but he still casually waved his hand and said, No harm done. He didn't want to get involved in the feud between the Dan Pavilion and Pill Emperor Valley. He only wanted to go to the Pill Emperor Valley to fetch some herbs that could refine the soul condensation pill. That was the direction where the Medicine Emperor Valley was located. Looking at Gu Yuan's departing direction, Li Lin couldn't help but shake his head in regret. It was only thought that Gu Yuan's trip would be very unfortunate. Just because. The Dan Pavilion is too scary. Gu Yuan was able to crush the nine-headed Saint Exalt with a single finger, so his strength was naturally terrifying. But there were just as few people in the Dan Pavilion who could do this. If Gu Yuan really clashed with the Dan Pavilion because of Pill Emperor Valley, then Gu Yuan was bound to be in danger. Thinking of this, Li Lin couldn't help, woohoo! Looking at the woman crying in pain, the people around her couldn't help themselves. At that moment, there was someone facing the man sitting on the top of the hall, wearing a blue dragon robe, kneeling down on one knee and seriously opened his mouth and said, The human race is bullying people too much, eating my race, and now even killed my dragon's son-in-law, but also asked the Dragon Emperor to order the extermination of the human race. Please also ask the Dragon Emperor to order the extermination of the human race. I also ask the Dragon Emperor to order the extermination of the human race. One person opened his mouth, and the people around him also knelt down on one knee in unison at this moment, and opened their mouths in unison towards the man in the blue dragon robe. The voices converged, sounding like a bell, shaking the 8 directions and resounding through the great hall. As his eyes swept over the people on both sides of the great hall, the face of the Dragon Emperor in his dragon robe was also a little less than pleasant. He was the South Sea Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 Dragon Emperors of the Forbidden Sea. In charge of this sea area from the South Domain to the Middle Domain. On weekdays, he and the human race did not interfere with each other. While the sea beasts would attack the human race from the Forbidden Sea, the human race would also hunt some of the sea beasts within the Forbidden Sea. But all of this seems petty to him. But it's different now. His virtuous son-in-law, the nine-headed saint, was killed. Those damned human races hadn't given him the slightest bit of face, killing his virtuous son-in-law just like that. This move, in his opinion, was a provocation by the human race against him. It's simply unforgivable. Phew. There was a long silence. The South Sea Dragon Emperor slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, he raised his eyebrows slightly. His voice was not loud, but it instantly spread in all directions, clearly and unparalleled into the ears of the sea beasts present, and even the entire South China Sea within the Forbidden Sea. The human race has bullied people too much, cannibalizing my race and killing my virtuous son-in-law. This emperor must make them pay the price in blood. All sea clans whose cultivation is above the transformation realm should gather outside the dragon palace for me. Today, I will let those damned human races know how powerful my sea race is. As soon as these words came out, all the sea clans whose cultivation was above the transformation realm came towards the dragon palace at the first time. However, in just a few dozens of breaths of time, outside the dragon palace was a dense gathering of uncountable sea beasts. And in the distance there was a powerful sea beast rapidly converging towards this direction. Above the surface of the Forbidden Sea. Some of the people who encountered the sea beasts, they had thought that it would be hard to escape death today. However, they were shocked to find that these sea beasts had somehow stopped attacking them and instead retreated directly into the sea. Unaware of this, they thought that they were the sons of heaven's destiny, and that they had the existence of the fortune of turning evil into good. For a while, there was a lot of sighing. Unbeknownst to them, the retreat of these sea beasts was entirely for the more violent attack that was to follow. It was also at the time when the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea had summoned the sea beasts to prepare to deal with the human race that Gu Yuan had already followed the guidance of the system map and arrived in the sky above the Pill Emperor Valley. Pill Emperor Valley was located in a huge valley in the southern region of the Central Region. At the moment, the entire Pill King Valley was surrounded by a huge formation. A single rune flashed above the formation, containing extremely terrifying energy. Looking down from above through the formation, the Pill Emperor Valley covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, within which clouds and mist surround, many pavilions, a huge alchemy tower rising up to the sky, ancient trees in the sky, medicinal fields scattered. Occasionally there are immortal cranes circling around, haze, as if they were in a fairyland. After watching for a while, Gu Yuan moved his feet and walked straight into the formation. This formation was extremely terrifying, able to ward off existences of the Great Emperor Realm and immune to attacks from existences of the Great Emperor Realm. But Gu Yuan had gotten the Invincible Formation from the system. The Invincible Formation contains all formations in the world. In other words, he was the most powerful formation master on the desolate ancient continent. The formation in front of him was certainly sturdy and abnormal, but in his eyes, it was full of loopholes. He could easily enter it without even using any chi. Chapter 14 Pill Emperor Pillfire. Chapter 14 Pill Emperor Pillfire. As he entered the Pill Emperor Valley, Gu Yuan didn't talk nonsense. With a thought, a wisp of invincible imperial might immediately filled the air. In an instant, the entire Pill Emperor Valley was thrown into a panic, as if they were facing a great enemy. A middle-aged man wearing a red-colored alchemy robe with a guarded face appeared out of thin air right in front of Gu Yuan, and although he didn't look very old, his gaze was deep in vicissitudes, and at a glance, he was an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of thousands of years. Power surged within his body and his breath blossomed, powerful beyond measure. It was actually a peerless powerhouse of the undying Great Emperor perfection. He was the strongest person in the Pill Emperor Valley, the Pill Emperor, Pillfire, the head of the Pill Emperor Valley. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air continuously resounded. Immediately afterward a figure appeared around Gu Yuan. The number was extremely high, and the aura on each of them was powerful to the extreme. The weakest ones were all saint emperors and saints, and as for the strong ones, they even possessed the cultivation of undying great emperors. They were clearly the senior members of the Pill Emperor Valley. At the moment, they were all looking at Gu Yuan with guarded and nervous eyes, but they didn't dare to make any movements. Late generation Pillfire, Pill Emperor Valley Master, meet Senior. Pillfire made a respectful junior salute towards Gu Yuan before he then asked, "I wonder what Senior's purpose in descending to my Pill Emperor Valley is?" Although he could tell that the white-clothed youth in front of him was very young, no more than 17 or 18 years old. However, the peerless Great Emperor perfection aura emanating from the other party's body was undoubtedly an indication that the other party was a peerless powerhouse that far surpassed his own. Such a strong person should be called a senior. In the metaphysical world where the strong are honored, there are 3 realms of address. They are mole cricket, dog, and senior. A mole is someone who is weaker than oneself. A Taoist friend is someone whose strength is not too different from his own. As for seniors, they are those who are stronger than themselves. Now the conflict between the Pill Emperor Valley and the Dan Pavilion was in full swing because of that one extreme imperial pill. Now that a peerless great emperor had descended upon Pill King Valley, the odds were that the other party was found by the Dan Pavilion to deal with Pill Emperor Valley. However, before the other party made a move, Pillfire still gave Gu Yuan, a supreme powerhouse like the one in front of him, a certain amount of respect. Taking in the tension and wariness in the eyes of those present, Gu Yuan seemed to have guessed what they were nervous about. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "There is no need for you all to be nervous. I came to the Pill Emperor Valley just to ask for some medicinal herbs, and I have no ill will towards the Pill Emperor Valley." Seeking herbs? No offense? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, those present were clearly stunned. But after they froze, one of them laughed. It was thought that the other party was a supreme powerhouse that the Dan Pavilion had found to deal with them. But he didn't expect that the other party would just come to ask for medicinal herbs. How could they not be happy at the thought that they didn't have to make an enemy of a peerless great emperor? After hearing Gu Yuan's words, a smile appeared on Pillfire's face as well. As an existence of an imperishable great emperor perfection, he profoundly knew how terrifying an invincible great emperor was. He was naturally happy to be able to stay out of trouble with it. Without the slightest hesitation, he spoke with a smile, "I wonder what herbs Senior wants when he comes to my Pill King Valley. There are 108 herbs that I need, and they are." Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Yuan immediately spoke the herbs needed to refine the soul condensation pill. At first, Pillfire had a smile on his face, subconsciously thinking that the herbs Gu Yuan needed wouldn't be anything too precious. But as the names of the herbs were said one by one, the smile on his face gradually began to converge. At the back, his entire face became even more difficult to see. Just because. Among the medicinal herbs Gu Yuan had mentioned, there were actually 3 herbs that were the treasures of his medicine Emperor Valley. Those 3 herbs were extremely high-grade imperial medicines. And other than these 3 extremely high-grade imperial medicines, the rest of the herbs were mostly imperial medicines as well. Even if it wasn't an imperial medicine, it was a holy medicine. Phew! Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Pillfire then voiced out, "The medicinal herbs that Senior needs that are not any simple medicinal herbs. The late generation has the audacity to ask Senior, I don't know what Senior needs these medicinal herbs for?" "Refining an elixir." Gu Yuan calmly returned. "Refining an elixir." Pillfire's pupils shrunk, clearly having been shocked. So many precious herbs just to refine a single pill. Just thinking about it is enough to shock people into stupefaction. Almost subconsciously, Pillfire asked the curiosity in his heart, "I don't know what kind of pill Senior needs to refine?" Gu Yuan frowned slightly. "That's a little too much medicine fire talk. But think of the fact that you're here to beg for herbs." Gu Yuan still answered seriously. "The pill I need to refine is called the soul condensation pill, an imperial pill." Emperor's pill? Soul condensation pill? The legendary elixir? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Pillfire's pupils shrunk once again, and a look of shock couldn't help but appear on his face. He was one of the top pill emperors in the central region. For the path of the Dan Dao, he was naturally proficient beyond measure. With regards to soul condensation pills like this imperial grade pill, although he had never refined it, he had seen it on top of an ancient book. It was rumored that its pills were extremely difficult to refine, and only a top-tier imperial alchemist would be able to make them. Moreover, the medicinal effects of this Dan were extremely heaven-defying. It could allow the residual soul of a great emperor to instantly recover to its peak. If it was taken by an ordinary person, it would even allow their divine soul to instantly grow countless times. Thinking that the person in front of him actually wanted to refine was this kind of elixir, how could he not be shocked? After the shock passed, Pillfire immediately spoke out, "Senior, you come with me, I'll take you to fetch the herbs." Before Gu Yuan could speak, there was someone on the side who took the first step and exclaimed, "Master, you can't. Those medicinal herbs are the backbone of my medicine Emperor Valley, and among them, the 7-colored snow lotus, the spirit grass of creation, and the vermilion fruit are even more of my medicine Emperor Valley's treasures, so how can they be handed over to others so easily?" Looking at the person who spoke, Pillfire was helpless in his heart. He didn't want to hand over these medicinal herbs either, but Gu Yuan was a peerless great emperor. Can he refuse? Obviously it can't. Now, he voluntarily handed it over and was still able to befriend such a great emperor. But if you are passively surrendered. He, Medicine King Valley, didn't even know what a terrible price he would have to pay. But suddenly seemed to think of something, his eyes flashed, his face sank, and he immediately rebuked at the person who had previously made a sound. Stupid. Chapter 15, Overthrowing the Pill Emperor Valley. Chapter 15, Overthrowing the Pill Emperor Valley. Stupid. Now the conflict between the Dan Pavilion and my Pill Emperor Valley is in full swing. My Medicine Emperor Valley will be destroyed in the hands of the Dan Pavilion in a matter of days. Those treasures of the valley in my Pill Emperor Valley, rather than cheaply handing them over to that teacher-defying bastard Han Feng, I'd rather hand them over to Senior. Speaking here, Pillfire looked at Gu Yuan and suddenly turned his words around. Senior's cultivation is profound and his strength is overwhelming. Now that my Pill Emperor Valley has encountered a crisis, I wonder if you, Senior, could step in and help my Pill Emperor Valley? After a pause, he added, the Dan Pavilion has a deep heritage and is extremely strong, so if Senior doesn't want to help my Pill Emperor Valley, my Pill Emperor Valley won't force it. After saying that, Pillfire looked at Gu Yuan with bated breath. Not only him, but the people of the surrounding Pill Emperor Valley were all looking at him with bated breath. There was a clear flash of anticipation in his eyes. Pill Emperor Valley was one of the superpowers in the central domain, with deep roots and strength, and had accumulated more and more connections over the years by refining pills for some of the major powers in the central domain, and had great calling power, and with a single call of the arm, there were quite a number of strong people who came out to support them. But the Dan Pavilion's power spread throughout the entire desolate ancient continent. Its depth and strength was only stronger than the Pill Emperor Valley. Because of the reason for the conflict with the Dan Pavilion, many great powers had chosen to stand by and watch, and now a peerless great emperor had appeared in front of them. If he could be brought into his camp, this was a scene that all the people of the Pill Emperor Valley wished to see. A peerless great emperor could reverse the disadvantages Pill Emperor Valley faced against the Dan Pavilion. Invincible Emperor, that was already the strongest person above the desolate ancient continent. Greeting the expectant gazes of the people present at the Pill Emperor Valley, Gu Yuan spoke with a light smile. Eating a man's mouth is soft, taking a man's hand is short. Since I took your Medicine Emperor Valley's medicinal herbs, now that your Medicine Emperor Valley is in danger, I naturally cannot stand by and watch with folded arms. The moment these words came out, smiles appeared on the faces of the people present at the Pill Emperor Valley. With Gu Yuan's words, he, Pill Emperor Valley, would no longer fear the Dan Pavilion in the slightest. Pillfire couldn't suppress the grin on his face any longer. Bowing repeatedly, he said, many thanks Senior, many thanks Senior. Senior, quickly follow me into the Pill Emperor Valley, and I will fetch you the medicinal materials you need. Good. Gu Yuan nodded. After a pause, he then spoke out, my name is Gu Yuan, just call me by my first name, I'm only 18, you're calling me old with a mouthful of seniors. This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. How could he not expect that Gu Yuan's age was really as young as it looked? At first, they thought that Gu Yuan had taken some kind of elixir, which was why he looked so young. In reality, I'm afraid it's an old monster that has lived for an unknown number of years. Now I hear that the other guy is really young, but 18. At the age of 18, he had already cultivated to the peerless great emperor realm. Who can hear this and not be shocked? Shocked, those present couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. They were also once amazingly talented and supremely proud. There have also been times when I've admired the feeling of being courted by millions. But now when compared to Gu Yuan, they just feel like they've lived all those years on a dog. The so-called Absolute Heaven's Pride's appellation had also become especially harsh to the ears. Okay, former Yuchi Emperor. After the shock passed, Pillfire immediately changed his address to Gu Yuan. And as Gu Yuan walked into the Pill Emperor Valley under the leadership of Pillfire, a figure had appeared out of thin air outside the Pill Emperor Valley's mountain protection formation. They were the people of the Dan Pavilion who were responsible for monitoring the Pill Emperor Valley's every move. Who was that person earlier? He's so fast, I didn't even react before he actually walked into the Pill Emperor Valley. Me too. This person can make Pillfire respect him so much, it's bound to be a top-notch powerhouse. My Dan Pavilion has already put down the word that whoever dares to help the Pill Emperor Valley is an enemy of my Dan Pavilion, and once this word came out, many great powers didn't dare to act rashly, but in this situation, there are still some people who dare to help the Pill Emperor Valley, so it seems that my Dan Pavilion still underestimated this Pill Emperor Valley. For a strong person who can make Pillfire pay so much attention to appear in Pill Emperor Valley, this matter is not trivial and must be reported to the Chief Pavilion Master at the first opportunity. In the midst of the chatter, someone had already taken out a summoning jade talisman and started to report everything that happened here to Dan Pavilion's Chief Pavilion Master Han Feng. In a situation where my Dan Pavilion has put down harsh words, there's still someone who doesn't know how to die and chooses to help Pill Emperor Valley. This is simply not putting my Dan Pavilion, or me, Han Feng, in your eyes. A man with a grim gaze, emanating an uninviting aura all over his body, listened to the news that came from the side of the transmission jade talisman, and there was clearly a cold color flashing in his eyes. He was Pill Flame's senior brother, the chief pavilion master of the Dan Pavilion, who had single-handedly created the Dan Pavilion, and Han Feng, who possessed the cultivation of an undying great emperor perfection. Nowadays, almost all of my Dan Pavilion's people have converged on the central region as well. In that case, just in case the night is long, let's overthrow Pill Emperor Valley today. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Han Feng once again took out a summoning jade talisman between his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, it was catalyzed. As the summoning jade talisman was activated, a respectful to the extreme voice immediately came from within. The Southern Domain Pavilion Master has met the Chief Pavilion Master. What are the Chief Pavilion Master's orders? The North Domain Pavilion Master has met the Chief Pavilion Master. What are the Chief Pavilion Master's orders? The East Domain Pavilion Master has met the Chief Pavilion Master. What are the Chief Pavilion Master's orders? The Western Pavilion Master has met the Chief Pavilion Master. What are the Chief Pavilion Master's orders? The Central Region Lingxiao City Pavilion Master has met the Chief Pavilion Master. What are the Chief Pavilion Master's orders? Only when the sound from the summoning jade talisman stopped did Han Feng faintly utter, "Now you are all in the Central Region, right?" Back to the words of the Chief Pavilion Master, "Right now we are in the Central Region." Voices in unison came from within the summoning jade talisman. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction, and then this came out, "Since they're all in the Central Region, then you and I will utilize all the power you can, and now we'll go to the Pill Emperor Valley. Overthrow Pill Emperor Valley today. It's the Chief Pavilion Master." Voices in unison came from within the summoning jade talisman. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction before putting away the summoning jade talisman, and then he already headed towards the Pill Emperor Valley without any haste as he moved his feet. At the same time, within a luxurious pavilion, within a grand golden hall, all of them had a powerful person fly out from them, and then fly towards a certain direction. That direction was exactly the direction where the Pill Emperor Valley was located. These powerhouses were extremely numerous, and I'm afraid they were no less than tens of thousands. And there were also strong people traveling to Pill Emperor Valley one after another. Once they appeared, they completely revealed their cultivation aura. It attracted the attention of countless people for a while. With so many powerful people moving in unison, it seems like the Dan Pavilion is preparing to go to war with Pill Emperor Valley once and for all. The two largest alchemist forces in the central region are at war, and I don't know who will have the last laugh. Needless to say, it's bound to be Pill Emperor Valley. The Pill Emperor Valley has stood in the central region for millions of years. How can it be compared to the Dan Pavilion with its deep heritage? This is not true. Although the Dan Pavilion has only been developing for tens of thousands of years, its power spreads throughout the entire desolate ancient continent. Although the Pill Emperor Valley is strong, in my opinion, it is inferior to the Dan Pavilion. It was also at the time when the central region's powerhouses were speculating about who would have the last laugh between the Dan Pavilion and the Pill Emperor Valley. Hundreds of thousands of strong people had already gathered outside of the Medicine Emperor Valley. They were the Dan Pavilion's strongest with the Dan Pavilion's outside help. Their breath was thick and strong, and none of them were weak. Chapter 16, There is a Way to Take Death. Chapter 16, There is a Way to Take Death. Emperor Yuan, this storage ring contains the medicinal herbs you need. Sending a storage ring into Gu Yuan's hand, Pillfire added after a pause. There's also a 9 Revolutions Imperial Soul Grass I don't have in Pill Emperor Valley either. Hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown. 9 turns of the Emperor's soul grass to seize the creation of heaven and earth, absorbing the world's powerful soul growth, even if taken alone, that can nourish the soul of the soul to strengthen the soul. This drug is one of the most important main drug refining soul condensation Dan. If he didn't have the 9 turns Emperor's soul grass, then even if he gathered all the 107 medicinal herbs for refining the soul condensation pill, and was able to refine the soul condensation pill. But such a soul condensation pill could not utilize its true medicinal effects at all. It simply couldn't instantly restore little sister's divine soul to its peak. Seeing Gu Yuan frown, Pillfire hurriedly spoke out. Emperor Yuan, although my Medicine Emperor Valley doesn't have the 9 turns Imperial Soul Grass, I know a place that definitely does. What place? Hearing this, Gu Yuan didn't even think about it before asking out towards Pillfire. Pillfire didn't hesitate, and immediately spoke out gruffly, Southern Domain Prohibited Area, Mazhou, 10,000 Souls Abyss. The Vanguard Demon Sect controlled the entire southern region during its heyday in ancient times, and the MO State was the mass grave of the Vanguard Demon Sect, where countless powerful people were buried, and even great emperors had buried many. If we say where there's a 9 turns Emperor Soul Grass, then it's bound to be the southern region's MO Prefecture. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's furrowed brows re-stretched. Just know where to know there is. With his strength, if he knew it was there, then he could take it. And that's when. It's no good. Valley Master. Something big is wrong. A sharp voice came. Immediately after that, he saw a green-shirted boy with a panicked face running into the main hall. What's the point of panicking? Pillfire glared at the green-shirted boy in dissatisfaction before asking in a cold voice, "Speak, what is it?" The green-shirted boy didn't dare to hesitate and immediately opened his mouth. But the words had not yet left his mouth. Rumble. A loud popping sound instantly resounded throughout the entire Pill Emperor Valley. With that, the entire Pill Emperor Valley was like an earthquake, shaking fiercely twice. The sound of a loud explosive shout also entered from outside at this moment, clearly and incomparably into everyone's ears. "Pillfire, get your ass out here and die." Upon hearing this explosive shout, the faces of the people present at the Pill Emperor Valley all changed in unison. It was not a voice they were unfamiliar with. It was none other than the voice of the chief pavilion master of the Dan Pavilion, Pillfire's senior brother, Han Feng, who possessed the cultivation of an imperishable great emperor perfection. Seeing the reaction of the people of the surrounding Pill Emperor Valley, Gu Yuan vaguely guessed something and subconsciously asked, "Is it the Dan Pavilion's people who have come?" Back to Emperor Yuan, yes. Pillfire nodded seriously. After a pause, he added, "The person who spoke out just now is the chief pavilion master of the Dan Pavilion, Han Feng." Gu Yuan nodded slightly to show that he understood, then he nodded and said, "Let's go, take me to meet him for a while." "Okay, Emperor Yuchi." Soon, the group of people walked out of the Great Hall and came high above the sky. Sweeping across the Pill Emperor Valley's mountain protector formation over everyone outside the Pill Emperor Valley. Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Is this the depth of the Dan Pavilion? Not bad indeed. Outside the Dan Pavilion, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered at the moment. There were many powerful great emperors and holy emperors among them. It is truly mind-blowing to see such depth. Outside the Pill Emperor Valley. Looking distantly at Gu Yuan, who was walking in front of a group of Pill Emperor Valleys, the person who had seen Gu Yuan earlier immediately transmitted his voice towards Han Feng, Chief Pavilion Master. The person who entered the Pill Emperor Valley earlier was him. Aha! Han Feng nodded and glanced at Gu Yuan. Coldness flashed in his eyes as he let out a bellowing cry from his mouth. Who are you? Now that you dare to help Pill Emperor Valley, are you looking for death? Between the words, Han Feng did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. His Dan Pavilion had clearly put out the word. Whoever dares to help Pill Emperor Valley is an enemy of the Dan Pavilion. In such a situation, there was still someone who dared to make a move to help the Pill Emperor Valley. This was not putting his Dan Pavilion in his eyes, not putting him, Han Feng, in his eyes. Such a person already has a way of taking death in his eyes. I was going to talk to you nicely, but your killing heart is so strong, so die. Feeling the undisguised killing intent in Han Feng's eyes, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel a hint of killing intent rise in his heart towards him as well. In a single movement of his feet, his entire body had disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived outside of the Pill Emperor Valley's mountain protector formation. See this scene. The people within the Pill Emperor Valley couldn't help but feel a wave of scalp numbness and heartbreak. To know. Right now, there were hundreds of thousands of strong people gathered outside of the Pill Emperor Valley's mountain protecting formation. There were many existences of the Great Emperor realm among them. But it is in this case. Gu Yuan still chose to walk out of the Pill Emperor Valley's mountain protection formation alone. That's in their opinion. Gu Yuan this move. It's almost like looking for death. The Dan Pavilion's group of powerhouses were also visibly stunned, apparently also not expecting Gu Yuan to actually walk out of the Pill Emperor Valley's mountain protecting formation on his own. After freezing, Han Feng was the first to react. Almost without even thinking, he let out an explosive shout. Kill this maniac for me. Walking out of the mountain protector formation alone and choosing to face hundreds of thousands of their powerhouses wasn't a fanatic? While bursting into drink, Han Feng wasn't idle either. Between the surges of power in his body, he waved his big hand, and a huge, incomparable fireball immediately slammed down fiercely towards Gu Yuan. The fireball took on the colors of red, orange, and blue. Its destructive aura filled the air, causing the space to ripple, terrifyingly incomparable. The rest of the Dan Pavilion powerhouses weren't idle either, and between the surges of power within their bodies, they each struck out their own proud means of attack. For a moment, the entire outside of the Pill Emperor Valley was like fireworks, filled with all sorts of colorful attacks. It's over. It's all over. Seeing this scene, the people of the Pill Emperor Valley couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. There were nearly tens of thousands of powerhouses who had taken action, and among them, there were also some extremely powerful great emperors. If so many means of attack landed on Gu Yuan, then Gu Yuan's end could be imagined how tragic it would be. Even if Gu Yuan was an invincible great emperor, then he was bound to die 10 deaths. Or the kind that dies without even a crumb. Just because. There were simply too many people out there, too strong and too powerful. It's hard not to despair when you think about it. They would like to come to the rescue. But it was obviously too late to strike now. Han Feng's thoughts were the same as theirs, and didn't think that Gu Yuan would be able to survive a strike struck by so many powerful people. Thus, a smile had appeared on his face upon seeing the brilliant and colorful means of attack smashing down towards Gu Yuan from the sky. The mouth is also unconsciously issued a burst of unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. I had thought that Pill Emperor Valley's helpers would be some kind of extraordinary existence. I didn't expect that, but it's a total douchebag, ha ha ha. Ridiculously laughing, Han Feng was like a chicken with its throat pinched, no longer able to make any sound. With that, a strong look of panic couldn't help but appear on his face. Just because. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and a white-clothed figure had already appeared in front of him. The other party's large hand probed out, just like an iron clamp, strangling his throat with unparalleled precision. Chapter 17, Easy to Pinch to Death. Chapter 17, Easy to Pinch. Rumble. The sound of an incomparably loud explosion resounded within the heavens and earth. That was the commotion caused by the attacking means struck by a group of Dan Pavilion powerhouses earlier, which had ruthlessly bombarded on top of the Pill Emperor Valley's mountain protection formation. The Pill Emperor Valley was like an earthquake under this collision, trembling fiercely for a long time. Berserk shockwave to collision place as the center, crazy swept in all directions, destroying everything around. Vibration of the space turned up a road ripples. It's really scary as hell. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring unblinkingly at Gu Yuan's previous location. The light from the explosion dissipated. The hearts of the crowd of Pill Emperor Valley people couldn't help but sink. There was no more Gu Yuan there. What did that mean? It meant that Gu Yuan had died without even a crumb left. Gu Yuan was their strongest foreign aid right now, but now he died just like this. Thinking about this, they were naturally not happy. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Compared to their sadness, the group of Dan Pavilion powerhouses unanimously revealed smiles. Some even couldn't help but let out a disdainful laugh. Alone, he dared to face hundreds of thousands of us. I thought he would have 2 skills, but I didn't expect this, huh? It's really lame. Yeah, it's so lame. Ha ha ha. At the moment, they all thought Gu Yuan was dead. Completely unnoticed. Their Dan Pavilion's chief pavilion master, Han Feng, was being lifted in midair like a chicken cub. You guys, look, chief pavilion master. Among the crowd, I don't know who let out a terrified yell, and only then did everyone's eyes move from where Gu Yuan had previously been to where Han Feng was. And this look instantly caused their pupils to shrink, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Obviously, how could they not expect that Gu Yuan not only didn't die under the attacking means of a group of them not to mention, but even came to Han Feng's side with a speed so fast that they didn't notice the slightest abnormality, and came in a wave of capturing the thief first. Those within the Pill Emperor Valley were shocked and delighted at this scene. It's great that Emperor Yuan didn't die. Did you guys see when he went to Han Feng's side? Didn't see it clearly. I thought Emperor Yuan died. Shut up. Nonsense, rip your mouth off. Gu Yuan was oblivious to the reactions of those present. Instead, he looked at Han Feng, who was being lifted in the air as if he were lifting a chicken cub, and opened his mouth with a faint smile. Smile, don't you love to smile? Why don't you laugh? At this moment, Han Feng was suffocating and terrified at the same time. One must know that he was in existence of an undying great emperor perfection. It was one of the small group of people who stood at the top of the desolate continent. But now he didn't even see how the person in front of him appeared, and he was easily taken by the other party. This undoubtedly made him feel a strong sense of fear. The person in front of him was simply too terrifying. More terrifying than anyone he'd ever met. I'm afraid that only that legendary world guardian can overpower the other side. As he thought about this in his mind, he was also mobilizing the power in his body, wanting to break free from Gu Yuan's bonds. However, the power in his body just mobilized. He was shocked to find that an extremely terrifying and vast power surged into his body, instantly blocking the power in his body, so that he simply could not mobilize a trace of power in his body. Helplessly, he tried to open his mouth to beg for mercy. But his neck was pinched by Gu Yuan, and his lips squirmed, unable to make the slightest sound at all. And at that moment, some people from the Dan Pavilion finally came back from their shock. "Let go of my master. Let go of the chief pavilion master. Damn you guys, let go of Brother Han." As the sound of an explosive shout fell, there were actually several people coming quickly towards Gu Yuan. Between the surges of power within their bodies, they were already preparing to strike their strongest blows against Gu Yuan. They were the people closest to Han Feng. The number is small, 7 or 8. The strong ones had the cultivation of an undying great emperor, and as for the weak ones, they only had the cultivation of the saint realm. There were also some people from the Dan Pavilion who wanted to make a move, but after seeing Han Feng being easily taken in Gu Yuan's hands like a chicken cub, their eyes instantly cleared quite a bit. Instead of advancing, they silently retreated to the back, shielding the rest of the people in front of them. "You want me to let him go? Then you have to say it. How will I know if I don't?" Glancing at the people from the Dan Pavilion who were rushing in, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the few Dan Pavilion people who had rushed in visibly froze for a moment. Subconsciously, he thought Gu Yuan would let Han Feng off so easily. But the next instant, they realized that they seemed to have misunderstood Gu Yuan's meaning. Just listen. Click. A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Han Feng's head tilted, and the vitality in his body rapidly drained away, instantly transforming into an ice-cold corpse. The divine soul in his body was also directly ground out by Gu Yuan, and he was obviously dead beyond death. After reaching the cultivation level of a great emperor, his lifespan was limitless, and he could also achieve the rebirth of a severed limb and the rebirth of a drop of blood, and it could be extremely difficult to kill such an existence. But that also depended on who it was that had taken a shot at the great emperor. Let's not forget that Gu Yuan is a hangman, possessing the topmost cultivation in this side of the world. He wanted to kill a great emperor. That's really not much different than killing a chicken. Damn! Do you know who you killed? Asshole! You dare to kill my master, I want you to pay for your life. Brother Han, I'll kill this brat to pay for your life. Madman, suffer death. As an explosive cry fell, the person rushing in had already struck his strongest blow towards Gu Yuan. Your strongest chief pavilion master died in my hands, and you still dare to strike at me, that's quite courageous. Slanting his eyes at the person who had rushed in, Gu Yuan spoke up with a sigh. With that, he merged his fingers like swords, and a ray of invincible sword intent flashed across his fingertips. He used his hand as a sword and slashed out. As soon as the sword came out, a clear sound of sword roaring suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A white sword light appeared out of thin air, and then carrying an incomparably terrifying might, it directly tore through space and chopped straight at the person rushing ahead. This sword light was not only extremely powerful, but also extremely fast. It's like a shooting star crossing the night sky, passing by in an instant. The attacking means struck by the people rushing in were instantly annihilated under this sword. The sword light then went on unabated and chopped straight onto the person who rushed in. Put! 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 Successive bursts of sound came out, and those who rushed towards Gu Yuan all exploded into a cloud of blood mist. To death they hadn't even uttered a single scream, and could be said to have died extremely peacefully. Chapter 18 Dragon Emperor of the South Sea. Chapter 18 Dragon Emperor of the South Sea. Gulp! 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 Watching Gu Yuan easily pinch Han Feng to death, and then casually decapitate several strongmen, the people present in the Dan Pavilion couldn't help but gulp furiously. Obviously they were shocked to no end. After the shock had passed, their will to fight was all gone. There was no intention whatsoever of proceeding to combat. Between the movements of their feet, they immediately fled in all directions. Gu Yuan was able to easily kill the strongest Han Feng out of hundreds of thousands of them. He was simply strong against the heavens. What's the difference between making an enemy of such a person and seeking death? And Han Feng is dead, so what's the point? But as soon as they moved, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Just because. In their surroundings, there were already many more powerful people at this moment. From the dress, it was not hard to tell that these people were all from Pill Emperor Valley. There were quite a few, hundreds of thousands. Although there were not as many people as their Dan Pavilion, and their overall strength was not as good as the Dan Pavilion, but now that the chief pavilion master of the Dan Pavilion had died, they had long since been reduced to a scattered mess. Coupled with the pressure that Gu Yuan had brought upon them, now that they were facing the people of the Pill Emperor Valley, who were fewer and weaker than them, they still inevitably panicked. Where do you all want to go? Looking at the panicked Dan Pavilion people, Pillfire had a smile on his face and asked with a smirk. He was truly happy in this moment. I had thought that the arrival of the Dan Pavilion would put the Pill Emperor Valley in a desperate situation. However, Gu Yuan had pinched Han Feng to death with such ease, leaving the people of the Dan Pavilion without a leader, and turning them into a scattered mass of sand that he could manipulate. It's hard not to be upset when you think about it. In the face of Pillfire's words, all of the people in the Dan Pavilion chose to remain silent, and none of them answered. In this regard, Pillfire was not surprised, as if it had long been expected this. The smile on his face slowly converged, and his furious undying Great Emperor Perfection aura rumbled out, fiercely pressing down towards the people of the Dan Pavilion. As the faces of the people of the Dan Pavilion became ugly one by one, Pillfire then spoke in a cold voice. We're all alchemists together, you've only been abetted by that bastard Han Feng who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors, which is why you chose to go to war with my Pill Emperor Valley. Considering that we are all alchemists together, I won't harm you, but in order to prevent any of you from wanting to avenge Han Feng, alchemists among you with a Saint Realm cultivation or higher need to hand over their innate souls. So that I can spare you, I wonder if you are willing to hand over your innate souls? Speaking here, Pillfire swept his gaze over all the Dan Pavilion people present. Surrendering one's innate divine soul meant putting one's life in the hands of someone else. If the other party was unhappy, they could instantly kill him through their intrinsic divine soul. Normally, no one would choose to hand over their original divine soul. But this is clearly not the usual case. If you don't hand over your original soul, you will die immediately. Thus, after only a brief hesitation, someone spoke out, I am willing to hand over my innate divine soul. So do I. So do I. One person spoke up, and the rest of the people spoke up one after another. Seeing this scene, Pillfire couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Putting all the Great Emperor's original souls away, he then came to Gu Yuan's side and bowed respectfully, Emperor Yuan's great kindness, I have no teeth to forget, if one day Emperor Yuan has a need to use me, Emperor Yuan can just ask, on the Mountain of Swords and under the Sea of Fire, I'm sure to be obliged to do so. Gu Yuan nodded slightly before saying, now that the herbs I need have been fetched, and the trouble with the Dan Pavilion has been taken care of for you, then I'll be leaving first. Greetings to Emperor Yuchi. Pillfire smiled and spoke. But as if he thought of something, he then asked, I wonder which power you come from, my lord? Lingyun sect. Gu Yuan didn't think much about it, and after casually replying, he moved his feet and quickly disappeared from Pillfire's view. Lingyun sect? Is this the hidden sect of my central region? Looking at the direction Gu Yuan disappeared in, Pillfire couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had not heard of such a sect in the central region. After thinking about it, he looked for someone and said, Xiao Chun, go and poke around, I need to know the location of the Lingyun sect. Hearing these words, the face of the youth named Xiao Chun couldn't help but change. Master, Emperor Profound is from the Lingyun sect, so if you're asking me to spy on the location of the Lingyun sect, what's the difference between you and asking me to seek death? Pop. Pillfire raised his hand and slapped Xiao Chuan on the back of his head before he said with hatred, Emperor Yuan has shown great kindness to my Pill Emperor Valley, do you think I should send him a little of my Pill Emperor Valley's specialties? Since I'm giving away specialties, do you think I need to know where the others are? Oh. Xiao Dust nodded in realization. But soon he realized something was wrong and said, Master, if you want to deliver the specialties, why don't you do it now? Pop. Pillfire raised his hand and slapped the back of Xiao Chuan's head again, before he said with helplessness in his tone, these days because of the Dan Pavilion's matter, the Pill Emperor Valley has not been refining pills, so where are the pills to send? Oh. In the meantime. In the sky above Linhai City, the sky and earth changed color and the wind rose. In the forbidden sea in front of it, the sea was densely packed with sea beasts. There are so many of them that they simply cannot be counted. A 10,000 feet high wave rose up from the ground, like a large mountain, standing in front of Linhai City. At the top of the waves, there were countless people of the dragon clan wearing golden armor and with dragon horns on their heads. At the forefront of these dragon people was a middle-aged man wearing a blue dragon robe, with a pair of domineering dragon horns on his head, looking extremely majestic. The man was no one else but the South Sea Dragon Emperor who controlled the south to central domain area of the Forbidden Sea. With his eyes looking in the direction of Linhai City, the South Sea Dragon Emperor spoke. Li Lin, tell this emperor who killed my virtuous son-in-law, the nine-headed saint. This emperor can give you a pain in the ass. If not, this emperor will make you beg for your life and beg for your death. His voice was like thunder, shaking the sea. Linhai City's recently repaired city guard formation directly burst open under this sound. Berserk shockwaves swept in all directions, instantly destroying many buildings within Linhai City. Many people with low cultivation and those with no cultivation died directly and tragically as a result. Even Li Lin, the strongest person in Linhai City, was directly shaken under this shockwave and spat out blood from his mouth. A single blast caused such terrible destruction. This South Sea Dragon Emperor was truly terrifying as hell. Hang in there, City Lordly, we'll go to the central region to get you reinforcements. City Lordly, farewell. A voice entered Li Lin's ears. Li Lin subconsciously looked up. This look instantly made his face sink. Only to see that there were several figures rising up into the sky, and then quickly escaping in the direction of the central region. Those were some strong men and formation masters that he had spent a lot of money to find from the central domain. He had found these people in order to be able to fend off the sea race, but he had never imagined that the sea race's people had only just arrived, and these people had fled without a fight. This inevitably caused him to despair. I only thought that Linhai City was bound to be finished today. Chapter 19, Gu Yuan arrives. Chapter 19, Gu Yuan arrives. Fleeing without fighting, a cowardly act, to be executed. Looking at the several figures that flew out from Linhai, no matter how much he struggled, that didn't help. He simply couldn't break free from the South Sea Dragon Emperor's bonds. In the end, he could only watch as he flew towards the South Sea Dragon Emperor at an extremely fast speed. If you want this emperor to let go of you, it's very simple, you only need to tell this emperor who killed my virtuous son-in-law. The South Sea Dragon Emperor's voice was indifferent as he said, even if you don't say it, this emperor's soul search will likewise be able to know, you'd better speak obediently. Hearing the word soul search, Li Lin's face couldn't help but change. Between the surges of power in his body, he actually gave up struggling and instead converged all his power towards his body. He was ready to blow himself up. In order to prevent the South Sea Dragon Emperor from searching his soul, he actually chose to blow himself up. The purpose was only to keep the South Sea Dragon Emperor from knowing that the person who killed the nine-headed Saint Sovereign was Gu Yuan. Thus, the South Sea Dragon Emperor would not go after Gu Yuan's trouble. Trying to blow yourself up in front of this emperor, do you think it's possible? The South Sea Dragon Emperor had already seen through Li Lin's thoughts and couldn't help but let out a cold snort of disdain from his mouth. As the words fell, a terrifying imperial might violently erupted. Put! Under this imperial might, Li Lin was simply unable to withstand it. With a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of blood immediately spurted out of his mouth. The power he had just mobilized instantly fell apart. Its aura instantly became shriveled. In front of a peerless great emperor, he just couldn't do it even if he wanted to blow himself up and seek death. Thinking about this, a thick despair immediately surfaced in Li Lin's eyes. Griffin! Seeing the despair in Li Lin's eyes, the corners of the South Sea Dragon Emperor's mouth lifted slightly as his mouth sounded disdainfully. What's that? Suddenly, the eyes of a person of the dragon race beside the South Sea Dragon Emperor flashed with a strange color as he looked in the direction of the central region. An involuntary exclamation of surprise also escaped from its mouth. Only to see that there a streak of light was coming towards the side at a speed that was as fast as it could be. Its speed was so fast that within a few breaths, it had already arrived within 1,000 meters in front of the crowd. Because of the previous person's alarming cry, at this moment, everyone's gazes were all looking towards that flash of streaming light in unison. Only to see that it was a youth with a slender and handsome figure, just like an immortal descending from the heavens. When he was able to see the youth's face, Li Lin's face instantly changed drastically, and his mouth also involuntarily let out an explosive cry. Go! Go! The person who came was no other than Gu Yuan. Now that the South Sea Dragon Emperor had gathered a quarter of the sea beasts and powerhouses in the Forbidden Sea, his purpose was to find the culprit who had killed the nine-headed saint. Now that Gu Yuan had come here, it was simply asking for death. Gu Yuan was the savior of his Linhai city. Therefore, upon seeing its figure clearly, he subconsciously wanted to keep the other party away from this menacing place. Go? Why? Hearing Li Lin's words, Gu Yuan visibly froze. But with a sweep of his eyes, he had vaguely guessed everything. Joining his fingers like swords, a flash of invincible sword intent flashed across his fingertips. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Gu Yuan raised his hand and chopped out with his finger as a sword. A sword came out, and a terrifying and incomparable sword light immediately exploded out. The sword light was so bright that it tore through space, carrying an incomparably terrifying might straight toward the huge dragon claw that was condensed by the South Sea Dragon Emperor's aura and grasping Lingyun. Put! The sword light arrived in an instant, directly tearing apart the South Sea Dragon Emperor's huge dragon claws gathered by aura. The dragon claws gathered by the aura were torn apart in an instant, and the South Sea Dragon Emperor was clearly suffering from a backlash. His face changed slightly, and his feet unconsciously took half a step back. His eyes looked toward Gu Yuan, and a color of surprise clearly flashed under his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Yuan to have such strength when he looked so young. Of course, although it was unexpected, he wasn't afraid of Gu Yuan. After all, he was a genuine peerless great emperor. It was one of the strongest group of people standing at the top of the desolate ancient continent. There were far too few people in the world that he could fear. And at that moment, Gu Yuan waved his big hand, and a huge palm print instantly surfaced, grabbing Li Lin in the process. Although he was saved by Gu Yuan, Li Lin's face didn't look much better. His eyes went to Gu Yuan, and he spoke without even thinking. Emperor Yuan, the South Sea Dragon Emperor is here for the nine-headed sacred one, so you should quickly leave. Go? Why should I leave? Gu Yuan let out a light laugh, before he turned his gaze towards the South Sea Dragon Emperor and spoke bluntly. I killed the nine-headed Saint Sovereign, now if you are sensible, then you can leave by yourself. If not, I don't mind sending you down to be with him. Upon hearing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor instantly became furious. The harlot is arrogant. As his explosive voice fell, the people of the Dragon Clan in golden armor around him had already moved in unison. However, in the blink of an eye, he came to the surroundings of Gu Yuan, vaguely blocking all of Gu Yuan's escape routes. Kill him! As the South Sea Dragon Emperor's loud explosive cry fell, these people immediately stopped talking nonsense. Between the surges of power within their bodies, their chi was connected, and they actually allowed their own power to grow countless times. And then without the slightest hesitation, they struck their strongest blow. Seeing this, the corners of the South Sea Dragon Emperor's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. These people of the Dragon Clan wearing golden armor were the strongest members of his Dragon Clan. Without exception, all of them were powerhouses of the Great Emperor realm. Under the augmentation of the formation, even if one encountered an invincible Great Emperor, then one would be able to battle with one. Now these people were striking their strongest blows against a young-looking human cultivator. He didn't think Gu Yuan would be able to take it down. And there is only one thing that happens if you can't catch it, and that is 10 deaths. Chapter 20 from the Heart. Chapter 20 from the Heart. However, what happened in the next instant caused the South Sea Dragon Emperor's gaze to snap. See only. Greeting the attacks struck by each and every person of the Dragon Clan wearing golden armor, Gu Yuan looked calm, his face unchanged in the slightest. Just as the South Sea Dragon Emperor thought that Gu Yuan was not scared silly. Gu Yuan slowly spat out a word between the opening and closing of his lips. Get out! One word falls. A terrifyingly berserk and invincible imperial might immediately swept away in all directions with Gu Yuan as the center. Under this invincible emperor's might, the strikes struck by the group of people of the Dragon Clan wearing golden armor were broken one after another. A group of people of the dragon race wearing golden armor were also shaken under this invincible imperial might, and each one of them flew backwards in blood, eventually smashing down into the Forbidden Sea viciously. This imperial might, you're at the peerless great emperor perfection realm. Feeling the raging and invincible imperial might emanating from Gu Yuan's body, the South Sea Dragon Emperor couldn't help but have a strong look of scorn appear on his face. Although he was also a peerless great emperor, there was a gap between peerless great emperors. He was only at the late stage of the invincible great emperor, and Gu Yuan? Invincible great emperor perfection. Although there was only a small realm difference between him and Gu Yuan. This gap may seem small. The truth is unimaginably large. If Gu Yuan wanted to, could easily beat him by 10. Having realized this, how could he not be scornful? That's a bit of insight. Glancing at the South Sea Dragon Emperor, Gu Yuan's eyes immediately flashed with an unexpected color. This was the first time someone had directly stated his realm. He looked at Gu Yuan seriously for a long time. The South Sea Dragon Emperor seemed to have made some sort of determination. Phew! Only to see that he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then his knees went weak and he fell straight to his knees. Seriously and solemnly, he spoke. Little dragon has eyes but no eyes, and has bumped into Senior, so I ask that you, Senior, please spare little dragon's life. If you, Senior, spare little dragon is willing to serve you as a dog and horse, and is obliged to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. After saying that, the South Sea Dragon Emperor looked at Gu Yuan seriously. He's not a wimp. Instead, from the heart. There's no way, it's a real fight. And Gu Yuan was so young to have such strength. The future achievements are simply unlimited. It's no loss to submit to such a man. Choosing to submit was a deliberate choice on his part. It wasn't really as the onlookers saw it, it was simply because they were afraid of death that they chose to submit. As the South Sea Dragon Emperor's words fell, the living beings present were all startled in unison. How could one not expect that the always proud dragon race would choose to surrender without a fight? Moreover, it was the South Sea Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 masters of the Forbidden Sea, who had surrendered without a fight. After the shock had passed, there were quite a few strong dragon race members who spoke up at this moment. The Dragon Emperor must not. Dragon Emperor, why? Father Emperor, do you realize what you are doing? In response to these remarks, the South Sea Dragon Emperor's face sank, and he immediately rebuked in dissatisfaction, "Shut up, all of you." As his words fell, all the dragon race powerhouses immediately fell silent. From this, it is not difficult to see how high the South Sea Dragon Emperor enjoys in the dragon tribe. After rebuking him, the South Sea Dragon Emperor turned his gaze back to Gu Yuan and spoke once again, "I wonder what you think, Senior?" Looking at the South Sea Dragon Emperor, Gu Yuan smiled. There was more than a little appreciation and admiration in the smile. He who recognizes the times is a man of honor, and he who is open to change is a man of valor. You're good. Since you have sincerely chosen to submit, then I will spare your life as well. Now you will take your men and go back from whence you came. I only hope that after this, you'll be more honest and not come looking for trouble in Linhai City, if not, I'll kill you at the ends of the earth. Speaking here, a strong to the extreme killing intent violently erupted from Gu Yuan's body. Feeling this killing intent, the South Sea Dragon Emperor couldn't help but shiver. The other side has the strength to be able to do that. Many thanks to Senior for not killing me. After nodding seriously, the South Sea Dragon Emperor assured, "Don't worry, Senior, after going back, Little Dragon will restrain all living beings within the Sea of Forbiddenness so that they don't look for trouble from Linhai City and the human race." Then, as if he thought of something, he saw a big wave of his hand and a golden token flew towards Gu Yuan. Seeing Gu Yuan's eyes flash with doubt, the South Sea Dragon Emperor spoke out to explain, "Senior, this is my Dragon Clan's Dragon King's order, and only those who have great favors with my Dragon Clan will be gifted by my Dragon Clan. No matter who it is, take the Dragon King's order and my Dragon Clan can fulfill one of his demands. Through this Dragon King order, you, Senior, can also contact me at any time." Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded in realization. He also obediently took this Dragon King order. And seeing Gu Yuan receive the Dragon King order, the South Sea Dragon Emperor didn't say anything. "Elder, take your leave." After giving a serious salute to Gu Yuan, he waved his hand and said in a loud voice, "Return to the sea." The people beside him were obviously still prepared to say something, but when he looked away with a single glance, the people beside him immediately shut their mouths one by one in a sensible manner. With the South Sea Dragon Emperor leading all the sea races to retreat, a joyful cheer immediately erupted within Linhai City. Emperor Yuan is mighty, Emperor Yuan is invincible. Emperor Yuan is mighty, Emperor Yuan is invincible. Emperor Yuan is mighty, Emperor Yuan is invincible. The voices converged and rose to the sky, shaking the 8 directions. Gu Yuan had saved them once earlier, and from City Lord Lilin's mouth, they already knew about Gu Yuan. Now Gu Yuan had once again stepped in to save them. They are truly grateful. Put. Lilin's knees softened and he directly knelt in the air towards Gu Yuan while kowtowing and said, "Many thanks to Emperor Yuan for saving my life. Emperor Yuan's great kindness is beyond my ability to repay. This is my savings over the years. I know that you don't look at it, Emperor Yuan, but this is the best thing I can get out, please accept it." With that, Li Lin removed the storage ring from his hand before presenting it with both hands. A show of hands, no need to mention it. Gu Yuan laughed lightly and opened his mouth. With that, he waved his big hand and a spiritual force lifted Li Lin up. Seemingly thinking of something, Gu Yuan flipped his hand and took out a jade tablet and handed it to Li Lin. "This summoning jade talisman can contact me. If the sea race strikes against your Linhai City again, then you will inform me, and I will definitely not spare them." That South Sea Dragon Emperor had promised him that he would definitely restrain all the living beings within the Sea of Forbiddenness so that they would no longer strike out against Linhai City and the human cultivators. But if the other side goes back on their word, then this move is provoking him. He was bound to not spare the other side. Many thanks to Emperor Yuchi. Li Lin accepted the summoning jade talisman before bowing solemnly. He also wanted to hand Gu Yuan his storage ring. But Gu Yuan had already turned into a stream of light and headed straight in the direction of the southern domain at this moment. Only Gu Yuan's voice came from far away in the distance. This is over, I have business to attend to, so I'll leave. Your savings, I can't look at them, keep them for yourself. Looking at Gu Yuan's departing direction, Li Lin froze for a long time before finally kneeling down in the air and kowtowing 3 more times in earnest. Chapter 21 Vanguard Demon Emperor. Chapter 21 Vanguard Demon Emperor. Southern Domain Forbidden Zone, Majo, 10,000 Souls Abyss. This place is filled with demonic energy and is dark all year round. Faintly, one could still hear a burst of scalp-numbing wailing sounds of wronged souls coming from inside. It should be a place where birds don't, but at the bottom of the 10,000 Souls Abyss was a youth lying quietly. The young man's whole body stained with blood, his face pale, without a trace of blood, his body vitality dissipated completely, is already an ice-cold corpse. But suddenly, the youth's eyes snapped open. He had a deep and troubled gaze, eyes that were extremely at odds with his youthful appearance. I never thought that I, the ancient demon emperor, would have a day to come back to life, jia. Tilting his head back to look at the dark, sunless sky, a strange laugh immediately escaped the youth's mouth. Squeezing his fist and feeling the weak power within his body, the youth couldn't help but frown. This body is just too weak. Seemingly sensing that this body was rejecting him, the youth murmured and opened his mouth. Don't worry, your revenge is my revenge. I, the Vanguard Demon Emperor, will help you take revenge. Just go in peace. As the words fell, the ancient demon emperor immediately realized that this body's rejection of himself had all but disappeared. Desolate ancient continent, your nightmare has come. Grinning, the Vanguard demon emperor laughed happily. I thought that I would stay in this dark and sunless 10,000 Souls Abyss forever, and spend the whole day with those wrong souls. But it coincides with today. This kid named Lin Xian was chased to this place. Accidentally, this kid even came here through the Dao formation outside the 10,000 Souls Abyss, and ended up falling alive and being taken over by him, the ancient demon emperor, the 10,000 ancient demon emperor. This was simply a great joy for the Vanguard demon emperor. As long as he had a physical body, then those formations in the 10,000 Souls Abyss that targeted the grievous souls and prevented them from walking out of the 10,000 Souls Abyss would no longer be able to hurt him. He was able to walk out of the 10,000 Souls Abyss. The 10,000 Souls Abyss was the mass grave of the 10,000 ancient demon sect during its ancient heyday. Countless powerful people had been buried here, even the great emperors had buried many of them. In order to make perfect use of these corpses and the unjust souls within these corpses, the Vanguard Demon Emperor, who was the head of a clan of the Vanguard Demon sect and the hegemon of the entire southern region, immediately set up a formation at this place, with the purpose of refining these corpses into corpse puppets and these unjust souls into 10,000 soul streamers, which would be used to enhance his own battle power. And among these formations, there were formations that contained formations that specifically targeted the divine soul and prevented it from leaving. But he never thought that the formation he set up would become a shackle to bind him after his death. So that when he dies, his soul can't leave this place at all. But it's okay now. Having taken over Lin Xian, he could leave this damn hellhole. Although this body of Lin Xian's was weak and had extremely serious injuries. But were these considered things to him, the ancient era's overlord of the southern region? It's not even a thing, okay? Heaven-swallowing devil technique, swallow for me. An explosive cry came out of his, although there was still a huge gap between his strength now and when he was at his peak. However, this was undoubtedly far better than earlier when it was just a divine soul that couldn't even walk out of the 10,000 Souls Abyss. Lin Xian, you kid is really hardened, you're obviously seriously injured, and after falling from such a high height, you haven't even died from the fall. An exclamatory voice came from the distance. The ancient demon emperor's gaze looked over, only to see that there were 3 figures slowly coming from the distance. These were 3 dark-skinned, short, repulsive-looking old men. Upon seeing the 3, the Vanguard Demon Emperor couldn't help but frown, and in his heart, he instantly had the idea of wanting to get the 3 people in front of him killed. This thought came in such an odd way that it wasn't until the ancient demon emperor searched his mind for Lin Xian's memories that he understood why the sight of these 3 gave him the idea of wanting to get rid of each other. It turned out that it was because these three had a great grudge against Lin Xian, the previous owner of this body. The three people in front of them were the three ghosts of the Huang clan, the offerings of the Tang clan, one of the three great clans of Mazhou. It was because Lin Xian had taken one more look at the fiancée of the young patriarch of the Tang clan, Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan then bore a grudge against Lin Xian and directly sent the three ghosts of the Huang clan after Lin Xian. Because of these three, Lin Xian died. It was no wonder that upon seeing these three people, this body would be filled with hostility towards the three people in front of them, with the idea of wanting to get each other killed. Big brother, in the 10,000 souls abyss, there are countless wrong souls. If we startle those wrong souls, it will be difficult for us to leave. In order to avoid a long night, it is better to get rid of this little one first. At that moment, the two ghosts of the Huang clan opened their mouths. Yeah, big brother, there's no need to bull with this kid at all. The Huang family brat also chimed in at this moment. The big ghost of the Huang family had wanted to properly mock Lin Xian, a small man who didn't know the heights of heaven. But after thinking that this place is the 10,000 souls abyss, he immediately dispelled the idea of mockery and instead nodded his head seriously and said, "In that case, let us kill this little one." Upon hearing this, the Huang clan's kid and the Huang clan's second ghost glanced at each other, and they nodded unanimously. Then with a movement of his feet, he instantly shot out like two arrows off the string, heading straight for the vanguard demon emperor. "This place is dangerous, kill this little one, and let us go." The Huang clan's great ghost seemed as if he had already seen the scene of the tragic death of the vanguard demon emperor. The moment the Huang clan's little ghost and the Huang clan's second ghost rushed out, he had already turned around and uttered these words in a breezy manner. But it was also the moment his words fell. "Ah-ha-ha! Ah-ha-ha!" Two neuter-like voices resounded violently throughout the 10,000 souls abyss. The voice was mournful enough to bring tears to the ears and sadness to the ears. Chapter 22 10,000 Souls Streamer, Corpse Control Charms. Chapter 22 10,000 Souls Streamer, Corpse Controlling Charms. Killing life is not abusing life. Lin Xian, this little although his crime deserves to die, you guys shouldn't abuse him either. Listening to those two screams, the Huang clan's great ghost couldn't help but laugh lightly and shake his head. It was only thought that the Huang clan's little ghost and the Huang clan's second ghost were too cruel, that they had abused Lin Xian to the point that he let out such a miserable scream. Between the words, he also subconsciously looked back. Lin Xian, who wanted to see how the Huang clan brat and the Huang clan's second brat abused him. Obviously, he did not realize that the two screams earlier were the screams of his beloved friends and brothers, the Huang family brat and the Huang family two ghosts. When he turned back, he had a smile on his face. But when he turned around completely and saw clearly what had happened, the smile on his face froze directly on his face. Just because. Things were simply different from what he had imagined, radically different. Imagining it, the current Lin Xian should be being held down and rubbed against the ground by the Huang clan's second ghost and the Huang clan's little kid. But the truth is, Lin Xian was like lifting a small chicken cub, a Huang clan brat in his left hand, and a Huang clan second ghost in his right. A terrifying suction force erupted from Lin Xian's palm, crazily sucking the energy out of the Huang clan's little ghost and the Huang clan's second ghost. In the space of a few breaths, the breaths of the Huang clan's two ghosts and the Huang clan's brat became shriveled, and their auras became weak to the extreme. By the looks of it, I'm afraid that very soon, the Huang clan's two ghosts and the Huang clan's brat would die in Lin Xian's hands. Such a scene was simply not something that the Huang clan's great ghost could accept. Almost subconsciously, an explosive cry came out of his mouth. "Little you let them go." The moment the words fell, his entire body had already leaped out in an instant like an arrow off the string. With a large hand, a blue and silver-colored lance was grasped in his hand. Power surged within his body, instantly catalyzing the blue-silver overlord gun in his hand. In the middle of lifting his hand, he was stabbing his spear fiercely towards Lin Xian. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. This shot directly pierced the air, emitting an audible explosion that looked notably powerful and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, however, the tip of the gun was already in front of Lin Xian's chest. And at this moment, as if he had been stunned, Lin Xian didn't even move, letting the lance stab him. Seeing this, two more words clearly appeared in the eyes of the Huang clan's great ghost as he looked at Lin Xian. Steady! He was a metamorphosis realm powerhouse, and when he raised his hand, he could open up monuments and crack rocks, easily killing a bull. Now that he was facing his full force, Lin Xian couldn't even react. After the shot landed on its body, then there was only one thing that could happen to Lin Xian. That was to be directly pierced through his body by his blue-silver overlord gun, and later turned into a cold corpse. However, the scene that happened next was so shocking that he almost didn't burst his eyes wide open. See only. The blue-silver overlord lance landed steadily on Lin Xian. But the imagined scene of Lin Xian being pierced through his body and dying did not happen. There was only a clear and pleasant sound, like the crisp sound of gold and iron meeting. Ding! Accompanied by this crisp ringing sound, the Huang clan's great ghost was incomparably shocked to discover that not only had the blue-silver overlord gun failed to pierce through Lin Xian's body, not to mention that it hadn't even pierced Lin Xian's skin. Moreover, the terrifying collision force shook and came, actually directly cracking his tiger's mouth, shocking his arm numb and backing up. My full-strength strike didn't even hurt you? How is this possible? Looking at the arm that was trembling, the Huang clan's great ghost was horrified. It was simply too much to accept this reality for a while. If you can't do it once, then do it again. I don't believe I can't break your skin with my full strength. Slightly regaining his senses from the shock, he clenched his teeth and his heart, the power in his body surged and he once again pushed the blue and silver overlord spear in his hand. And then, without the slightest hesitation, another shot stabbed heavily towards Lin Xian. His eyes were firm as could be. He was bound to let his blue-silver overlord lance pierce Lin Xian's skin. However, in the face of yet another one of his all-out attacks, this time Lin Xian the ancient demon emperor didn't remain motionless as he had previously. Only to see that he swept his eyes at the Huang clan's big ghost with disdain as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Between the opening and closing of his lips, a single word slowly came out of his mouth. Die. The words landed. Space suddenly rippled. The ripples transformed into blades and chopped straight towards the Huang clan's big ghost. Put. Blood splattered in all directions, and a splash of blood suddenly bloomed in space. The Huang clan's great ghost hadn't even made any reaction yet. His head flew up high. The Huang clan's great ghost stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with shock and incredulity. Obviously, how could he not expect to die at the hands of a Lin Xian that he viewed as a mole? Lips wriggling, the Huang clan's great ghost seemed to be trying to say something. But along with the rapid passing of vitality, what he wanted to say, how could he not say it? Boo! As the vitality passed, the headless body of the Huang clan's great ghost also fell heavily into a pool of blood at this moment. Without even glancing at the headless corpse of the Huang clan's eldest ghost, the ancient demon emperor used the heaven-swallowing demon technique to devour all the energy in the bodies of the Huang clan's second ghost and the Huang clan's youngest child. With a wave of his hands, he threw aside the Huang clan's little ghosts and Huang clan's second ghosts, which had been transformed into two sets of skin and bones, with no energy in their entire bodies, and could not be dead anymore, as if they had been thrown away like garbage. He then killed the three ghosts of the Huang clan and lifted his foot towards the depths of the 10,000 souls abyss. In the depths of the 10,000 souls abyss, there was the 10,000 soul streamer that he had once refined buried there. There was also the corpse control talisman that he used to control all the corpses within the 10,000 souls abyss. These two supreme treasures of the Devil's Way were his bottom card to return to the top. There were countless powerhouses buried within the 10,000 souls abyss, and there were even a number of great emperors. After an unknown number of thousands of years of time, a lot of ominous things were born from the accumulation of grievances. Not only are there ghosts and spirits, but some of the corpses have undergone necrophilia, turning into monsters with red hair. These ominous things couldn't leave the 10,000 souls abyss because of the 10,000 ancient demon emperors formation. However, if a living being entered the 10,000 souls abyss, then it would inevitably be torn apart by these ominous things. This was why the 10,000 souls abyss had become a forbidden area in the southern region. Because all the beings who entered the abyss of 10,000 souls all died. Now the appearance of the 10,000 ancient demon emperor had also attracted some ominous things. However, when the ancient demon emperor displayed a hint of his aura, these ominous things immediately receded like a tidal wave. Nowadays, the vanguard demon emperor was not strong, and some red-haired monsters within the 10,000 souls abyss would be able to easily crush him. However, the aura on his body was something that made these red-haired monsters instinctively fearful, making them simply not dare to easily strike out at the vanguard demon emperor. Just like that, the vanguard demon emperor traveled unhindered all the way to a cave deep within the 10,000 souls abyss. The cave was extremely narrow at first, but only through the people, and then dozens of steps, open up. At the end of the cave, it was a secret room. The secret room was surrounded by formations. In the middle of the formation was a high platform. Two items were placed on top of the high platform. It was the two supreme treasures of the Devil's Way, the 10,000 soul streamer and the body control talisman. Chapter 23, Killing to the Fullest. Chapter 23 Killing to the Fullest. Fingers pinched, the ancient demon emperor raised his hand and pointed a finger on top of the formation in front of him. The formation was broken in an instant. The 10,000 soul streamer and the corpse control talisman instantly had endless demonic chi gushing out in a flash, instantly filling the entire chamber. With a wave of the ancient demon emperor's hand, all the demonic chi surged into his body, causing his entire strength to rise once again by a large margin. It directly broke through from the pre-immortal emperor stage to the late immortal emperor stage. Feeling the surge of power within his body, the ancient demon emperor couldn't help but crook his mouth and smile. This thrill of increased strength was simply mesmerizing. Coming to the front of the high platform, he grabbed the 10,000 soul streamer and the corpse control talisman into his hands. The vanguard demon emperor's feet moved, and his entire body instantly rushed out of the 10,000 souls abyss. Coming over the 10,000 souls abyss, looking down from above, looking down at one of the unjust souls. Go on. Go release your nature, go kill to your heart's content. GGG. A creepy, grim, strange laugh came out of the mouth of the ancient demon emperor. Seeing that he waved his hand, the formation that had been set up to trap these corpses and ghosts was broken in no time at all. With the formation broken, the abyss of 10,000 souls is like the open mouth of hell. Endless numbers of grievous souls, stern ghosts, and red-haired monsters, like evil spirits crawling out of hell, scrambled out of the abyss of 10,000 souls, and then quickly went in all directions. Wherever they pass, life is scourged and blood is shed. Anyone who encountered these ghosts and red-haired monsters, without exception, all died a horrible death. The 10,000 ancient demon emperor stood at the top of the 10,000 souls abyss, his gaze looking in all directions, seemingly taking in the entire situation of the MO state, which caused the smirk on his face to intensify a few points. This killing feeling. Just one word. Cool. Rumble. A loud thunderous sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The ancient demon emperor looked up and saw that an incomparably black robber cloud was drifting in from all directions. The robbery clouds converged, like a huge black curtain that covered 1,000,000 miles in a radius. It plunged the entire 10,000 souls abyss, and even the entire MO state, into darkness. The only thing that could bring a little bit of light to Majo was the flickering thunder in the robbery clouds. The ancient demon emperor looked up with a calm expression as he glanced at the calamity cloud high above the sky, without any surprise on his face. Previously, there were too many ominous things within the 10,000 souls abyss, causing the entire sky above the 10,000 souls abyss to be shrouded in a skyrocketing demonic aura. These demonic chi converged and clouded the senses of heaven and earth, which was why the emperor formation tribulation did not fall when he was promoted to great emperor. Now all the unjust souls and stern ghosts within the abyss of 10,000 souls, the unknown red-haired monsters, were being manipulated by him to slaughter everyone they saw. Without the presence of these grievous souls and ghosts and red-haired monsters, Chongzhao's demonic aura subsided, the heavenly chances appeared, and the rules of heaven and earth sensed him, which led to the descent of the thunderbolt that he needed to cross to become an emperor. Rumble. Along with a loud sound of thunder suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A golden thunder as thick as water and earth, like a dragon in thunder, descended from the sky and slashed down fiercely towards the ancient demon emperor. The might of this thunder was extremely powerful, threatening to have the power of extinction. If an ordinary being who had just been promoted to great emperor saw this thunderbolt, he or she would inevitably raise his or her spirits and take it seriously. However, in the face of such terrifying thunder, the ancient demon emperor was calm as if he did not place it in his eyes at all. And it is true. In his last life, he had easily passed through the thunder tribulation. Now that he had relived his life, and had also raised his cultivation to the late immortal emperor stage, there was naturally no need to place it in his eyes when he encountered the emperor formation thunder tribulation in such a situation. Soon. The thunderbolt has arrived. And at that moment, the ancient demon emperor also moved. Heaven swallowing devil technique, swallow for me. Along with that, a huge explosive cry came out from his mouth. He instantly operated the heaven swallowing demon technique. As soon as the heaven-swallowing demon technique was in operation, an incomparably dense and extremely pure demonic chi immediately diffused out from his body in a continuous stream. The demonic chi converged and actually manifested an immense and incomparably huge mouth above his head. The giant mouth opened. That terrifying and incomparable thunder was actually directly swallowed by him. The giant mouth then disappeared, and the vanguard demon emperor's cultivation level once again rose by a large margin. Although he hadn't broken through to immortal emperor perfection, he was just a foot away from the immortal emperor perfection realm. Yes. GGG. Feeling the power growing within his body once again, the ancient demon emperor couldn't help but let out another burst of smug laughter. In contrast to the vanguard demon emperor enjoying the joy of his increased strength, the entire Manhwa was plunged into a deep despair. These grievous souls and stern ghosts that came out of the abyss of 10,000 souls, the unknown red-haired monsters, were just too strong and too powerful. The cultivators from Manhwa didn't have the power to fight at all. Everyone who came across it died a horrible death. Why did so many grievous souls and severe ghosts suddenly appear in my Manhwa, as well as so many red-haired monsters? These monsters are so powerful, can we survive? Boo-hoo, I don't want to die. Can someone please come to our rescue? A huge ancient city in Manhwa, Mo City. Inside the city, countless people looked at the grievous spirits and stirring ghosts blasting against the city guard formation high in the sky with the hideous-looking red-haired monsters, and couldn't help but have a strong look of despair appear on their faces. Nowadays, the entire Manhwa's living beings have been dead and wounded, only they rely on the Mo City in the ancient period left behind by the city's protective array, which is lucky to survive. But while surviving. But they're not in a good place right now. These unjust ghosts and red-haired monsters were just too strong and too powerful. Even though Mo City's protective formation was a powerful formation left over from the ancient times, it was able to withstand the attacks of a great emperor. However, under the frantic attack of these grievous spirits and red-haired monsters, the great formation was still shaken. It seemed like it would be broken at any moment. And if the city guard formation is broken, then you can imagine what will happen to them. How can one not despair at the thought? With a coat of silver armor and a high chest, the heroic-looking Mo City Lord Yun Mo stood at the top of Mo City. She looked equally grave. But in order to appease the people of the city, she still raised her voice. This city master has already notified the people of the major forces in the 13 southern states of what happened in Manhwa. I think it won't take long for the major forces in the 13 southern states to send people to support me in Manhwa City, so all of you don't panic. Moreover, my Mo City's city guard formation is a formation left over from the ancient times, able to withstand the attacks of great emperors. It is impossible for these monsters to break my Mo City's city guard formation in a short period of time. But the words had not yet fallen. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud popping sound that suddenly resounded, Mo City's city guard formation burst open in an instant. Chapter 24, One Thought, 1 Million Swords. Chapter 24, One Thought, 1 Million Swords. What? Those grievous souls and stirring ghosts in the 10,000 souls abyss and the unknown red-haired monster have walked out of the 10,000 souls abyss. Why? What in the world is happening? Why did those monsters suddenly come out of the 10,000 souls abyss? The monsters in the 10,000 souls abyss are extremely powerful. If we sit back and do nothing, those monsters will surely bring a devastating disaster to the southern region. Gather the strongest people in the clan and go support Manhwa now. For the sake of the southern region. Let's go, everyone! After learning about what happened in Manhwa through the summoning Jade Talisman, all the major forces in the 13 states of the southern domain were unable to sit still. At that moment, one by one, they began to gather the strongest people within their forces, and then move forward in unison to support the Mo state. Only a small number of major powers chose to leave things alone. In the meantime, Southern Domain, Manhwa Ancient City, Mo City. Accompanied by the breaking of the city guard formation. That a grievous spirit and ominous red-haired monster was immediately like a bachelor who had been single for decades encountering a great beauty without an inch of hair. One had green eyes. With a mournful hissing sound, they all pounced towards all the living beings within Mo City. Not to mention the people, but the eggs in the chicken coop, they were eaten alive. For a while, all kinds of wailing sounds continued throughout the entire Mo City. In just a few short breaths of time, the entire Mo City was filled with an extremely dense and bloody odor. I don't know how many people from Mo City died tragically at the hands of these monsters. Put. It was accompanied by a mouthful of blood spurting out wildly. Yun Mo, who was fighting an unknown red-haired monster, was hit like a kite with broken strings and flew straight backwards. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the scene in the Inkopolis where the nightly ghosts and the unknown red-haired monster were laying their hands on the people of the Inkopolis. Yun Mo couldn't help but have 2 lines of clear tears rolling down from her eyes. As the Lord of Mo City, she failed to guard the residents of Mo City. She was guilty of being a resident of Murray City. Could it be that I, Mo City, really have to be destroyed today? Lips wriggling, Yun Mo's voice was filled with despair. But just the moment she finished speaking, she froze violently. Because, she bumped into something. Subconsciously, he looked sideways. Only to see that she had hit a surprising number of people. And she was actually being held in her arms. And to top it all off, it's a man. Although Yunemo was the head of a city in Mo City, Yunemo had never come into contact with any member of the opposite sex. Now for the first time with the opposite sex, I was surprised to be in someone's arms. It didn't help but send a wave of panic through her. Subconsciously, he wanted to withdraw from the other's arms. But when the remaining light caught a glimpse of the other party's face, her entire body froze. What kind of face is that? Yunemo couldn't describe it. But this face of the other party was, by far, the most handsome face Yunemo had ever seen. For a while, Yunemo was looking a bit mesmerized. The small face unconsciously reddened, the whole heart, also at this moment unconsciously accelerated beating. At this moment, Yunemo couldn't help but think of what the book said about love at first sight. Before, she didn't believe it. But now she believed it. If there really is love at first sight in this world, then she was in love at first sight with the man in front of her. Oh my damned and nowhere charm. Seeing the woman in his arms staring at him with unblinking eyes, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He had complete confidence in his face value. That's a slightly lesser presence than the Grand Master of Readers. It's the presence that mesmerizes millions of young girls. This was easy to see from the fact that the female disciples of the Lingyun sect would send him cultivation resources from time to time. Now that the woman in front of him was seriously injured, he arrived here at a critical moment and saved the other party in the process. Against all odds, face value plus heroes saved the day. Under such circumstances, what woman could resist not being attracted to him? Unless the woman is not human. Therefore, it was an extremely reasonable thing for the woman in front of him to be attracted to him. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yunemo snapped back from his thoughts. Hurriedly withdrawing from Gu Yuan's arms, she quickly tidied up the not-so-messy hair before she saluted earnestly towards Gu Yuan. My daughter is Mo City's City Lord Yunemo, Your Excellency, you're here to help my Mo City, aren't you? The unjust souls and stern ghosts in the 10,000 Souls Abyss as well as these red-haired monsters have somehow managed to escape from the 10,000 Souls Abyss. These monsters are bloodthirsty, kill on sight, are unforgiving, and are guilty of the most heinous crimes. I also request that Your Excellency make a move and help my Mo City exterminate these monsters. Speaking here, Yunemo seriously bowed towards Gu Yuan. In an instant, a large area of snowy white was taken in by Gu Yuan. Although he didn't know what power Gu Yuan came from and what strength he had. However, after she had contacted all the major powers and explained the situation here, the other party still dared to come here, so it undoubtedly meant that the other party had absolute confidence in their strength. Therefore, Yunemo had placed himself in a very low stance. I only hope that the other party could quickly kill these grievous ghosts and red-haired monsters in Mo City. As a person of the same southern region, since I've seen it, it's naturally impossible for me to stand idly by. Looking at the tragic situation in the middle of Mo City, Gu Yuan calmly opened his mouth and said. Hearing this, Yunemo was overjoyed and again bowed to Gu Yuan to thank him. And at that moment, Gu Yuan had already moved. In a single movement of his feet, his entire body had already arrived at the heights of Mo City. With a thought, invincible sword intent suddenly bloomed. An incomparably powerful and sharp sword chi suddenly surfaced high above the sky, condensing into a long sword. The number is so large that I'm afraid it's no less than 1,000,000. Extremely terrifying destructive aura diffused down from above a long sword, instantly enveloping the entire Mo City. The unjust ghosts and unknown red-haired monsters that were in the middle of Mo City seemed to have sensed the sense of crisis coming from above at this moment, which made them unconsciously stop their hand movements, and then raise their heads in unison to look towards the high sky. At that exact moment, Gu Yuan had already moved. Only to see him merge his fingers like a sword, using his finger as a sword, and chopping towards the bottom with a sword. As he moves, the long sword that was transformed by the sword chi high in the sky was also being pulled at this moment. Buzz buzz. Accompanied by a clear sword sound resounding within this heaven and earth, these millions of long swords fell towards the bottom one after another. The millions of long swords made of sword chi were like rain, tearing through space and falling towards Mo Chang. The spectacle was breathtaking. The destructive aura carried above that long sword was also mind-blowing. Feeling it carefully, it was not difficult to realize that the might contained in each sword was enough to be comparable to a strike struck by an invincible great emperor at full strength. And there were 1,000,000 such swords. In other words, these millions of swords were equivalent to millions of invincible great emperors striking at the same time. Millions of peerless great emperors struck out at the same time, and their power was terrifying. Enough to destroy the sky and the earth. Those unjust souls and stern ghosts, ominous red-haired monsters, seemed to feel the sense of crisis from high above the sky, brought about by that long sword at this moment. Accompanied by a mournful hiss, they actually fled in unison towards the outside of Mo City in all directions. Of course, there are also some tougher grievous spirits and ominous red-haired monsters who think that their strength is counterintuitive and actually do the opposite. Not only did he not flee, not to mention, he instead hissed and charged into the sky to meet the long swords that descended from the sky. Chapter 25, The Only Way is to Give Yourself to Me. Chapter 25, The Only Way is to Give Yourself to Me. Boom, boom, boom. A sound like a balloon exploding continuously resounded in the air. Those unjust souls and ghosts that rose up to the sky and the ominous red-haired monster only made one contact, and they were directly crushed by the long swords that fell from the sky, and they couldn't die anymore. The unjust ghosts and the ominous red-haired monsters who fled, their end was likewise the same. Although they fled at the first opportunity, their speed was clearly inferior to that long sword. The end result was that they were all caught up by that long sword, and then they were crushed and died. It seemed to have taken a long time from the time Gu Yuan made his move to the time when all of these grievous spirits and stern ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters were dead. But in reality, it only took a few short breaths. In such a short period of time, he completely killed all the unjust souls and ominous red-haired monsters in this place, which really shocked the people who were still alive quite a bit. Those monsters just died? These monsters are so strong, and they died so easily? Hiss, my little brother hurts, it's not a dream. But is there really someone so powerful in this world? The monsters that had come to Mo City were all dead, so it was reasonable that they should be happy, but Gu Yuan's speed in resolving those monsters was too fast and too quick. So fast that they felt too dreamy, as if they were dreaming, not real at all. Even though someone had pinched him hard underneath his body, and the excruciating pain made him realize that the scene in front of him was really happening and not a dream, it still left him in disbelief. Compared to the shock of the others, Yun Mo looked at Gu Yuan and felt like his heart was about to be hooked. Cool. Gu Yuan at this moment was just too handsome. Phew. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, he let his little deer in the headlights' heart slowly calm down a bit. Yun Mo's eyes were firm, as if he had made some sort of determination. With a movement of her feet, she flew to Gu Yuan's body and seriously saluted and thanked him. Thank you, my lord, for saving me and saving Mo Chang. Such a great favor, the little woman has nothing to repay, only to give her body in return. Although she had made up her mind long ago, she felt a pang of shame when she opened her mouth now. Her voice trembled as the last words were uttered. When she finished, she couldn't help but lower her little milk sack. A good-looking face was also crawling with red tides at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a ripe little apple that made people want to bite hard. Gu Yuan glanced at her and smiled calmly. We're all from the same southern region, so there's no harm in helping out. Besides, solving these monsters is just a matter of hands to me. To say anything about giving your life in return is an understatement. Hearing this, Yun Mo's eyes couldn't help but darken. After a moment's thought, she spoke again. I know that my strength is low and I am not worthy of you, my lord. But I cannot fail to repay the great favor of the Great One. My lord, you will let me follow you as a maid. May I? My lord? Speaking here, Yun Mo looked up at Gu Yuan. Yu's eyes were filled with nervousness and caution. It seems to be afraid of rejection. Gu Yuan seriously looked at Yun Mo for a few moments and didn't say anything. Instead, he silently opened the system panel that allowed him to view other people's information. Name, Yun Mo. Face value, 93%. Physical, none. Technique, Green Cloud Technique. Martial arts, Demon Destroying Palm, Demon Destroying Fist. Weapon, Demon Killer Gun. Cultivation, 3rd level of the Saint Realm. Seeing that Gu Yuan looked at himself without saying anything, Yun Mo's eyes unconsciously had already surfaced a layer of water mist. Looking at that appearance, if Gu Yuan refused, there was no need to doubt that he would definitely cry out directly. Gu Yuan had just finished reading Yun Mo's simple personal information when he saw this expression on Yun Mo's face and couldn't help but freeze. After thinking about it, Gu Yuan didn't reject the other party again, but nodded and said, yes. This Yun Mo's face value was extremely high, and was in existence comparable to his senior sister and master. Such a person is willing to be his or her maid of honor. It seems good to feed the eyes. There's simply no point in saying no. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the water mist in Yun Mo's eyes instantly dispersed. It's a small face, immediately with a speed visible to the naked eye climbed full of joy. Many thanks, my lord, no. Many thanks, my lord. She once again bowed and curtsied to say thank you, but as if she thought that Gu Yuan had already promised to take her as a maid, she immediately changed her words again. Gu Yuan said, "There is no need to address me as master, just call me Gongzi." Master, female again. It's easy to get the wrong idea. If you didn't know better, you'd think he liked to play with flowers. It's the Duke. Yun Mo immediately nodded his head. Didn't think anything was wrong with it. Aha! Gu Yuan nodded slightly, and after a pause, he spoke out. Now I have something to leave this place. If you are willing to leave with me, go now and turn in your work. If not, I will not force you. Hearing this, Yun Mo hurriedly spoke. Wait a moment, Your Excellency, I'll go and return. After saying that, Yun Mo immediately flew back to Mo City. Only to see her find one person, not knowing what to say to the other, and soon she flew back again. Let's go, my lord. Aha! Gu Yuan nodded his head, a spiritual energy wrapped around Yun Mo, and with a movement of his feet, he had already brought Yun Mo to transform into two streams of light towards the direction where the 10,000 Souls Abyss was located. The depths of the 10,000 Souls Abyss. A black-clothed youth was sitting on a throne made of white bones with his eyes closed. In the youth around the body of the horror of the breath permeation, the soul of the abyss of endless magic gas is a steady stream of convergence, and ultimately into the youth body, and then flow through its limbs and bones, growth of its cultivation. The youth was no one else but Lin Xian, who had been hunted down and killed by the Tang family provider and the three ghosts of the Huang family, and who had then been taken over by the ancient demon emperor, and had now passed through the emperor formation tribulation, successfully raising his cultivation to the early stage of the undying great emperor. It was worth mentioning that the name of the Wangu demon emperor's last life was also Lin Xian. It was only because of his increased strength that outsiders honored him as the ancient demon emperor, and only then did he gradually forget the name he once had. Suddenly, Lin Xian, who was in the middle of cultivation, violently opened his eyes. In his deep and vicissitudes eyes, there was clearly an unexpected and unbelievable color that flashed by. Through the two supreme treasures of the Devil Dao, the 10,000 Souls Streamer and the corpse-controlling talisman, he controlled the entire 10,000 Souls abyss of unjust souls and stern ghosts, as well as the ominous red-haired monsters that were born as a result of necrophilia. He was extremely clear about the strength of these unjust spirits and severe ghosts, as well as the ominous red-haired monster. That's a first-class powerhouse. There were also many existences of the great emperor realm among them. Such a lineup, in his opinion, could easily bloodwash the entire southern region. Even if they couldn't bloodwash the entire southern domain, then they would definitely be able to make the southern domain pay an extremely painful price. But just now, through the two supreme treasures of the Devil Dao, the 10,000 Souls Streamer and the corpse-controlling talisman, he discovered that nearly 90% of the unjust souls and stern ghosts and unknown red-haired monsters had all died in an instant. How could this not surprise him? How can it not be incredible? To be able to kill nearly 90% of the grievous spirits and ominous red-haired monsters in a single instant, the person who struck out seems to be an existence of a peerless great emperor perfection as well. The heroes of this world are truly like the carp that crosses the river. There are truly countless heroes. It's unexpected that such a strong person would be born in the southern domain in this era. After the shock had passed, Lin Xian couldn't help but let out an exclamation and said. But as soon as the words were finished, his gaze just snapped. Chapter 26, Destruction Amulet. Chapter 26, Destruction Amulet. Just because. Through the powerful perception of a pre-immortal emperor, he sensed that two figures were flying towards the 10,000 Souls Abyss at an extremely fast speed. One of them was weak, at least in his eyes. It was the kind of ant that he could crush a large swath of with a single finger. But the other one he couldn't see through. Moreover, the other party also gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression. I think this person is the peerless great emperor who killed 90% of the unjust souls and severe ghosts and the ominous red-haired monster in an instant. Lin Xian secretly guessed in his heart. Although he couldn't see through Gu Yuan's cultivation, he still guessed Gu Yuan's cultivation straight away with the intuition he once had. There's a way to heaven if you don't go, and there's no door to hell if you throw yourself in. If you were anywhere else, this emperor would still fear you, but since you've come to this emperor's territory, then even if you're a peerless great emperor, you must be buried here today. The bottom card left behind in the last life, which was not used because of this emperor's rashness, is just able to be used now. Cold colors flashed in his eyes as Lin Xian's body surged with power, his fingers pinched, and he raised his hand to point a finger towards the front. As he moves, the entire 10,000 Souls Abyss immediately began to shake the ground. One by one, golden runes broke out of the ground and rose into the sky. The numbers are too numerous to count. This was a rune that he had expended tremendous effort and had spent an unknown number of thousands of years to refine. The runes totaled 11,111,111. The rune is called the Rune of Extinction. Each one contained extremely terrifying might. Its mighty outburst was comparable to his full strength strike at his peak. He refined these extermination talismans for three purposes. One was so that he could have a killer base card. The second is to unify the desolate continent. Thirdly, when the Starry Sky Ancient Path opened, he was able to crush the great emperors within other great worlds, seize the opportunities within the Starry Sky Ancient Path, and then break through to become a god. It's just a pity that he in that battle, because of recklessness, was surrounded by great emperors on the entire deserted ancient continent, fleeing to the abyss of the 10,000 souls. He has not even used this killer bottom card, it was killed alive. While reminiscing about the past, Lingyun wasn't idle either, controlling these extermination talismans as he quickly headed towards Guyuan. My lord, the place we're going to, is the 10,000 souls abyss? My lord, you went to the 10,000 souls abyss, is it because you want to explore the reason why those grievous souls and stern ghosts within the 10,000 souls abyss as well as the ominous red-haired monsters would come out of the 10,000 souls abyss? Along the way, Yunmo's eyes never left Guyuan's incredibly handsome face. It wasn't until Guyuan became a bit uncomfortable looking at her that she withdrew her gaze and began to look around. When she saw that the direction Guyuan was heading to was the 10,000 souls abyss, she finally couldn't hold back from asking about the curiosity in her heart. No. Guyuan shook his head and did not hide his words. I need to refine an elixir, and the only place that has the missing main drug in it is the 10,000 souls abyss, and this is the purpose of my trip to the 10,000 souls abyss. Yunmo was now her own consort, so there was no need to hide some things. Moreover, there was no need to conceal anything about his coming to the 10,000 souls abyss in search of the 9 turns imperial soul grass. Gonzi, you also know how to make pills? You're too good for me, Gonzi. Hearing Guyuan's words, Yunmo was visibly surprised for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that not only was Guyuan's battle prowess superb, but that he would also be able to concoct pills. After the accident, her eyes visibly brightened as she looked at Guyuan. Handsome looks, good body, strong strength, and also alchemy, such a perfect man, it is really hard not to love. Just a little bit. Guyuan smiled modestly. Seemingly sensing something, Guyuan turned his gaze in the direction of the 10,000 souls abyss. Upon this look, he saw the entire 10,000 souls abyss begin to shake the ground violently. With that, a single golden rune broke out from the 10,000 souls abyss like a golden butterfly, coming towards him at an extremely fast speed. The speed of these golden runes was extremely fast, almost instantly coming within 100 meters of Guyuan and Yunmo. The golden runes flew through the air quickly, and soon surrounded Guyuan with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. What is it? It looks good. Lightly perfumed. Heavy or dead slag. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yunmo couldn't help but look up at Guyuan in bewilderment. She then looked at the golden runes again, and in her heart, she wanted to ask Guyuan, is this kind of beautiful looking golden runes really as horrible as you say? But looking at Guyuan's serious look, she didn't ask after all. The eunuch is so serious and earnest, so what he says must be true. After thinking that Guyuan's scolding just now was all for his own good, Yunmo's low mood instantly became high. Its heart couldn't help but feel warm. The male is just too good to himself. It was also at this moment that a slightly emotional voice came, helping Yunmo answer the curiosity in his heart earlier. Recognized the extinction amulet with just one glance. This world's heroes are really like the carp that crosses the river, there are really countless heroes. Hearing this voice, Guyuan and Yunmo both subconsciously turned their gazes over. Then it was seen, high above in the distance. A man in black was sitting quietly on top of a throne made of white bones. Its body was surrounded by black demonic aura, and at a glance, it was a great demonic cultivator. A terrifying pre-immortal emperor aura filled out from his body, shocking the space with ripples, simply terrifying as hell. Seeing Guyuan and Yunmo gazing at them, Lingyun grinned, introducing myself, this emperor's name is Lingyun, he was once the head of the vanguard demon sect that controlled the southern region during the ancient times, and everyone else likes to respectfully refer to me as the vanguard demon emperor. Ancient demon emperor. You're the ancient demon emperor. But didn't you die in the ancient times? Hearing Lingyun's words, it is rumored to be bloodthirsty, wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows, people are in a terrible state, blood flows into the river, floating corpses for thousands of miles, and it is a great devil who is unforgivable. Such a horrifying existence had obviously died in the ancient times, but now it just appeared alive in front of one's eyes. Who could remain calm after hearing this? Chapter 27, Spare My Life? Ridiculous to the core. Chapter 27, Spare My Life? Ridiculous. I can't believe that there are still people who have heard of this emperor in this era. It's really a surprise to this emperor. GGG. Yunmo's reaction clearly made Lin Xian happy. It actually caused a grim, strange laugh to emanate from its mouth. Hearing Lin Xian's grim, strange laugh, Yunmo's delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and her already pale little face obviously became a few points paler. Apparently, they were scared enough. Don't worry, there's no need to be afraid of him when I'm around. It was still Gu Yuan's warm, jade-like voice with an extremely strong sense of security that came from him, which made the fear in Yunmo's heart diminish a little. Aha! Yunmo nodded the small milk bag, his face visibly looking better. And at that moment, Lin Xian's gaze landed on Gu Yuan. After looking up and down, he spoke out speculatively. This emperor observes your bone age, but you're only about 18 years old. At the age of around 18 years old, one can become an existence that even this emperor cannot see through. And you can still recognize this emperor's extermination talisman at a glance. What surprises this emperor the most is that after seeing this emperor's destruction talisman, he can still remain so calm. Tell me, which old monster are you reincarnated? Gu Yuan's bones were so pink and tender that he could almost pinch out water, but he possessed a strength that even he could not see through. Coupled with the insight that the other party could recognize the extinction talisman at a glance, this made him subconsciously think that the other party was an old monster reincarnated. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how the other party could be so young yet have such terrifying strength and insight. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yunmo also couldn't help but turn a pair of good-looking eyes towards Gu Yuan. Apparently, she was also curious if her favorite person was the reincarnation of some old monster. Meeting the gazes of the two, Gu Yuan shook his head and answered truthfully, I'm not some old monster reincarnated, I'm just me. Deny it? Lin Xian let out a light laugh, but he wasn't surprised in any too many ways. In his previous life, he had seen the existence of many old monsters reincarnated. But those people, without exception, are unwilling to admit that they are old monsters. Today's Gu Yuan, in his opinion, was the reincarnation of some old monster, just that the other party didn't want to admit it. After thinking about it, Lin Xian spoke once more. If you can recognize these extermination symbols of this emperor, I think you can also know the terror of these extermination symbols. This emperor remembers that it's not easy for you to cultivate, and is willing to give you a way out. All you need to do is make a heavenly oath and choose to submit to this emperor, and this emperor will spare your life. Cultivation is not easy, do not waste your life. After saying that, Lin Xian looked at Gu Yuan seriously. It would be too much of a shame for a strong person like Gu Yuan to die like this. If he could take it into his own hands, the other party would be his most capable warrior in the future. However, Gu Yuan, who had heard Lin Xian's words, laughed. The smile was full of disdain and sarcasm. Spare my life? It's ridiculous. This emperor is invincible in the world and needs you to spare his life? The words fell. Berserk peerless great emperor might suddenly erupted from Gu Yuan's body. The emperor's might swept through the 8 directions, shaking the space with ripples. Under this imperial might, one of the extermination talismans flying around Gu Yuan was visibly shaken backward quite a bit. Peerless emperor perfection, it seems like it's even a tad stronger than when this emperor was at his peak. Feeling that strong imperial might that erupted from Gu Yuan's body, Lin Xian's face couldn't help but change slightly. At his peak once, he was also a peerless great emperor perfection. It was still the best of the peerless great emperor perfections. But when he felt the imperial might permeating Gu Yuan's body, he was actually shocked to realize Gu Yuan was that much stronger than he was at his peak. Of course, although there was being shocked by the imperial might displayed by Gu Yuan. Still, he quickly snapped out of his shock. After all, he had 1111,1111 demise talismans. The power contained in each of these extermination talismans was comparable to the full force strike he had struck at his peak. He who possessed so many world-destroying talismans was not afraid of anyone in the world. This emperor has given you a chance, since you don't choose to cherish it, then go to hell. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Lin Xian's mind moved, and all the extermination talismans immediately blasted towards Gu Yuan at an extremely fast speed. A strong person like Gu Yuan can only be killed since he can't be used for me. The way of runes, I also know a little bit about it. Looking at the rapidly approaching destruction talisman, Gu Yuan grinned. Immediately, he was seen waving his big hand, and the space was distorted, and then a dense golden rune appeared immediately. And then he met it towards the blasting world destruction talisman. The destruction talisman. How is this possible? Seeing the golden rune that had suddenly appeared in front of Gu Yuan, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a look of shock and disbelief clearly surfaced in his eyes. Just because. He was actually shocked to discover that the golden rune that surfaced between Gu Yuan's raised hands was exactly the same as the extermination talisman. Moreover, the power it contained was not the least bit weaker than the world destruction talisman that he had spent a huge amount of effort and a long time building. What shocked him the most was that these extermination talismans of Gu Yuan seemed to have been refined on the spot. What kind of concept was it to concoct a world-ending talisman with one's hands? It's simply anticlimactic. And just as he was shocked, those extermination characters and the extermination characters struck by Gu Yuan had collided together fiercely. Rumble. Rumble. Successive sounds of explosions that resounded through the sky suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The place of the explosion was immediately wrapped in all kinds of horrible fire and smoke. Makes it hard to see what's really going on. The violet energy storm instantly swept in all directions with the place of explosion as the center. Wherever it passed, space was torn apart and everything was destroyed. The entire southern domain began to shake violently under this collision, just like a great earthquake. Lin Xian's eyes were fixed dead center on the location of the explosion. A rare look of tension and worry also appeared on his face. The destruction talisman was his greatest card. If Gu Yuan was able to block the bombardment of these 1111,011 talismans of extinction, then he pills hot. After all, the current him was only in the early stage of the undying great emperor, and there was no way he would be a match for Gu Yuan, a peerless great emperor perfection existence. As time gradually passes, the explosion stopped, and the various flames and smoke from the explosion dissipated, and only then did the look of tension and worry on his face visibly dissipate. Although I admit that you are very heaven-defying and overwhelmingly strong, you are too conceited. Your ego has cost you your life after all. Looking at the empty spot where Gu Yuan and Yun Mo had previously been, Lin Xian said with a smile on his face. Although the world destruction talisman that Gu Yuan had casually concocted was no weaker than the world destruction talisman he had struck. However, Gu Yuan was in a position that was at the center of the collision of the two types of extermination talismans. Being in such a position, the explosion created by the collision of the two extermination talismans, even if Gu Yuan was a peerless great emperor perfection, then he would be swept away by the explosion created by the collision, ultimately leading to his death with no dregs left. There was no figure at Gu Yuan and Yun Mo's location now. Plus, he hadn't seen Gu Yuan and Yun Mo escape that area of the explosion before it happened. This made him subconsciously assume that Gu Yuan and Yun Mo had died under the explosion created by the collision of the two types of extinction talismans. Or the kind that can't die anymore. But just at the moment his words fell, a softly laughing voice rang out from the side. Yes? Chapter 28 Terrified Lin Xian. Chapter 28 Terrified Lin Xian. Yes? A calm voice came from the side, instantly causing Lin Xian's face to change drastically, the hairs of sweat on his entire body unconsciously standing up one by one. This voice was not unfamiliar to him, it was none other than Gu Yuan's. But didn't Gu Yuan die in the explosion caused by the collision of the two types of extermination talismans earlier? Why was the other guy's voice coming from the side? Not being able to think about this in detail, Lin Xian instantly activated the heaven-swallowing devil technique, mobilizing the power within his body. Without thinking, he urged the white bone throne to retreat in the opposite direction of the sound. His speed was strangely fast, and he was already 10,000 miles away in almost an instant. Only then did he turn his gaze to where he had been earlier. And this look. It made him sink inside. It's empty there. The imaginary figure of Gu Yuan did not exist. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? The voice just now was a hallucination? For a moment, Lin Xian wondered if he was hallucinating. But as soon as this one thought appeared, he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head violently to look. This look. Only to see that behind him there were two more figures close at hand. A man and a woman. The male was dressed in white clothes that were not stained by mortal dust, with a slender figure and a handsome face that looked as if an immortal had descended from the earth. Who else could it be if not Gu Yuan? The female was dressed in silver armor, her face was stunningly beautiful, her chest was high, and she looked valiant, like a female god of war. Who else could it be if not Yun-mo? Surprisingly, you guys didn't die in the explosion created by the collision of the two types of extermination talismans? When did you guys show up behind me? Why didn't I notice it at all? The moment he saw the two, Lin Xian's first reaction was to flee. But to think that Gu Yuan was able to appear behind him unknowingly. The thought of trying to escape was instantly suppressed by him, and then with a turn of his eyes, he silently put the heaven-swallowing demon technique into full operation while asking the doubt in his heart. Why should a dying man know so much? Gu Yuan let out a light laugh, and when he raised his hand, he pointed a finger towards the ancient demon emperor. The stance he cultivated was an invincible stance given by the system. Under full force, it was like a flash of light, so fast that even a strong person of the same realm might not be able to see it. Heaven-swallowing devil technique, swallow for me. A loud explosive cry came out from his mouth. He slammed his palm to meet the pointing finger. A black vortex emerged in his palm, and a terrifying suction force erupted from it. Gu Yuan pointed a finger that landed in Lin Xian's palm. As soon as the berserk power was released, it was absorbed by the black vortex in Lin Xian's palm. And then it was refined by Lin Xian, eventually flowing into Lin Xian's body, which then flowed through his limbs and bones, turning into part of his strength. Just by refining the might of this finger, Lin Xian was shocked to discover his cultivation had unexpectedly broken through from the pre-immortal emperor stage to the mid-immortal emperor stage. This discovery instantly made Lin Xian ecstatic. Simply refining the might contained in Gu Yuan's finger had allowed him to ascend a small realm. If you absorb all the power in Gu Yuan's body, then chances are he'll be right back on top. It's not unlikely that it's even far beyond the pinnacle of what it once was. Thinking about this, how could Lin Xian not be happy? Under great joy, he immediately urged the heaven-swallowing devil technique with all his might. With the full force of the heaven-swallowing demon technique, the suction force in his palm obviously became a few degrees more terrifying. It actually caused even Gu Yuan to feel the power within his body begin to flow towards Lin Xian's palm. Although the loss of power was minimal, even negligible, it still caused Gu Yuan to feel some surprise. Unexpectedly, Gu Yuan smiled. The smile was teasing. I've long heard that some magic skills can rely on absorbing and refining the strength of others to enhance one's own cultivation, and today's sight has given me insight. Since you want to suck it, I'll let you suck it. As the voice fell, power surged within Gu Yuan's body, and berserk power immediately surged towards Lin Xian's palm at a strangely fast and incomparable speed. Noticing this, Lin Xian was visibly confused. It was simply impossible to figure out why Gu Yuan would actively allow him to absorb the power within his body. For a moment, he wondered if Gu Yuan was out of his mind. Of course, though, there was no telling what Gu Yuan was thinking. However, for the power that was constantly coming from Gu Yuan's body, he was also coming. As much as there is, suck it up. The first thing he did was to absorb it into his body and then refine it, transforming it into his own battle power. As time passed, Lin Xian absorbed more and more power. Its cultivation was also skyrocketing at an extremely fast speed. Late undying Great Emperor. The indestructible Great Emperor is perfected. Pre-invincible Emperor. Mid-invincible Great Emperor. Late invincible Great Emperor. Invincible Great Emperor perfection. And it's still skyrocketing. Feeling Lin Xian's growing imperial might, a trace of fear clearly surfaced in Yunmo's eyes. It was only when her eyes looked at Gu Yuan and saw that he was calm, with a look that everything was under control, that the fear in her eyes subsided a bit. By relying on you, this emperor has not only returned to the peak, but has also advanced even further. This emperor really has to thank you. Gazing towards Gu Yuan, Lin Xian was filled with a relaxed smile. Nowadays, his cultivation had returned to its peak, and more than that, it had advanced even further. At this moment, he no longer feared Gu Yuan in the slightest. As a result, the conversation has become much easier. No thanks. Facing Lin Xian's words, Gu Yuan lightly laughed back. You just have to be able to hold on and not have your body burst by the power within me. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Lin Xian felt as if he had heard the world's funniest joke and couldn't help but laugh out loud and open his mouth. Blown up by your power? Are you kidding me? By relying on the power within you, this emperor has not only returned to the peak, but has also gone further. I'm afraid you're on the verge of being drained by me now, aren't you? How can you hold up this emperor? Ha ha ha. Gu Yuan smiled faintly and did not explain anything. Mindfulness. A force that was more than several times more terrifying than before immediately surged out of his body, and then surged straight towards Lin Xian's palm. Feeling that the power this time around was unexpectedly even more massive and terrifying than the power he had absorbed earlier, Lin Xian's face suddenly changed. There was also a shock in his heart. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Yuan to still contain such a terrifying, massive power within his body after he had clearly been squeezed for so long. The power contained within the opponent's body was indeed a bit too huge. With just a slight calculation in his mind, Lin Xian stopped the heaven-swallowing devil technique that was running without even thinking about it. He didn't want to absorb the power. The force was too large, too terrifying. The current him couldn't refine it at all. And if it is absorbed into the body, but cannot be refined, then he would inevitably end up as Gu Yuan had said, and would have his body burst by this force. Only after realizing this did he stop running the heaven-swallowing devil technique at the first opportunity, not wanting to absorb this power into his body. However, very soon, Lin Xian was shocked to realize that even though he had stopped running the heaven-swallowing demon technique, that power was still surging towards his body at an extremely fast speed. This discovery instantly horrified him. He can't refine this power. Chapter 29, Dragging Gu Yuan with her. Chapter 29, Dragging Gu Yuan with her. With horror in his heart, Lin Xian revolved his body's power, wanting to drive this foreign force out of his body. But soon he was shocked to realize that his power was weak to the extreme in front of this foreign power. His power simply could not drive this foreign force out of his body. After realizing that this method wouldn't work, Lin Xian's feet moved and he wanted to retreat backwards. As long as there is no contact with Gu Yuan, then Gu Yuan's power wouldn't be able to enter his body. But as soon as this thought surfaced and he had just moved, he was shocked to realize. At this moment, it was as if he had been immobilized, unable to even move. Not to mention pulling away from Gu Yuan. With that, he could only helplessly allow that power to pour into him as much as it could. This power entered Lin Xian's body. Just like a flood beast, it began to crash around in Lin Xian's body, destroying all the organs in Lin Xian's body. However, in just an instant's effort, a bean-sized bead of sweat surfaced on Lin Xian's forehead, and his face became as pale as paper without the slightest hint of blood at an extremely fast speed. The meridians of his entire body were also becoming bulging at an extremely fast speed, as if they would burst open at any time. At this moment, Lin Xian didn't care about distancing himself from Gu Yuan. Instead, he began to run the heaven-swallowing demon technique with all his might, only hoping to be able to control this raging foreign power in his body as soon as possible. But this power is truly powerful to the extreme. It was simply beyond his control. If nothing unexpected happened, it seemed like it was a foregone conclusion that he would be propped up by this berserk force and explode to his death. After realizing this, Lin Xian stopped running the heaven-swallowing demon technique to control that external raging force within his body. He jerked his head up to look at Gu Yuan with a crazy look in his eyes. This emperor just came to life less than 2.5 hours ago, and you want to get this emperor killed. Since that's the case, this emperor will drag you along before he dies. The destruction caused by an existence of a peerless great emperor perfection bursting into flames, the entire southern region will be buried with me. You are so close to me, if I explode and die, you die too. You don't want me to live, then this emperor will drag you along with him. The words fell. It seemed to be to prevent Gu Yuan from having time to escape. He actually mobilized his own power within his body to converge towards the very center of his body. The move. It'll speed up the rate at which he bursts into flames. His eyes were staring at Gu Yuan, as if he wanted to see regret, fear, and despair on the other party's face. But Gu Yuan's reaction was disappointing. Gu Yuan's expression didn't change in the slightest. It was as if there was already a way to deal with the destruction that would result from his bursting body. This instantly made him sink inside. However, before he could react, Gu Yuan had already moved. A terrifying imperial might violently descended upon Lin Xian's entire body, wrapping it up. Gu Yuan's feet moved, and he was already fully utilizing his invincible body technique to fly towards high altitude. It was so fast that it disappeared in an instant. Appearing again, he had already reached 1,000,000 miles above the sky. A great emperor can travel 10,000 miles in an instant. But Gu Yuan, who had fully activated his invincible body technique, could instantly travel millions of miles. Lin Xian was wrapped in Gu Yuan's imperial might, and also instantly appeared 1,000,000 miles above the sky. What speed! Seeing that Gu Yuan had actually displayed such a fast speed, Lin Xian had obviously been shocked to no end. Obviously, he did not expect the other party's speed to be just that much faster than what he was at his peak. Just as he was shocked, Gu Yuan moved his feet and had already disappeared from his side. As Gu Yuan disappeared, Lin Xian realized with a jolt that the force that had prevented him from moving even a single muscle had also dissipated at this moment. But not before he was happy about it. He then realized in despair. His body had already reached the tipping point of bursting into flames. He wanted to catch up with Gu Yuan and drag the other party to be buried with him. But now it's clear that it can't be done. No! 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 In the end, he can only let out a roar filled with despair and resignation. The moment the sound stopped. Rumble! A loud explosion sound violently resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's entire body exploded into a mist of blood in an instant. Even its divine soul was instantly annihilated without even a bit of ash left. The berserk force of the explosion instantly swept in all directions, centering on the spot where Lin Xian had exploded and died. Under the force of this terrifying explosion, space instantly tore apart, and then healed, and tore apart, and healed again. This was repeated for an unknown amount of time before the space healed completely. The destruction caused by this terrifying force of explosion was much more than that. Even the ground of the desolate ancient continent, which was 1,000,000 miles away from the bursting body, that was greatly affected. The mountains and rivers are shattered and the earth is crumbling. An unknown number of innocent beings have died as a result. 1,000,000 miles from the ground of the desolate continent could still cause such horrific destruction. If Lin Xian had died in a ground burst, then the damage it causes is bound to be even greater. I'm afraid that it will really be like what he said, able to pull the entire southern region to accompany him. Gulp! 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 After swallowing 3 mouthfuls of saliva furiously in a row, Yunemo was able to ease the shock in his heart a little. The destruction caused by an existence of a peerless great emperor perfection bursting into flames was simply too frightening. Even if her cultivation wasn't weak, even if she was 1,000,000 miles away from the location where Lin Xian had exploded and died, then there was a shock that caused her qi and blood to flip over. Those with low cultivation. It's only going to get worse. Such a terrifying existence can be subdued with a flip of your hand. Just how strong should your strength be? Thinking about this, Yunemo hurriedly shook his head. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Just because. Thinking about it like that, she felt that she had become a high achiever even to be a maid for the Duke. It's done, let me take you back to my clan. Gu Yuan's voice suddenly came from one side, immediately startling Yunemo. She didn't even realize when Gu Yuan appeared beside her. After fixing her mind, Yunemo immediately nodded her little milk bag and agreed, okay Gongzi. But as if she thought of something, she hurriedly asked, Gongzi, aren't you going to fetch any herbs? Fetch. Gu Yuan let out a light laugh. With a flip of his hand, a dozen purple grasses appeared in front of him. Tao rhythms flowed above the purple grass, and there was a wisp of imperial might permeating it. It was none other than the 9 revolutions of the Emperor's soul grass. After flying down from the high altitude earlier, the first thing he did was enter the 10,000 souls abyss. The consummate divine sense of the peerless great emperor erupted out, instantly enveloping the entire 10,000 souls abyss. In an instant, everything within the 10,000 souls abyss was in his eyes. Collecting everything useful, he then flew back to Yunmo's side. Among them there are not only 9 turns of the Emperor's soul grass, but also 8 turns of the Emperor's soul grass, 7 turns of the Emperor's soul grass. Chapter 30 The Shadow Leaving Jade. Chapter 30 The Shadow. I'm curious about that too. As the various great powerhouses from the 13 states of the southern region arrived at Mo City one after another. They looked at Mo Chang, which didn't have any of the monsters, and for a moment everyone was confused. Simply couldn't figure out why there weren't any monsters present in the city. To know. When Lord Yun informed them, he had said that Mo City had suffered an unprecedented crisis. Just as they were wondering, a figure had already flown out from Mo City. This was a youth who bore a slight resemblance to Yun Mo and looked extremely stable. Arriving in front of the crowd, the youth immediately bowed respectfully to those present. Ink City Lord Yun Shan, meet all the seniors. He was the current lord of Mo City, Yun Mo's younger brother Yun Shan. Cloud Mountain? Lord Mojo? Hearing Yun Shan's words, everyone present felt a moment of dismay. In their impression, the Ink City Lord should be Yun Mo. When did it become Cloud Mountain? Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind. Someone came in front of Yun Shan, reached out to pat its shoulder, and sighed, "Condolences. Condolences." One person opened his mouth, and the rest of them opened their mouths one after another at this moment. Earlier, Yun had informed them that Mo City had suffered an unprecedented crisis. Now after coming to this place, the crisis has been lifted, though somehow. However, the fact that the Lord of Mo City had suddenly changed from Yun to Yun Shan made them subconsciously think that Yun had died in the earlier engagement with those grievous souls and severe ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters. Otherwise, it simply couldn't be explained why the Lord of Mo City would change from Yun to Yun Shan. Upon hearing the words of mourning from these people, Yun Shan was tempted to break into a fit of rage. These asshole things, it's a curse on his sister. But when he thought that these people had come to Mo Chang in order to help Mo Chang, he didn't curse out after all. Instead, he held back his anger and explained. "Gentlemen, the reason why I became the city lord of Mo City is because my sister followed someone else away, not because something happened to my sister." "Your sister left after someone else? Someone took your sister?" Yun is the number one beauty of Emojo, being taken away by someone, although it's hard to accept, it makes sense. Hearing Yun Shan's words, the crowd was once again stunned. While being dismayed, they also began to make their own analysis. Listening to these words, Yun Shan's forehead veins unconsciously rippled, and the anger in his heart almost rose to the top. What a presumptuous analysis of these asshole things. Despite the anger in his heart, Yun Shan ultimately failed to explode the anger in his heart. Not because he was angry. The main reason was that these people in front of him were all top powerhouses within the various major powers of the 13 southern regions, and he can't fight it. Ahem. With a light cough, interrupting these people's presumptuous analysis, Yun Shan then spoke out. "You all think too much. My sister was not taken, she left with someone willingly. I'm sure you're all curious as to why my sister said that Mo City was in crisis, being attacked by countless grievous souls and ominous red-haired monsters, but when you came here, you didn't see any of the grievous souls and ominous red-haired monsters, did you?" "Right." At those words, everyone nodded seriously. This is indeed a point of curiosity for them. Seeing the crowd nodding their heads, Yun Shan didn't sell out much and immediately began to recount everything that had happened earlier. "What? One person instantly seconds countless unjust spirits and ominous red-haired monsters? How is this possible? I have accidentally entered the outskirts of the 10,000 Souls Abyss once, and have seen the horror of those grievous spirits and ominous red-haired monsters. Those ghost things, the weakest, that are comparable to a Saint King Saint Zun, as for the strong ones, that has even reached the level of a great emperor, or a great emperor in the strong kind." According to Lord Yun Chang's description, the unjust souls and severe ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters that had previously attacked Mo Chang were feared to be as many as 1,000,000. There were also many grievous ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters that were comparable to great emperors. Such a large number of grievous spirits and ominous red-haired monsters, that is, if we gather the strongest people from my entire southern region and try to completely eliminate them, my southern region will have to pay a painful price. Now you're telling me that so many unjust ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters were seconded by one person? And instant seconds. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Not telling stories to swindle us? Now it's true that I didn't see any of the unjust ghosts and red-haired old monsters in Mo City, so I think there should be a strong person who stepped in to save your Mo City, but you and I said that the person who stepped in was the one who instantly secured 1,000,000 unjust ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? I feel the same way. I feel the same way. When he heard Yun Shan say that a strong person had arrived at Mo City earlier, he casually killed 1,000,000 unjust ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters in seconds and saved Mo City. There were voices of skepticism from those present. It wasn't that they didn't trust Yun Shan. It was really Yun Shan who had overstated the case. The millions of grievous ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters that came to attack Mo City were all first-rate powerhouses. Not 1,000,000 pigs. It was just instantaneous seconds. Who can believe this when they hear it? They didn't believe that there could be such a strong person in this world. Even if there is, the other side would come to Murray City so coincidentally? Thus, they didn't believe Yun Shan's words 100 times over. Can't believe a bit of it at all. I know you all don't believe me. But it's fine, I have the shadow retaining jade here that can recreate the previous scene. Seeing the crowd react like this, Yun Shan was not surprised. After a faint smile, a jade tablet was taken out by him with a flip of his hand. This jade tablet was none other than the staying shadow jade. Retention jade, which can record images and sounds. Good boy, actually using the shadow retention jade to record the previous scene. Good job. Quickly, don't ink, quickly catalyze the shadow retaining jade, I want to see what happened earlier. I'd like to see it too. So do I. Seeing Yinshan actually take out the shadow retaining, there are just too many of these unjust ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters. It was so dense that it seemed endless. Moreover, the strength of these grievous spirits and ominous red-haired monsters was also strong to the extreme one after another. Each attack caused the Mo city's great protective formation to tremble violently. Although they had learned everything that happened in Mo City in advance through Yunmo's transmission. But now that they saw it through the remaining shadow jade, they were still shocked. Someone couldn't help but gulp and murmured in a low voice, these grievous spirits and ominous red-haired monsters are so terrifying and in such great numbers, are there really any strong people who can instantly second them? This person's voice was not loud, but none of the people present were weak, all of them had bright ears and eyes, and they naturally heard these words. However, they did not answer the question of the person who spoke, but instead, their eyes stared unblinkingly at the image presented by the shadow retaining jade. As if they were afraid to miss a single detail. As time passes, Ink City's city guard formation broke under another attack by these grievous ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters. In an instant, countless grievous souls and stern ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters were like wolves entering a flock of sheep, pouring into Mo City and beginning a lopsided slaughter of the people of Mo City. These grievous spirits and ominous red-haired monsters were simply strong and terrifying. No one was even a single enemy of it. Anyone who encounters it will either be seriously injured or directly die on the spot. Even Yun Mo, the city lord of Mo City, the #1 strongest person in Mo City, that was not a match for these grievous souls and stern ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters. However, it was only a single glance, and he was directly seriously injured and flew out. Also at this moment, everyone's gazes snapped and their eyes fell on Yun Mo in unison. No! Instead of them landing their gazes on Yun Mo, it would be better to say that they were landing their gazes on the white-robed man who was holding Yun Mo. I think he's the one who instantly secured all the ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters with a single strike, right? The people present, at this moment, all had such a thought pop up in their minds coincidentally. As this thought appeared, their gazes moved, and they all turned their gaze to the white-robed man's face. Wanted to see what kind of person this man in white was. Whether it is someone they know. However, when they landed their gaze on the white-robed man's face, they were visibly frozen. Just because. They couldn't see the white man's face at all. It was as if the white man's face was mosaic, so it was impossible to see. Ha! Even Yinshan was surprised and couldn't help but let out a soft eep of doubt. What is this situation? Why didn't the retained shadow jade record that lord's face? Could it be that the staying shadow jade is broken? But if the staying shadow jade is broken, then why are other people's faces being recorded again? Weird, really weird. At this moment, the clueless Yinshan was very confused. And at that moment, an old man in the crowd with a high level of cultivation opened his mouth to answer his doubts. It's not that the staying shadow jade is broken, it's because this white-robed man is a great emperor. A great emperor, unless he himself wants to record on his own initiative, the shadow retaining jade can't record the other party at all. After a pause, the old man spoke again, now that we're using the shadow retaining jade to look at him, this action will also allow this great emperor to sense it, and if he wants to, he can even communicate with us through this image. Hearing this, Yinshan nodded with seeming understanding. Not only him, but some people who didn't know about these things also nodded in unison after hearing the old man's words. Although they couldn't tell if what the old man said was true or not. But the other guy is talking a good game, so odds are it's true. It was also the moment the old man's words fell that the white-robed man in the picture moved. Only when he moved his feet, his entire body arrived in the sky above Mo City. With its finger like a sword intent flashed at the tip of the finger, and the dense sword chi immediately centered on the white-robed man, spreading crazily in all directions. However, in an instant, with the white-robed man as the center, 1,000,000 more sword chi suddenly appeared in the sky above Mo City. The sword chi coalesced and transformed into a long sword. Accompanied by the white-robed man using his finger as a sword to chop down, millions of long swords fell in unison like rain. The grievous souls and stern ghosts and ominous red-haired monsters that wreaked havoc in the city of Umo did not have any power to resist under the long swords that were transformed by these sword chi. However, at only one contact, when you say it like that, it seems like it could really be that person. After all, other than him, there should be no one else who can possess such terrifying strength with such terrifying attainments in the Tao of the sword. As each and every guess was uttered, the crowd quickly regarded the man in white as that divine dragon of the 10,000 Sword sect in the central region, the 10,000 Sword sect leader, the Sword Emperor Sword Wushwang. And just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, negating their speculations. He can be anyone, but only not Sword Emperor Jin Wushwang. Hearing this voice, the crowd subconsciously wanted to retort. But when they saw the person who spoke, their retorting words all stopped in their throats. Just because. The person who spoke was one of the Lingyun sect's 3 greatest experts, the peak master of Desolate Peak, the #1 sword cultivator in the spirit state, and even the entire southern region, Luo Qingxue. And besides these identities, Luo Qingxue had another identity. 10,000 Sword Sect Patriarch, Sword Emperor Sword Wushwang's personal disciple. Chapter 32 Knowing the Identity of the Man in White. Chapter 32 Knowing the Identity of the Man in White. Although the top powerhouses of almost the entire southern domain were gathered there. But if one were to say, who present was most familiar with Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang, then it must be Luo Qingxue, the personal disciple of Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang. Now Luo Qingxue said that this white-clothed man couldn't possibly be Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang. Then, this white-robed man could not be Jian Wushwang. Luo Qingxue had once followed Jian Wushwang to learn the Sword Dao, and although the time was not long, it was definitely not considered short. Even if he couldn't see the face of the man in white now, if the man in white was really Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang, then Luo Qingxue would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. Since the man in white isn't Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang, then who exactly is the man in white? Possessing such terrifying strength and possessing such terrifying attainments in the Tao of the Sword, such an existence should be a powerful person who is famous all over the world, but other than Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang, I truly cannot think of a second person to come. So do I. So do I. The crowd began to speculate again about who the white man was. But even if they thought about it, they could not think of anyone other than Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang, who could possess such a terrifying attainment in the Tao of the Sword while possessing such a terrifying strength. Others perked up their ears, their eyes dead set on the staying Shadow Jade. Because, at this moment, the picture in the shadow retaining Jade, Yunemo had already talked with the white-robed man. Obviously, they wanted to know the identity of the white-robed man through the conversation between the two within the staying Shadow Jade. But it was undoubtedly overthinking on their part. Because, from the conversation between the white-clothed man and Yunemo in the picture until Yunemo followed the white-clothed man away at the end, the white-clothed man within the shadow retaining Jade did not reveal any of his identity information. Lingyun sect's patriarch Mu Taiyu was obviously also extremely curious about the identity of the white-robed man. Gazing at Luo Qingxue, he casually asked, "Peak Master Luo, can you tell who this man in white is?" From the moment the white-robed man appeared, Luo Qingxue's gaze did not leave from his body. Although she couldn't see the white-robed man's face, the moment the other party appeared it made her feel extremely familiar. At first, she also subconsciously thought that this white-robed man was her master, the Sword Emperor Sword Wushwang of the 10,000 Sword sect of the central region. It was really because the other party's Sword Dao attainment was too high and their strength was too strong. But as she slowly surveyed the situation, she realized that this white-robed man was not her master. And with a closer look, she finally realized why the white-robed man gave her an extremely familiar feeling. Because this white-robed man was her disciple, Gu Yuan. Although Gu Yuan had somehow suddenly become so strong and possessed such terrifying attainments in the Tao of the Sword. But she, who had spent so many years with Gu Yuan, could not be mistaken. She could be 100% certain that this white-robed man was her disciple Gu Yuan. Now hearing Mu Taiyu's words, Luo Qingxue didn't even think about it and directly nodded her head and replied, "I know." As the two simple words fell, the entire room was stunned. Everyone's eyes fell on Luo Qingxue in unison. There was an obvious flash of surprise in his eyes. "Luo Shang, do you really know who this man in white is?" "Peak Master Luo, I just casually asked, but you actually know." Makutuwo was all confused. He then asked casually, "It's amazing that the other side really knows ah." Greeting the curious and unexpected gazes of those present, Luo Qingxue nodded slightly and said, "That's right, I already know who this person is." "Luo Shang, who is the man in white, tell me. Quickly, detail the identity of the man in white." Hearing Luo Qingxue say that she knew the identity of the man in white, the people present immediately exploded. For a time, they all opened their mouths, only hoping that Luo Qingxue would be able to inform them of the identity of the man in white. Greeting the curious gazes of everyone present, Luo Qingxue let out a light laugh before she shook her head and said, "Although I know, I don't want to say it." Although Gu Yuan didn't care if his strength was exposed, Luo Qingxue wouldn't take the initiative to expose the other party's heaven-defying strength either. Moreover, she was counting on Gu Yuan to hide part of his strength and crush the other disciples in the sect disciple competition and then obtain the sect rewards. Although this reward was nothing to her or to Gu Yuan. But even a grasshopper is meat. Hearing Luo Qingxue's words, everyone's mouths twitched in unison. According to Luo Qingxue's character, they subconsciously thought that Luo Qingxue was preparing to take advantage of the opportunity to extort them for some fine wine or cultivation resources. After only a brief moment of thought, someone spoke up. Luo Shang, I know you're a good drinker. This is the immortal drunk that I treasured some years ago. Now I'm giving it to you, so just tell me the identity of the man in white. Luo Shang, I know you like spirit stones. There are millions of spirit stones in this storage ring. Now that I've given it to you, just tell me the identity of the man in white quickly. Los Santos. As one man spoke, the rest spoke. While opening their mouths, they also each took out something, and then used their spiritual power to maneuver towards Luo Qingxue. Either a storage ring with a lot of spirit stones, or a wine altar with fine wine, or some gongfu martial arts, or weapons. The quantity was so great that it was almost piled up into a small mountain. Looking at these things, Luo Qingxue's eyes were on the verge of green light and she couldn't help but gulp. The corners of its mouth were also involuntarily upturned. She was not polite, and a spiritual force swept through. Include storage rings if you can. Such as storage ring, such things cannot be included in the storage ring, then directly with the sack up. As Luo Qingxue put these things away, the people present once again cast curious and expectant gazes towards her. Both wanted it to inform them of the identity of the man in white. But meeting their gazes, Luo Qingxue didn't say anything. Instead, she turned her gaze to those who didn't hand over anything and wanted to white-whore the identity of the white-robed man. Just a simple look. Those present instantly understood in seconds. Although some people were helpless, they were compelled to want to know the identity of the man in white, so they obediently took out something and handed it over. But some people don't want to pay the price for learning the identity of a powerful person. And the consequence of this was that those present were verbally abusive. If you want it, you need to give it. You want to know the identity of a powerful man without paying anything? Is there anything so good under the sky? That's right, you don't pay for anything. You want to whore yourself out for nothing? We don't force it. If you don't want to pay something, then stay where you are. Want to whore for nothing? Dream on. With that, everyone present surrendered something. Luo Qingxue looked at the 2 sacks full of sacks filled with storage rings. Her mouth almost cracked with laughter. This storage ring is full of them. If you take all this stuff and trade it for booze. Enough for her to drink for centuries. Peak Master Luo, stop laughing. It's better to tell everyone the identity of the man in white first. Mak Taiyu, filled with resentment, spoke up at this moment. He was also verbally abused just now and had to hand something over. Greeting Mu Taiyu's eyes that were filled with resentment, Luo Qingxue hemmed and hawed before nodding her head and saying, "Good." Chapter 33 Deception. Chapter 33 Deception. I can tell you all now the identity of that white man. But... Speaking here, the smile on Luo Qingxue's face snapped. Becoming serious, he then continued. Are you all sure you want to hear this? If all of you listen to this and fall due to some accidents, it will not have the slightest relation to the saint. Hearing this, everyone present unconsciously frowned. Some people even couldn't help but ask, Luo Shang, what do you mean by this? I didn't mean anything else. The expression on Luo Qingxue's face remained serious and earnest as she said, this white-robed man, I know him well, but he doesn't want others to know his identity, and other than me, the people who know his identity are all dead. Now, do you want to hear more? Hearing this, the people present were involuntarily silent. They felt that Luo Qingxue was being alarmist and was deliberately scaring them, but they had no proof. And since Luo Qingxue had said this, they really didn't dare to listen anymore. None other. I'm afraid of losing my life. The great emperor's methods are profound and unfathomable, such as the white-clothed man, who can instantly second the existence of millions of unjust souls and ominous red-haired monsters. His methods will only be even more profound and unfathomable. They knew its identity, if the other party wanted to. The other side can indeed get them killed without realizing it. Looks like you guys aren't going to listen. Luo Qingxue smiled, just like a winter smile, warm and incomparable, seemingly allowing 10,000 years of icebergs to melt. She said, since you guys aren't going to listen, I'm not going to say anything. Oh. At those words, those present were once again silent. There was a long silence before someone spoke up to break the quiet and said, "I don't want to know the identity of the white man anymore, now give me back my stuff." One person spoke up, and the rest of them spoke up one after another at that moment. "Yeah, I don't want to know the identity of the white man either, so give me my stuff back." The words were all about wanting to get back what they had previously given away. "You guys still want to take back what's in my hands? I think you guys are thinking of farts to eat." Luo Qingxue lightly hummed, her words were as despicable as they could be. "You give me something and I reveal the identity of the white man in exchange. What do you mean by exchange, do you understand? In a word, in a nutshell. What about the things? There's no way I'm going to return them to you, and as for the identity of the man in white, if you want to hear it, I can tell you about it right now. Of course, if you all accidentally and tragically die at home tomorrow, that's none of my business." Speaking here, Luo Qingxue visibly paused. This was because she had actually discovered that the people present, with the exception of the people from the Lingyun sect, these people had actually begun. One of them is in the central domain and one is in the eastern domain. I don't want to trouble them. If you guys want to make a move against me now, I'll have to contact the white-robed people who are still in the southern region. Speaking of this, the smile on Luo Qingxue's face was obviously a few points more intense. Looking around at the people present, she smiled and said, "Are you all still prepared to make a move against a weak woman like me now?" Those present remained silent. Only this time the silence was different from the earlier one. Their breath was internalized and the power mobilized in their bodies had been dispersed. After hearing Luo Qingxue's words, they all calmed down. It was also sort of remembered that this ant had a background that they simply couldn't afford to mess with. Taking in these people's expressions, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. She wasn't a murderous person. If she did get a beating for her earlier deception, then not only would she have to take the beating, but she would have to keep the matter quiet. Otherwise, if things got into the ears of her master's senior brothers and sisters, or her eldest apprentice, then there was a real possibility that these people would be finished. All those master teachers and brothers and sisters of hers, and her eldest apprentice, that's just too cranky. And there were nearly all of the strongest people in the entire southern region gathered there. The implication behind it was so great that if something really happened to them, then the entire pattern of the southern domain would be turned upside down. Okay. These people were bluffed by her. There was no action, otherwise she would have truly become a sinner in the southern region. Thinking about this, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but secretly sigh in her heart. What a nice guy himself. And see, the people present hate to beat themselves up, but do not dare to beat, and ultimately can only be angry. Secretly clenched teeth of the scene, Luo Qingxue thought about it, once again opened his mouth. Although right now that white man doesn't want anyone to know who he is. But if everyone really wants to know his identity, they can go to the Cloud Sky sect when Gu Yuan goes to the Cloud Sky sect. Because at that time, this white man will also be there. And at that time, all of you will know who he is. Hearing this, the people present could not help but be puzzled. He didn't understand why this white-robed man would go to the Cloud sect even when Gu Yuan went to the Cloud sect before him. Of course, though doubtful. However, they had already secretly made up their minds in their hearts, deciding to go to the Cloud sect as well when Gu Yuan went ahead to the Cloud sect. As for why Gu Yuan wanted to go to the Cloud sect, they were clear. To fulfill the 3-year appointment with Ruyan Lu. Back then, Lu Ruyan went to Lingyun sect to withdraw from the marriage in a high-profile manner, and in the end, she failed to withdraw from the marriage, but was instead repudiated, and ended up setting a 3-year contract with Gu Yuan. This matter caused quite a stir in the southern region back then. They have heard some of it. Chapter 34, Terrifyingly Strong. Chapter 34, Terrifyingly Strong. My words should be able to make them all follow Gu Yuan when he goes to the Cloudsoar sect. Luo Qingxue murmured in her heart. There was clearly coldness, hatred, and quickness flashing through Yu's eyes. Lu Ruyan, back then, you came to my Lingyun sect in a high-profile manner and withdrew from the marriage in front of tens of thousands of people in my Lingyun sect. Not to mention, you also humiliated my disciple in various ways, causing my disciple to lose face. Now that the 3-year appointment is approaching, the moment my disciple reveals his cultivation, I wonder if you'll just cry out in front of all the great powerhouses of the southern region. Thinking of this, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. A wave of pleasure rose visibly in his heart. As if he had already seen the scene where Ruyan Lu cried out in regret. It was also while Luo Qingxue was thinking about this. Rumble. A loud explosion suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. With that, the entire southern region began to shake violently as if a great earthquake was approaching. Many places were even directly crumbling mountains and rivers and cracking the ground. That was the movement of Lin Xian's exploding body reaching this side. What's the situation? This direction is the 10,000 souls abyss. Did something change in the 10,000 souls abyss? Upon hearing this loud explosion, everyone turned their gazes in the direction of the 10,000 souls abyss unanimously. Afterward, after only a slight hesitation, they all turned into streams of light and headed straight towards the direction of the 10,000 souls abyss. Obviously, they all wanted to see what had happened to the 10,000 souls abyss. And that's when Gu Yuan had already brought Yun Mo to a desolate mountain in the southern region that was rarely visited by people. Glancing around for a few moments, Gu Yuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Afterwards, he didn't talk nonsense, and with a wave of his hand a strain of medicinal herbs immediately flew out from within the system's carry-on space. He was going to make pills here. The reason why he chose to refine pills here rather than within the Lingyun sect was also very simple. Because the soul condensation pill was an imperial pill. This kind of elixir was extremely difficult to refine, and only some of the top Dan emperors could do so. And if it was successfully refined, it would attract a Dan robbery, which would cause a great commotion. If it was refined in the Lingyun sect, then it would definitely draw the attention of the entire Lingyun sect. At that point, his strength would be exposed as a result. He didn't care if his strength was exposed or not. But her great Thunder Master had made a point of explaining to him. Let him hide his cultivation strength before the sect disciple competition, in order not to let his strength be exposed in advance. This was why Gu Yuan chose the location of the alchemy to be here, rather than within the Lingyun sect. Gonzi, are you preparing to refine pills? Seeing Gu Yuan take out many medicinal herbs in a row, Yun Mo couldn't help but ask with curiosity rising in his heart. Yes. Gu Yuan nodded. With his palm spread out, a cluster of fire immediately leapt out from within his palm when his mind moved. That was Gu Yuan's Dan fire. From the system, he obtained the invincible alchemy method. And this Dan flame was included in the invincible alchemy method, which was also obtained from the system. It's equivalent to a giveaway of the invincible alchemy method. With the injection of power from Gu Yuan's body, the fire got hotter and hotter. Soon a huge flame was formed. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, scorching the space with ripples. The aura that escaped from it was also extremely terrifying. It actually made Yun Mo feel an extremely terrifying aura of death. It made her unconsciously step back and pull away from Gu Yuan. And at that moment, under Gu Yuan's control, a strain of medicinal herbs immediately flew into the flames in front of him in an orderly manner. Such a scene. Looking at Yun Mo, he was dumbfounded. As the city lord of Mo City, she had great insight. Have also seen some alchemists make pills. But doesn't alchemy require an alchemy furnace? Why doesn't Gu Yuan need it? Just feed the herbs into the fire. Isn't this afraid of just burning the herbs? Such a doubt had just risen in his mind. Yun Mo was soon shocked to find out. Those medicinal herbs that were sent into the Dan fire were not burned out by the Dan fire, though it was partially burned by the Dan fire. But the parts that were burned were the most useless parts of the herbs. The best parts of it are all perfectly preserved. What a marvelous alchemy technique! Seeing this, Yun Mo couldn't help but let out an exclamation in his heart. As the city lord of Mo City, she had great insight. He had also seen some alchemists making pills. But those alchemists' techniques were undoubtedly much inferior compared to Gu Yuan's. She didn't know anything about alchemy, but she could still read. And as time passes little by little, soon, 108 medicinal herbs were sent into the flame in front of him one after another by Gu Yuan. The useless parts of these herbs were all burned up, leaving only the essence of the herbs. The essence of these parts shimmered with a bit of golden light in the fire of the Dan, looking beautiful. Condense me. It was accompanied by a low gulp from Gu Yuan's mouth. The essence parts of these pills were as if they had come to life, and actually began to converge and intermingle with each other. It eventually coalesced into an elixir that shimmered with a golden aura. Rumble. The sound of thunder suddenly resounded high above the sky. Yun Mo subconsciously looked up, only to see that there was a blackened robber cloud converging from all directions high above the sky. Eventually, these calamity clouds gathered together like a black cloth, covering the entire sky above, plunging this part of the heavens and earth into darkness. A streak of golden thunder flashed in the robbery cloud, emitting a deafening sound of thunder. This is a Dan robbery. After looking at the robbing clouds that covered this side of the heaven and earth, and then at the pill that was molding in the Dan fire, Yunemo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Its good-looking face was also crawling with shock and disbelief at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the city lord of Mo City, she had great insight. Haven't seen a Dan robbery though. But she's heard about it. In order to concoct an elixir that could induce a Dan tribulation, two conditions needed to be met at the same time. One was to refine the elixir to reach the emperor rank, and the other was to refine the elixir to reach the level of perfection. The only way to do this is to invoke a Dan robbery. Dan drug grade, from low to high total divided into 1 to 9 products. 9th grade pills were also called imperial pills. The ranks of alchemists are divided in the same way. The difficulty of trying to refine an imperial Dan that could attract a Dan tribulation was so high that it was unimaginably high. It was some dandies who couldn't do it. Only the best of the dandies could do it. The pill Gu Yuan was now casually refining was the emperor's pill. It's still an imperial Dan that can induce a danjitsu. How could this not shock Yun Mo? 18 years old, possessing the perfect cultivation of a peerless great emperor, not to mention the extremely high attainments in the Tao of the sword, and now the pills he casually concocts are emperor pills that can induce a Dan tribulation. The Gongzi is inevitably too strong, isn't he? Shocked, Yun Mo couldn't help but let out another sigh in his heart. It was only thought that Gu Yuan was terribly strong. Chapter 35 Returning to the Lingyun sect. Chapter 35 Returning to the Lingyun sect. Gu Yuan did not pay attention to Yun Mo's shock. Instead, his eyes stared unblinkingly at the Dan fire in front of him. After determining that the time had come, he immediately withdrew the Dan flame with a thought. And that's when the pill high above the sky was also finally coalescing into shape. Rumble! Along with a loud sound of thunder that resounded through the sky suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A golden thunderbolt the thickness of a water bucket violently descended from the sky, slashing down hard towards the pill in front of Gu Yuan. Dazzling thunder light blossomed, making this place as bright as day. Extremely terrifying destructive aura permeated out from the thunder, immediately frightening the nearby small animals to prostrate themselves on the ground shivering. Even Yun Mo felt an extremely dangerous feeling from this thunder, causing her unconsciously to tighten her heart and mind. Gazing over at Gu Yuan, Yun Mo couldn't help but have a trace of consternation appear in his eyes. Just because. She was actually shocked to find out. Faced with such a terrifying Dan robbery. Not only did Gu Yuan not make a move not to mention. Instead, he also controlled the elixir in front of him to fly towards the high sky, meeting the terrifying thunder that fell from the sky. Looking at that appearance, it was as if he was preparing to let the Dan tribulation split this imperial Dan. Your Excellency, this Dan tribulation is so terrifying, aren't you going to make a move? Shocked, Yun Mo asked in a small voice about the doubts in his heart. Gu Yuan glanced at her and asked with a light smile, why did you make a move? A simple sentence directly silenced Yun Mo's entirety. Why did you strike? That thunder was so terrifying. If you let it cleave on top of the elixir, that elixir is bound to be destroyed. Now you're even asking why you're striking out? How could you ask such a thing? Of course, though the heart is speechless. But Yun Mo still spoke out after a brief silence. Gongzi, if you don't make a move, the potion will be destroyed, right? No. Gu Yuan replied with a light smile. For the pills he had refined, he had complete confidence that he would be able to survive the Dan tribulation. It was also while the two were talking. The elixir high above the sky had already made contact with the Danjak. Rumble! The sound of thunder resounded, and the terrifying thunder instantly wrapped the elixir. Dazzling lightning flashed continuously. Yun Mo's eyes were dead set on where the elixir was. There was a clear flash of concern in his eyes. Apparently, he was worried that the Emperor Dan that Gu Yuan had refined would be destroyed by the Dan tribulation. Imperial Dan was precious beyond measure. An Imperial Dan that could induce a Dan tribulation was even more precious to the point of being unimaginable. It would be too much of a pity if such an elixir was ruined under the Dan tribulation. Compared to Yun Mo's worry, Gu Yuan was calm and full of composure. Just because. He had complete confidence in the elixir he had concocted. He was confident that the pills he had refined would be able to easily survive the Dan tribulation. Soon, the dazzling thunder light gradually dispersed. A golden-colored elixir with a golden body and imperial might permeating it appeared in the duo's field of vision. With that, an extremely strong medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. Just by smelling this medicinal fragrance, Yunmo felt that his entire body was much more energized. All of his cultivation was vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough. This caused her to let out an uncontrollable exclamation. Is this the imperial Dan that has passed through the Dan tribulation? Just by smelling it, it gave my cultivation signs of a breakthrough. It's simply terrifying. Before the words fell, Yunmo's mouth just couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise and said, Gongzi, look, the elixir is going to run. Because she was actually shocked to find that this elixir has now turned into a stream of light toward the distance. Gu Yuan glanced at the soul condensing pill and was not surprised. The elixir that has survived the Dan robbery has opened up some spiritual wisdom, and already knows how to tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. This was something he knew through the invincible alchemy method. With a large hand, a huge palm print that covered the sky instantly appeared before grabbing towards Emperor Dan. The speed of this Imperial Dan was extremely fast, that is, it was not slower than some great emperors. However, under Gu Yuan's huge palm, it was still instantly suppressed, and was then easily incorporated into the system's carry-on space by Gu Yuan. Come on, now I'll take you back to my clan. Looking at Yunmo, Gu Yuan said indifferently. It's the Duke. Yunmo nodded. As Yunmo nodded his head, a power surged from Gu Yuan and wrapped him up, and the two of them immediately transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the direction of the Lingyun sect. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air rang out one after another. Soon, a figure appeared here. They were the strongest of the great powers from all sides of the southern domain. Earlier, they had received Yunmo's notice and were prepared to go to Mo City to support Yunmo. They were then attracted by the movement of the 10,000 Souls Abyss, and they went forward to the 10,000 Souls Abyss. It was also at the time when they were exploring the 10,000 Souls Abyss, wanting to know what kind of changes were happening in the 10,000 Souls Abyss. Here and there, the robber clouds converged, attracting them once again. That's how they came to be here. Looking at the empty surroundings, with a single robbery cloud dispersing high above the sky. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh, late again. Sighing, someone voiced out, the southern region has always been plagued by strange occurrences for some time now, and I don't know whether this matter is good or bad for the southern region. Now that the crisis in Mo City has been lifted, and there isn't even a single hair left within the 10,000 Souls Abyss, this is a heavenly good thing for my southern domain. To say anything about whether it's good or bad, I feel as if you're farting. That's just it. The crisis in Mo City has been lifted, so I'm going to go back to my cultivation, so farewell, everyone. I also take my leave. Farewell. Farewell. After some fruitless exploration, these people did not stay here for a long time, and they all said goodbye and left. See, this is the sect I'm in, the Lingyun sect. Flying all the way to the sky in front of the Lingyun sect's mountain gate, Gu Yuan reached out and pointed at the Lingyun sect below and opened his mouth. Yunmo looked at the Lingyun sect below, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Because of the existence of Luo Qingxue, the #1 sword cultivator in the spirit state and even the southern region, within the Lingyun sect, she was aware of the Lingyun sect. But how could she not expect that Gu Yuan would be someone within the Lingyun sect? The Lingyun sect was one of the 3 major sects in the spirit state. Its inheritance was 10,000 years old, with deep roots, huge power, and notable strength. In the spirit state, the Lingyun sect was indeed one of the greatest powers. It was that when looking at the entire southern region, although it wasn't particularly strong, because of Luo Qingxue, no one dared to underestimate this clan. But such a clan has given birth to such a super strong person as Gu Yuan. For a moment, Yunmo expressed his difficulty in accepting it. After all, before this, she had had fantasies about Gu Yuan's clan. In fantasy, the other party's sect was either a hidden sect or a superpower. But now the other party was telling her that the sect the other party was in was a not particularly strong sect in her southern domain. The gap between fantasy and reality was too wide, and she naturally found it difficult to accept. It took a while for her to come to terms with this fact. Chapter 36: The Two Shocked Women. Chapter 36: The Two Shocked Women. Gu Yuan then briefly introduced the Lingyun sect to Yunmo, as well as his status and position within the Lingyun sect. Upon hearing that Gu Yuan was actually only a peak master true disciple within the sect, Yunmo's entire body was dumbfounded. How could one not expect that an existence like Gu Yuan, an invincible great emperor perfection, would only be a tiny peak master true disciple within the Lingyun sect? Off the charts. It's simply outrageous. His mom opened the door for outrageous to the core. And after Gu Yuan made some introductions to Yun Mo, he didn't care how he reacted, and with a movement of his feet, he had already brought Yun Mo into the Lingyun sect. In an instant, he appeared outside the door of the secret room where junior sister Manhwa was practicing. Where did elder brother go and come back? How did he appear? Why didn't I notice it earlier? Also, who is that woman beside her? Inside the secret room, Manhwa, who was originally sitting on her knees with her eyes closed, cultivating seriously, suddenly, she violently opened her eyes. In the depths of her eyes there were clearly many doubts flashing by. Although she was inside the chamber. But nowadays, she had awakened the memories of her past life, and the many means of her past life had been mastered by her. Relying on those means she had mastered in her previous life, the moment Gu Yuan appeared outside the door of the secret room, she was the first to sense it. LOL. The sound of the door opening rang out, and the door to the chamber was opened. Gu Yuan and Yun Mo walked into the secret room one after another. Sure fu. When she saw Gu Yuan, Manhwa immediately rose and bowed respectfully. Although the current her had awakened the memories of her previous life, her respect for Gu Yuan had not changed in the slightest because of it. Aha! Gu Yuan nodded slightly in response. As his eyes surveyed Manhwa's body, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation in his heart, worthy of being the reincarnation of a female emperor. Even though the divine soul is severely damaged, this cultivation speed is still counterintuitive to the extreme. He had only spent a short 3 days from the time he went out from the Lingyun sect to the time he was back now. However, in the short span of 3 days, Manhwa's cultivation realm had changed drastically. 3 days ago, the other party's cultivation level was the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. And now, the other party's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. 1 day, 1 realm. Such a speed of cultivation. Simply appalling. Even with a damaged divine soul being able to have such a fast cultivation speed, if her divine soul is restored, how horrifying would its cultivation enhancement speed be? As such a thought surfaced in his mind, Gu Yuan turned over his hand and immediately took the previously refined soul condensation pill out of the system's carry-on space. Once the soul condensation pill appeared, a terrifying medicinal fragrance instantly spread out from it. In the blink of an eye, the entire secret room was filled with this rich medicinal fragrance. This is the Emperor Pill. Soul condensation pill. Smelling that rich medicinal fragrance, and then looking at the soul condensation pill that Gu Yuan took out in his hands, Manhwa's beautiful eyes instantly rounded, and her breathing became noticeably shortened by a few points. Once upon a time, she was the Qinglian Empress of the Tianwu continent. Nowadays, although she was only a wisp of a remnant soul reincarnated and reborn, the insights she once had were still preserved. So, with just a simple glance, she recognized the elixir in Gu Yuan's hand. It was clearly a top-tier imperial elixir that could strengthen the divine soul and instantly recover from divine soul injuries, the soul condensation elixir. Nowadays, her divine soul was severely damaged, which prevented her strength from recovering to its peak at all in a short period of time. But if there is a soul condensing elixir, she could instantly recover from the injuries on her soul. If her divine soul was restored, then she would be able to quickly restore her cultivation to its peak with her peerless great emperor perfection divine soul. This was why she became so excited the moment she saw the soul condensing pill. Seeing Manhwa's excited appearance, Gu Yuan couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. With that, this came out. Junior sister, your divine soul is severely damaged. The soul condensation pill is specially tailored for you by senior brother. It will allow you to quickly restore your damaged divine soul. Now that elder brother is giving this elixir to you, take it and use it to restore your damaged divine soul. Saying that, Gu Yuan's fingertips moved slightly, and the soul condensation pill immediately flew towards Manhwa. Made especially for me? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Manhwa was visibly stunned. How could she not expect Gu Yuan to specifically refine an extremely difficult to refine imperial dan like the soul condensation dan for her? While her heart was touched, a question also involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Elder brother, you know how to make pills? Gu Yuan nodded, will. Manhwa, the soul condensation pill is a top-tier emperor pill, only a top-tier Dan emperor can refine it. Elder brother, you are a Dan emperor? Gu Yuan, yes. Manhwa, to become a Dan emperor, not only do you need extremely high alchemy techniques, but you also need to possess a great emperor cultivation. Senior brother, you are still a great emperor? Gu Yuan, yes. Hiss. Hearing this, Manhwa couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. How could she not expect that the true cultivation of her senior brother, who was originally weak to the core in her eyes, was actually a great emperor? Moreover, the other party was not only a great emperor, not to mention, it's even an alchemist. It was even if he could refine pills, but the other party was even a Dan emperor. Numb. Really numb. This moment's Mu Nanwan was truly numb. After taking a few moments to digest the barrage of information, she then proceeded to ask. So, senior brother, your previous weakness was actually all your disguise? No. Shaking his head, Gu Yuan smiled bitterly. I was really weak before, he said, and he couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the arrival of the system. Not to mention that he was weak before, but even now, I'm afraid he's still weak. Nope. If he didn't have the system, the current him would have become the ration of that demonic beast in the Purple Cloud Mountain range. 3 days passed. He's in danger of becoming a Yanita Kami now. Senior brother, you were really weak before. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Mu Nanwan was visibly stunned. She had thought that her senior brother had been pretending to be a pig in a poke and had been hiding his cultivation before. Rather, he didn't expect that the other party was really weak before, rather than pretending to be a pig and hiding his cultivation. After freezing, Mu Nanwan couldn't help but ask again. Senior brother, since you were weak before, why did you suddenly turn into a great emperor? Turned into a Dan emperor? Speaking here, Mu Nanwan's eyes were dead set on Gu Yuan's face. It seemed as if they wanted to use this to judge the truthfulness of Gu Yuan's next words. Again, it seemed like she wanted to see if Gu Yuan would answer her question seriously. Yunimo also fixed his gaze on Gu Yuan at this moment. Apparently, he was also curious as to why Gu Yuan had turned into a great emperor, into a Dan emperor. Meeting the two women's gazes, Gu Yuan let out a light laugh, and without hesitation, he immediately took out the set of words he had previously said to Luo Qingxue. Hearing Gu Yuan say that it was in the Violet Cloud Mountain range that he had obtained the inheritance and cultivation of a great emperor whose lifespan was about to end, and that was how he had become a great emperor, a Dan emperor. The two women were instantly shocked, dog-eared. Chapter 37 Are you a son of Qi? Chapter 37 Are you a son of Qi, my lord? Gonzi, your luck is too good. Could it be that you are the legendary son of Qi? After the shock, Yunemo couldn't help but let out an exclamation and said. Between the words, her eyes sparkled as she stared at Gu Yuan. She's read a lot of books before. The sons of Qi in those books were people with great Qi, always able to turn danger into safety, turn misfortune into good fortune, turn the corrupt into the miraculous, and make the impossible possible. Previously, she had felt that the book's sons of Qi were too heaven-defying and outrageous, completely detached from reality. But now he heard this narration from Gu Yuan. She found out. Gu Yuan was even more like a son of Qi than those in the book. Sons of Qi? Maybe. Hearing Yunmo's words, Gu Yuan first froze, then he let out a light laugh and did not refute anything. After all, he did look like a son of Qi who possessed great Qi. Do great emperors also live to the end of their lives? At this moment, Mu Nanwan was still in deep thought. Once upon a time, she was the Green Lotus Empress of the Tianwu continent. As a great emperor, he was still in existence of great emperor perfection. She was profoundly aware of how long a great emperor's lifespan was. It's almost like living with the sky. Unless one encounters a being stronger than oneself. Otherwise, there was little chance of falling. Now Gu Yuan said that it had met a great emperor whose lifespan was about to end, and had obtained its inheritance and cultivation, and that was how it had become a great emperor, a Dan emperor. That was something she didn't believe. But after thinking about it for a while, she couldn't think of any other explanation that would explain why Gu Yuan had suddenly become a great emperor, a Dan emperor. And that's when Gu Yuan had already spoken once more. Don't just stand there, quickly take the soul condensation pill to restore your damaged divine soul. Hearing this, Mu Nanwan immediately returned to her senses. Looking at the soul condensation pill floating in front of her, she let out a deep breath before reaching out to take it. Senior brother, your great kindness to me, senior sister will definitely remember it in my heart, and I will definitely repay you properly in the future. It's just fine to give your body in marriage. After seriously saying thank you to Gu Yuan with a red face, Mu Nanwan didn't dare to look at Gu Yuan at all. Raising her hand and sending the soul condensation pill into her mouth, she then directly closed her eyes and sat down on her knees to begin her cultivation. The soul condensation pill was precious and extremely important to her, so she couldn't refuse it. In order to properly repay Gu Yuan's great kindness, all she could think of was to give her body in return. After all, the current Gu Yuan was a great emperor, or a Dan emperor who could refine a soul condensation pill. With such an existence, the normal way of repaying favors would not work at all. Hearing Mu Nanwan's words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but skim his mouth breathlessly. This one. Why are they all craving his body? He had wanted to give Mu Nanwan a good knock on the head and tell her not to think only about series in her head day in and day out. Seeing that he had already begun to cultivate the words that came to his lips, he could only helplessly swallow them back again. Soul condensation pill into the stomach. The terrifying medicinal power immediately exploded in Mu Nanwan's body. In an instant, the aura on Mu Nanwan's body surged by a large margin. Its breath also began to become unstable. Feeling the unsteady aura on Mu Nanwan's body, Yunemo couldn't help but frown. He couldn't help but look worriedly at Gu Yuan, ready to see him make a move. The energy contained in a top-tier imperial elixir like the soul condensation pill was extremely terrifying. Those with low cultivation levels cannot refine it at all. It was with her current cultivation level, trying to refine this pill would be an extremely strenuous task. Not to mention Mu Nanwan. And if you can't refine the imperial Dan, then its end would inevitably be propped up by the raging power contained in the elixir and burst into flames. In her opinion, Mu Nanwan couldn't refine the soul condensation pill at all. If Mu Nanwan wanted to refine the soul condensation pill, she would definitely need Gu Yuan's hand. However, when her eyes looked at Gu Yuan, she was visibly stunned. Just because. She realized that Gu Yuan had his hands wrapped around his body and was just quietly looking at Mu Nanwan, without any intention of striking at all. When she saw this, she couldn't help but frown in concern out loud. My lord, the Emperor Dan is very terrifying. Your senior sister's cultivation isn't high. Aren't you going to help her refine the Emperor Dan? No need. Gently shaking his head, Gu Yuan faintly said, my senior sister should be able to refine this pill. If it was any other Emperor Dan, with Mu Nanwan's current cultivation level, then she really wouldn't be able to refine it. However, what Mu Nanwan had eaten into her stomach was the soul condensation pill. Although this kind of elixir also contained extremely terrifying energy, it targeted the divine soul. If it was an ordinary 9th level Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, without a strong person to intervene, then it would inevitably not be able to refine the medicinal effects of the soul condensation pill. In the end, he would inevitably have his divine soul burst by the energy contained in the soul condensation pill. If it's light, it turns into a little cutie. And the heavier is propped up and bursts into flames. But Mu Nanwan didn't have this concern. As long as the energy contained in the soul condensation pill entered its damaged divine soul, then the damaged divine soul would be repaired in an instant. And even if Mu Nanwan's divine soul was not injured, with the means that Mu Nanwan had once controlled, Gu Yuan believed that the other party would be able to completely refine the soul condensation pill. Gonzi, the energy contained in this elixir, even I may not be able to refine it. Your senior sister is only at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, can she really? Yunemo murmured and spoke. It still didn't think that Mu Nanwan had the strength to refine the soul condensation pill. Between the words, she also subconsciously looked her gaze towards Mu Nanwan. And that look. But it was a sudden shock to her. Just because. The already unstable aura on Mu Nanwan's body had returned to calm. This was undoubtedly an indication that the other party had already refined the soul condensation pill that had been swallowed into his stomach. Even without refining. It was only a matter of time, I thought, before refining. After taking a closer look, Yunemo couldn't help but flash a hint of shock under his eyes. Because, after all, she was shocked to find out. Mu Nanwan's divine soul realm was climbing at an extremely fast rate. 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Metamorphosis Realm. King's Realm. Emperor's Realm. Venerable Realm. The Realm of the Saints. Holy King Realm. The Realm of the Holy Spirit. Immortal Emperor. The Undying Emperor. Invincible Emperor. Although Mu Nanwan's realm had not risen, its divine soul realm was rising at an extremely fast rate. But it was only a few short breaths. His divine soul realm had just broken through from the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm to the peerless Great Emperor Perfection Realm. The eyes snapped open. There was clearly a brilliant aura bursting through Mu Nanwan's eyes. Subconsciously meeting those eyes of Mu Nanwan, Yunmo's mind could not help but tremble. What kind of eyes are these? It was a pair of eyes that towered over the rest of the world, that were devoid of emotion, that looked out of the world as if they didn't place anyone in their eyes. Moreover, vaguely, Yunimo also felt an extremely dangerous feeling from Mu Nanwan. It was as if Mu Nanwan was some extremely terrifying existence. Being looked at by it, it was even more so that Yunimo couldn't help but let a feeling of wanting to prostrate and kneel down in submission rise up in his heart. The good thing is that the feeling comes and goes quickly. Otherwise, Yunimo was afraid that he would really be unable to resist kneeling. It was really because Mu Nanwan was putting too much pressure on her. Chapter 38 Invincible Deduction Method. Chapter 38 Invincible Deduction Method. Feeling the instantly restored divine soul in detail, Mu Nanwan couldn't help but have a smile on her face. Now that she was there, her divine soul had already recovered to its peak. Although there was no increase in cultivation, it was still the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. However, with the terrifying divine soul of a perfection of the Great Emperor realm, the battle power she could erupt would be unimaginable. She had the confidence to be invincible under a Great Emperor. After slowing down and suppressing the joy in her heart, Mu Nanwan immediately saluted respectfully towards Gu Yuan and thanked him. Many thanks to Senior Brother for giving me the soul condensation pill. Senior Brother, your kindness to me will definitely be remembered in my heart. What's the point of saying thank you between senior siblings? Isn't it only right to help each other? Gu Yuan lightly laughed back. Hearing this, Mu Nanwan also smiled. The smile was full of joy and happiness. But suddenly seemed to think of something. Mu Nanwan hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the doubts in his heart. Senior Brother, you are now a great emperor, a Dan Emperor. Since you can see the matter of the damage to my divine soul, aren't you curious as to why my divine soul is damaged? Not curious. Gu Yuan shook his head. Mu Nanwan froze, but immediately afterward she spoke again. Senior Brother, you should also be able to tell that my divine soul is extremely powerful. Aren't you curious as to why my divine soul is so powerful? Not curious. Gu Yuan shook his head again, seeing the dismay on Mu Nanwan's face. Only then did Gu Yuan laugh out softly, because I know. You know. Hearing this, Mu Nanwan's beautiful eyes instantly glared round, shock and disbelief immediately surfaced on her face, and her mouth subconsciously let out a cry of alarm. She was the reincarnation and rebirth of the Sky Martial Continent's Green Lotus Empress, because she had once suffered a betrayal, which had resulted in her divine soul being severely damaged. This is something she has never said to anyone. But Gu Yuan now said it's aware of it. How could she not be surprised by this? No. Meeting Mu Nanwan's shocked eyes, Gu Yuan nodded slightly. Glancing at Yunimo beside him, Gu Yuan hesitated slightly before saying, You, the reincarnation and rebirth of the Celestial Martial Continent's Green Lotus Empress, right? This statement was made. Yunimo, who was on the side, was shocked inwardly. How could he not expect that the real identity of this little ninny in front of him, who looked a few points better looking than himself, would actually be a great emperor? Although not a great emperor of the desolate ancient continent. But no matter where the great emperor was, it was a lofty existence. Although today's Mu Nanwan had not yet recovered to her peak and was only a cultivator at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. But the other party was once a great emperor, and his future achievements were bound to be unlimited. Even if she couldn't get back to the top, her future accomplishments were beyond her reach. Such a being was now so watery in front of his eyes. How could that not surprise her? And Mu Nanwan, who heard Gu Yuan's words, already in shock, she was obviously a few shocks more. At this moment, she only felt that she had no secrets to tell in front of Gu Yuan. Obviously, how could she not expect that her deepest secret had long been known by Gu Yuan? She wanted to say no, but it was true. Adding to the fact that Gu Yuan was the person she was closest to in this world, she simply wouldn't deceive the other party. So, between the words, Gu Yuan was full of smiles as he reached out and rubbed Mu Nanwan's little head. Hearing these words, Mu Nanwan couldn't help but look up at Gu Yuan. A scene from the past also came to mind. Back, the woman's skin was as white as snow and could be blown away. Her waist was full, her hips were like a full moon, her belly was flat, and her chest was in waves. The breeze blew, white skirt slightly lifted, hidden long straight snow-white round thighs. There was also a red flush on the woman's imperial, stunning face, making it obvious at a glance that she had drunk a lot. In each of the woman's left and right hands, she was also carrying 2 sacks. The woman was no one else. It was none other than Luo Qingxue, one of the Lingyun sect's three most powerful people, the Desolate Peak Master, Gu Yuan, and Mu Nanwan's Dare Master, the #1 sword cultivator in the Spirit State and even the entire southern region, and the one who had just returned to the Lingyun sect from the Mo State. Chapter 39, A Little Bit of Everything. Chapter 39, A Little Bit of Everything. Greetings, Master. Seeing Luo Qingxue, Gu Yuan, and Mu Nanwan saluted at it one after another. Meet Luo Shang. Yunimo also bowed to Luo Qingxue at this moment. Luo Qingxue nodded her head as a greeting. As her eyes fell on Yunimo, she couldn't help but subconsciously nod her head. Earlier, the Ink City Lord followed a white-robed man away. He guessed that the man in white was Gu Yuan. Now that she saw Yunimo appearing at Desolate Peak, this was undoubtedly proof that she had guessed correctly. That man in white was indeed Gu Yuan. After thinking about it, Luo Qingxue measured her gaze down on Gu Yuan and asked out loud, "Apprentice, was the big explosion that occurred in the 10,000 Souls Abyss earlier related to you?" "Yes." Gu Yuan nodded his head and did not conceal his opening. The previous big explosion was caused by the death of the Vanguard Demon Emperor by bursting his body. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue couldn't help her eyelids from fluttering. The Vanguard Demon Emperor was the patriarch of the Vanguard Demon sect, the hegemon of the Southern Domain during the ancient times, and the #1 powerhouse in the Southern Domain. He eventually fell under the siege of an unknown number of powerful people. Now that she had heard that it had somehow survived and was now dying because Gu Yuan had exploded, she was truly shocked. After fixing her mind and slightly suppressing the shock in her heart, Luo Qingxue then pretended to be calm and asked, "Disciple, what happened earlier, can you tell me about it?" After a pause, she added, "Of course, if you don't want to say it, Master won't force it." "Since you want to hear it, Master, then I will inform you." Gu Yuan responded with a light smile. What had happened to him, except for the invincible system, could not be told to anyone without being inconvenienced. "Then tell me." Anticipation clearly flashed in Luo Qingxue's eyes. She was genuinely more curious about what had happened earlier. Mu Nanwan also looked towards Gu Yuan at this moment, and there was clearly curiosity flashing through the depths of her eyes. She didn't know what was going on, but that didn't stop her from being curious. There was no anticipation or curiosity under Yunmo's eyes, but only smugness. She knew exactly why the Vanguard Demon Emperor had burst into flames earlier. And that was when Gu Yuan had spoken. He recounted everything that had happened after arriving at the 10,000 Souls Abyss earlier without any details. After hearing this, Luo Qingxue and Mu Nanwan could not stop the shock in their hearts. It was also considered to be the moment when he truly realized just how terrifyingly powerful Gu Yuan was. As strong as the Vanguard Demon Emperor, or the Vanguard Demon Emperor who had recovered to his peak strength, this was all easily suppressed by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's strength was simply heaven-defying. After the shock, Luo Qingxue seemed to think of something and said with a somewhat uncertain tone, "Right after the explosion there at the 10,000 Souls Abyss, I observed another thunderbolt appearing over at the Desolate Mountain, and by the time I arrived over there, the thunderbolt had already dissipated, so that incident wouldn't be related to you as well, would it?" "It does concern me." Gu Yuan nodded and replied with a light smile, "That was the lightning tribulation that I had attracted by refining pills there earlier. The elixir I'm refining is an Emperor's Dan, and a successful refining will attract a Dan tribulation. If I were to refine it within the sect, the commotion it would cause would be too great, and it would be easy to expose my strength. Master, you told me to hide my strength, so in order not to expose it, that's why I chose to refine pills in that deserted mountain range." Hiss. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The heart was suddenly turned over in shock. With her intuition, she felt that the probability of the previous thunderbolt in Desolate Mountain would be related to Gu Yuan, which was why she asked this question. Now Gu Yuan's answer was undoubtedly an indication that her intuition was accurate. Available at. Although it was guessed that the thunderbolt in the Barren Mountain would be related to Gu Yuan. However, she was never expecting that the Thunder Tribulation was actually a Dan Tribulation. To be able to refine an elixir that attracted the Dan Tribulation, it would require the person who made it to be a Dan Emperor. It was still one of the best of the dandies. Otherwise, it would simply be impossible to refine a pill that could attract a Dan Tribulation. Gu Yuan possessed a cultivation of the Great Emperor realm and also possessed extremely high attainments in the Tao of the Sword, which was already shocking enough. But now, Gu Yuan told her sideways that the other party not only possessed a Great Emperor cultivation and extremely high attainments in Sword Tao, not to mention that he was even a Dan Emperor, or the best of the best in the Dan Emperor kind of existence. How could that not surprise her? Phew! After slowing down for a while, slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air and slightly suppressing the shock in her heart, Luo Qingxue looked at Gu Yuan and asked with an odd and complicated expression. My good disciple, just how many other tricks do you have that I don't know about? Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and replied seriously, I know a little bit about everything, I guess. A little bit of everything? That's okay, it's still within my range of acceptance, you'd have to say you're proficient in everything. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Luo Qingxue was visibly relieved. Though the means Gu Yuan had at his disposal right now was enough to shock her beyond belief. But okay. The other party was only marginally knowledgeable about other tactics, which was still within her range of acceptance. However, compared to her relief, Mu Nanwan and Yun Mo, however, could not help but suck in 2 mouthfuls of cool air at this moment. The gaze towards Gu Yuan was also as if he was looking at some kind of monster. What's that look on your faces? Taking in Mu Nanwan and Yun Mo's expressions, Luo Qingxue subconsciously asked out. Yu was still visibly flickering with doubt under her eyes, indicating that he simply did not understand why these two would suddenly show such a look. Hearing Luo Qingxue's words, Yun Mo instantly replied bitterly, Gonzi said before that he knew a little bit about the Dan Dao, and then he casually concocted an Emperor Dan that could attract a Dan calamity. Luo Qingxue visibly froze. And after a brief moment of contemplation, Mu Nanwan also spoke up at this moment. Elder brother said that he knew a little about the method of deduction, but he deduced my identity, the reincarnation of the Sky Martial Continent's Green Lotus Empress. At those words, Luo Qingxue froze once again. It wasn't just because of Mu Nanwan's identity, but also because of Gu Yuan's word slightly understand. After a long moment of silence, Luo Qingxue then faced Gu Yuan and asked with a somewhat trembling voice. Apprentice, you just said you know a little bit about everything. Is your slight understanding here the same as the slight understanding that came out of the mouths of the two of them just now? The word is here. Both Yun Mo and Mu Nanwan's couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Gu Yuan. Obviously, the words that Luo Qingxue asked were also what they wanted to ask. Meeting the 3 women's gazes, Gu Yuan smiled lightly and returned, yes. 2 simple words immediately gave the 3 women a whole silence. Proficiency is said to be slight. The 3 women at this moment, they felt that Gu Yuan was in Versailles. But they have no proof. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Luo Qingxue's eyes clearly lit up. Apprentice, since you're proficient in the method of deduction, then quickly help Master I deduce what your senior sister is doing. Speaking of this, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but grunt lightly. This rebel, I haven't been able to contact her for quite some time. It's a slight understanding, not proficiency. Gu Yuan said in a retort-like manner. As he spoke, his hands were not idle, and he immediately began to deduce. This deduction, however, caused his face to change instantly. Chapter 40 Sister, Su Jior. Chapter 40 Sister, Su Jior. What's wrong? Seeing the sudden change of expression on Gu Yuan's face, Luo Qingxue and Mu Nanwan could not help but thump inwardly, and a wave of ill will rose in their hearts for no reason. Almost subconsciously, they spoke in unison. Meeting the 2 women's gazes, Gu Yuan took a deep breath before speaking out, something did happen to senior sister. Luo Qingxue's eyes flashed with urgency as she hurriedly asked after him, what happened to Xiaozhou? What happened to senior sister? Mu Nanwan also opened her mouth to inquire at this moment with a face full of worry. It's urgent, wait until I get back. Gu Yuan didn't do much explaining. After leaving these words, in a single movement of his feet, he had already turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the Lingyun sect. The speed was so fast that it disappeared in front of the 3 women's eyes in almost an instant. Since he had deduced that his senior sister was in danger, it was only natural that he should go to her rescue at the first opportunity. Luo Qingxue's willow brows slightly frowned, casually threw the 2 sacks in her hands on the ground, and the power in her body instantly pushed with all her might, immediately following in the direction where Gu Yuan disappeared. The speed was so fast that it almost turned into streams of light and disappeared in an instant. A hesitant look flickered in Mu Nanwan's eyes. And there was no hesitation. The power of the divine soul belonging to the perfection of the great emperor realm was pushed by her with all her might. She immediately followed suit. Looking at the departing backs of the 3, Yun Mo let out a helpless sigh and also immediately urged the power within his body to follow. What just swished past us? Mu Taiyu and a group of Lingyun sect powerhouses had just returned over Lingyun sect from Mo City. There was a flash of light in front of his eyes, as if something had rushed past him. But in the blink of an eye, he found nothing, which made him unable to resist asking out towards the surrounding Lingyun sect powerhouses. It was really Gu Yuan's speed that was too fast. So fast that he didn't even see it. Sovereign, have you been too tired lately? Hallucinating? A Lingyun sect powerhouse hesitantly opened his mouth. Just because. He hadn't even noticed what had just flown past them. Just saying. Suddenly, another figure flew out quickly from within the Lingyun sect. Fix your eyes. Only to see that the person coming was none other than the Peak Master of Desolate Peak, Luo Qingxue. Peak Master Luo, you're flying so fast, is there something urgent? Mu Taiyu glanced at Luo Qingxue and asked with a light laugh out loud. Peak Master Luo. The rest of the Lingyun sect powerhouses also greeted Luo Qingxue one after another at this moment. But Luo Qingxue acted as if she didn't even see them. Without even glancing at them, he flew straight past them quickly, and then flew straight in the direction of the northern domain. To this, the crowd of Lingyun sect powerhouses couldn't help but shake their heads. This Luo Fengmaster. More or less out of sight. Suddenly, another figure quickly flew out from within the Lingyun sect. Upon seeing the person who flew out, the powerful people present within the Lingyun sect were all stunned. Just because. This man they knew. It was Luo Qingxue's youngest disciple, Manhwa. And to their shock, opponent's speed. The speed of that. It was even faster than them, the Saint Holy Kings, that was quite a bit faster. To know. Manhwa was only a 9th level Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. Such a low cultivation level, yet he was able to burst out with such terrifying speed. How can this not be shocking? Just as they were shocked, Manhwa had already turned into a stream of light and quickly flew past them. It's true that if there is a master, there must be a disciple. Even if the master is blind, the disciple is just as blind. Seeing that Manhwa saw them, the top management of Lingyun sect, but she didn't even greet them. At that moment, a senior member of the Lingyun sect couldn't help but grunt. It was not difficult to hear from the tone of voice how disgruntled it was. That's Ink City Lord, Yun. Suddenly, someone looking within the Lingyun sect couldn't help but let out a gasp. Upon hearing this cry of alarm, everyone present could not help but look within the Lingyun sect. This look immediately startled many people. Just because. They were actually shocked to find out. Another figure flew out from within the Lingyun sect. Fix your eyes. If it wasn't Yun, the Lord of Mo City, who else could it be? Yun left after that white-clothed emperor, and now that the other party has appeared within my Lingyun sect, wouldn't that be a disguised indication that the white-clothed emperor is within my Lingyun sect? Earlier, when Peak Master Luo said that she knew the identity of that white-clothed emperor, I thought that she was fooling the southern region's powerhouses, that she was preparing to swindle the southern region's powerhouses, but now that I've seen that City Lord Yun has appeared in my Lingyun sect, I believe in Peak Master Luo's earlier words. After all, City Lord Yun is with the white-clothed emperor. The white-clothed great emperor appeared in my Lingyun sect. I think it should be because of Peak Master Luo. It seems that this mysterious white-clothed great emperor has a great relationship with Peak Master Luo. Seeing Yun, the hearts of the strongest members of the Lingyun sect present could not help but be flooded with speculations. And as Yun flew closer, they all immediately opened their mouths to greet each other. Lingyun sect Patriarch Mu Taiyu greets City Lord Yun. Lingyun sect Battle Sky Peak Master Lin Zhantian greets City Lord Yun. Lingyun sect. Looking at the group of Lingyun sect executives who greeted him, Yun didn't respond, but instead, he pushed his body's power with all his might and flew straight towards the direction where Manhwa had left. She didn't know where the 3 Gu Yuan were planning to go. If you wanted to follow them, you could only follow Manhwa, otherwise you risked losing them. Looking at Yun, who flew straight past them and the others without even saying hello, the faces of a group of Lingyun sect executives couldn't help but become ugly for a few moments. Just in those few short breaths. They've been ignored 3 times now. On weekdays, they were the top echelons of the Lingyun sect, and no matter where they went, that would be honored accordingly. But just now, they were ignored 3 whole times. This feeling of being ignored naturally upset them. But they wouldn't dare say anything more this time around. Not to mention Yunmo's relationship with that mysterious white emperor. It was based on Yunmo's own strength alone that was not too much weaker than theirs, as well as the other party's Mo Chang that was not weaker than their Lingyun sect's background. The other party was not something they could crickets behind. In the meantime, desolate ancient continent, northern domain. Within the 10,000 demons mystery. A valley. Rumble. Huge bursts of sound shook the 8 directions and shot up into the sky. A stunningly beautiful silhouette fell towards the ground like a kite with broken strings. Su-jor, obediently submit to my father, and my father will spare you from death. Never. The silhouette got up and let out a chortle. It was a magnificent tall beauty. She has a pair of lovely white fox ears. Blue pupils like 10,000 years of icebergs, white fox fur covered that can make countless men for the crazy hot body. 9 snow-white fox tails behind her back, a pair of jade legs slender and perfect, bare snow-white jade feet, stepping on the ground without staining the dust, a red rope tied with a golden bell at her ankle. Just one look is too much to hold. She was Gu Yuan's senior sister, the 9th princess of the Northern Region Fox Clan, Su-jor. Chapter 41, Despair. Chapter 41, Despair. The more you resist, the more excited I get. GGG. Opposite Su-jor was a youth with a fierce face. Hearing Su-jor's words, he smiled. The smile was full of excitement and thrill. A lustful light flashed in Yu's eyes. It seemed as if he had already seen the scene of Su-josie crying at his crotch. At the same time as the words were spoken, his feet were moving closer towards Su-jor step by step. Baby, I can't wait. GGG. Looking at the youth who was approaching step by step, Su-jor coldly rebuked. I am the 9th princess of the Northern Region Fox Clan. If you dare to touch me, the Northern Region Fox Clan won't be able to spare you. The Northern Region Fox Clan? Is it strong? A soft hum escaped from the tip of the youth's nose. There was a clear flash of disdain in Yu's eyes. The Northern Region Fox Clan was one of the 8 dominating forces in the Northern Region, with deep roots, huge forces, and great strength. Not weak indeed. But that depends on who you're comparing it to. It's not like he's a Northern Domain being. He was the 3rd son of the North Sea Dragon Clan within the Forbidden Sea of the North to Central Domain, Dragon Madness. Although the Northern Region Fox Clan was strong, if it was compared to the Northern Sea Dragon Clan, then it was undoubtedly much weaker. Therefore, he, Dragon Madness, did not place it in his eyes. And even if the Northern Region Fox Clan really wanted to find trouble with him at that time, wouldn't it be fine for him to marry Su-jor? He didn't believe that the Northern Region Fox Clan would really go to war with his Northern Sea Dragon Clan for Su-jor. Seeing that his background couldn't deter Dragon Frenzy, Su-jor thought for a moment and spoke again. Do you know who my master's grandfather is? Who is it? At those words, Long Maniac couldn't help but frown. The heart couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that this Su-jor had some even more powerful background? Seeing Long Maniac's inquiry, Su-josir immediately spoke out. My senior grandfather is the patriarch of the 10,000 Swords sect in the Central Region, the Sword Emperor, Sword Wushwang. Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang. Hearing Su-jor's words, Long Maniac's heart couldn't help but be shocked. Although he usually stayed in the sea and occasionally went ashore only to the Northern Region, a region where the demon race was strong. However, he had still heard of the great name of Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang. His father Emperor had told them a long time ago who could be messed with in this world and who could not be messed with. And among these people, there was certainly Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang. If Su-jor's senior grandfather was really Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang, then he really had to think about whether he could use force on Su-jor. Seeing Long Maniac revealing a shocked look, Su-josir's heart couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She took advantage of the situation and said, now if you leave obediently, I can forget about what happened earlier. If not, when my master's grandfather comes, that will be the time of your death. You're threatening me. Long Maniac's brows furrowed furiously. A twinge of displeasure rose visibly in his heart. In all his life, no one had ever dared to threaten him. However, after thinking that the other party's senior grandfather was Sword Emperor Jian Wushwang, someone that his father Emperor had specifically explained was someone he could not mess with, he still calmed down a little. After thinking about it, Dragon Frenzy said in a cold voice. I can spare you, but you need to hand over the marrow-cleansing spirit ginseng from earlier. Earlier, after entering the 10,000 demons' mysterious realm, he had discovered an emperor pill, the marrow-cleansing spirit ginseng. The marrow-cleansing spiritual ginseng captures the creation of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to grow. Taking it can drastically improve the cultivation qualifications of the person taking it. Even if it was taken by a person with no cultivation qualifications, that would give them top cultivation qualifications. This kind of emperor pill was extremely hard to find, and it was not easy to come across it, so he naturally did not want to miss it. However, he did not expect that someone had discovered this marrow-washing spirit ginseng first, and also picked the marrow-washing spirit ginseng first. And that person was none other than Su Jor in front of her. It was also because of this marrow-cleansing spirit ginseng that he had this enmity with Su Jor. Later on, after surveying him, he saw Su Josie's face was absolutely beautiful and her body was hot, and that's when he had the evil thoughts behind him. Now that he knew that Su Jor's senior grandfather was Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan, he was thinking of retreating and taking back the marrow-cleansing spirit ginseng to spare the other party's life. No! Hearing Long Maniac's words, Su Josie didn't even think about it and directly opened her mouth to refuse. She entered the 10,000 demons' mysterious realm for one purpose. That was to search for all opportunities for senior brother Gu Yuan that could enhance his strength to improve his cultivation qualifications. She wanted Gu Yuan to improve his strength properly. Then in the upcoming 3-year appointment, let that Lu Ruyan, who does not know the sky is thick, know what is called 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor. Now that it was so hard to obtain such a rare imperial medicine as the marrow-cleansing spirit ginseng, it was naturally impossible for her to hand it over. No? Dragon Frenzy's brows furrowed furiously. In a low voice, he shouted, "Are you sure?" Between the words, he was visibly angered. In his eyes there were 2 clouds of anger welling up. However, even though she knew that the dragon was furious, Su Jor still shook her head and said in a firm and incomparable tone, "Sure." Well. Dragon Madness laughed back in anger and said a full 3 good words in a row. "Since you won't eat the toast, I'll have to ask you to eat the penalty. It just so happens that I also want to see if, after bullying you, Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan will really go to war with my North Sea Dragon Clan for you. Eat me. Great desolate prisoner Dragon Claw." Along with a bellowing cry came out from Dragon Madness' mouth. When he raised his hand, a huge dragon claw that covered the sky instantly emerged. Subsequently, the dragon's claw, under the control of the Dragon Madness, immediately carried an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world from the sky, and fiercely grabbed down towards Su Jor. Feeling the terrifying might contained within the dragon's claws, Su Josier's face was incredibly grave. But she didn't retreat. Between the surges of power in his body, terrifying power filled out from within her. In an instant, the power that permeated her body actually transformed into a white fox that was the size of a mountain. Ow! A beastly roar came out from the white fox's mouth. The white fox rushed up to the sky and straightly met the huge dragon claw that covered the sky and slapped down. Rumble! A loud popping sound came out. The white fox and the huge dragon claw dissipated one after another. Berserk collision power swept away from the place of collision. Space was immediately shaken with ripples, simply terrifying. Put! Su Jor was swept away by the force of this collision, and a mouthful of blood instantly spurted out of her mouth. Its entire body also flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. After barely stabilizing her body, one of Su Jor's tails immediately fell off and then dissipated into stars. The 9-tailed fox has 9 lives. A tail represents a life. Just now, although Su Josier blocked the terrifying strike of the dragon frenzy, it had undoubtedly consumed one of her lives. Blocking one strike, I don't believe you can block my second strike. A cold snort came out from Dragon Madness' mouth. Between the Dragon Madness raising his hand, another huge dragon claw that covered the sky appeared, and then it fell down fiercely towards Su Josie. Looking at the claw that slapped again, despair couldn't help but flash in Su Jor's eyes. The previous engagement had already left her severely injured. Just now, the dragon frenzy strike had already taken one of her lives. The current her was simply incapable of resisting dragon frenzy's means of attack anymore. And not being able to resist the words. Even if she has 8 lives left, then it's hard to escape death in the end. How could the thought of that not make her despair? Chapter 42 You Dare to Hurt My Senior Sister. Chapter 42 How Dare You Hurt My Senior Sister. Taking in the despair in Su Jor's eyes, Long Maniac couldn't help but let out a soft hum of triumph from the tip of his nose. Its face was also hard to hold back a smile. It seemed as if he had already seen this, but soon, his smile froze on his face. Just because. He slapped out a huge dragon claw. It exploded violently in an instant. This sudden turn of events instantly stunned him. And just at that moment, a cold and indifferent voice containing infinite killing intent rang out beside him. You dare to hurt my senior sister. Hearing this voice, Long Maniac couldn't help but shiver. In an instant, he only felt that his entire body was wrapped in an extreme sense of death crisis. Subconsciously, he looked sideways in the direction from which the voice came. See only. I don't know when. He was already flanked by one more person. This was a young man dressed in white, with a slender figure and a handsome and stunning face, as if he had descended from the exiled immortals. The young man in white was no one else but Gu Yuan, who had just arrived here. Gu Yuan's face was calm, but the anger in his eyes seemed to be able to burn out everything in the world. Just by meeting Gu Yuan's eyes that were as black as ink and seemed to devour everything in the world, Long Maniac felt himself sweating. From the other party, he felt a great threat. Being stared at by it was as if he was being stared at by some great terror, making him feel uncomfortable and unbearable. Out of the instinctive sense of crisis, Long Maniac's first reaction was to move away from the other party. In a single movement of his feet, he was ready to retreat towards the back. However, before he could make a move, Gu Yuan had already grabbed with a big hand, directly towards his neck. Gu Yuan's speed appeared to be fast, but it wasn't slow at all. Long Maniac didn't even see how it struck. Its large hand was then already pinching his neck. Get off me! Being grabbed by the neck, Long Maniac instinctively let out an explosive cry. Between the power surging within his body, he raised his hand and slammed his fist towards the other party. This punch was so powerful that it directly exploded the air, emitting a loud sonic boom that was simply terrifying. This punch was the full strength of Dragon Madness, and its power was strong enough to open up mountains and crack rocks, and could easily blow up a large mountain. However, it was such a terrifying punch that Gu Yuan easily grabbed it with his raised hand. The terrifying power acted in Gu Yuan's palm, but it didn't set off any waves at all, and Gu Yuan didn't even change his face for a moment. After glancing at the calm-faced employee, Long Maniac's heart sank. His opponent easily defused his strike. Plus, he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation at all. It made one thing clear to him. That is, the strength of the person in front of him was far higher than him. He was simply no match for his opponent. After realizing this, Dragon Frenzy decided to go soft. He lowered his stance and spoke. I don't know where Little Dragon has offended Senior. I still ask you, Senior, to please spare Little Dragon. Without waiting for Long Maniac to finish his sentence, Gu Yuan had already interrupted by opening his mouth in a cold voice. You seriously injured my senior sister, and now you want me to spare you? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Between the words, his hand snapped. Put. Blood spurted out violently and furiously. One of Long Maniac's arms was directly torn off by him. Ah! Unexplainable intense pain instantly swept through the whole body, instantly making Long Maniac's mouth let out a burst of heartbreaking screams like neuter. The misery of the voice simply made the listener sad and the hearer in tears. Su Jior at the bottom had already closed her eyes in despair and waited for death. Hearing the mournful screams from above, she couldn't help but open her good-looking eyes in confusion. Seeing that the huge dragon claw that the Dragon Madness had slapped down had somehow suddenly dissipated, a color of doubt clearly flashed under her eyes. After her eyes fell to the direction where the mournful screams came from, her entire being was shocked and directly flaxen dumbfounded. What did she see? She saw that her senior brother Gu Yuan had come. Moreover, her senior brother seemed to have suppressed Dragon Frenzy with ease. Such a scene simply turned her worldview upside down. To know Gu Yuan in her impression, that could have always been a cultivator with mediocre cultivation qualifications and a low cultivation level. And Dragon Madness? A terrifying existence in the Saint King realm. However, right now, Gu Yuan was suppressing the Saint King realm's Dragon Madness with ease. How could she find inner peace when she saw such a scene? For a split second she wondered if she had been mistaken. Unable to resist, he rubbed his eyes. It was really because everything that happened in front of him was too dreamy and unreal, as if he was dreaming. But no matter how much she rubbed her eyes, the scene that was happening in front of her didn't change. That youth who had easily suppressed Dragon Frenzy, she hadn't been mistaken either. It was indeed her senior brother, Gu Yuan. The scene in front of me was also indeed real, not a dream. His senior brother did suppress the Dragon Madness with ease. Senior brother, he is actually so strong. Could it be that she's been pretending to be a pig in a poke before? After the shock, Su Jior couldn't help but have these two guesses pop up in her mind. And that's when, high above the sky, Long Maniac had gradually gotten used to the intense pain coming from his body. He looked at Gu Yuan. The color of resentment and hatred in the depths of his eyes flickered. He opened his mouth. It's not true that you're strong, but I am the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan, Dragon Madness. If you dare to kill me, the North Sea Dragon Clan will not let you go, and neither will all the sea clans within the Forbidden Sea. I advise you to release me quickly if you know what's good for you. If you don't, you are making an enemy of the entire dragon race, of all the sea races within the Forbidden Sea, and you will die a miserable death. Ha! Hearing Long Maniac's words, Gu Yuan laughed. The smile was full of disdain and sarcasm. Are you threatening me? He possessed the battle power of the ceiling of this world, fearless of any person or force in the world. Long Maniac's words were as good as a joke in his eyes. I'm not threatening you, I'm just informing you of the consequences of killing me, but of course, if you want to use him as a threat, that's not out of the question. Saying that, a hint of pride couldn't help but emerge from the bottom of Long Maniac's eyes. The identity of the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan, this was his pride. And at that moment, Gu Yuan spoke. I for one don't like threats. But since you begged me to let you go, then I'll let you go. Hearing these words, Long Maniac's face did not move. But the mind scoffed. This is the crowned human race. Obviously, he was afraid of the North Sea Dragon Clan behind him and had to release him. And yet they still say something about how it's because he begged and that's why they let him go. That's ironic. But he soon realized that he had misunderstood. The release of him in Gu Yuan's mouth didn't seem to be the same as the release of him as he understood it. Because the moment Gu Yuan's words fell, Gu Yuan's palm fired, and a terrifying force immediately descended on Dragon Madness' neck. Chapter 43, Don't Panic, I'll take care of everything. Chapter 43, Don't Panic, I'll take care of everything. If you dare to kill me, the North Sea Dragon Clan will not let you go. Dragon Madness let out an explosive cry from his mouth. He only hoped that Gu Yuan would be afraid of the might of the North Sea Dragon Clan and thus let him go. While the words were spoken, he also mobilized all the power within his body and began to resist. However, whether it was his Long Maniac's head tilted, and the vitality in his body rapidly drained away. In an instant it had been completely transformed into an icy cold corpse. His divine soul was also annihilated in an instant. Dead can't be dead. Gu Yuan's hand was loose. The corpse of Dragon Madness immediately fell quickly towards the ground. Senior brother, you shouldn't have killed him. Su Jior flew to Gu Yuan's side and sighed. Although she knew that Gu Yuan had killed Long Maniac because of her. But Dragon Madness has a heavenly background and is the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan. Killing the other party would undoubtedly offend the North Sea Dragon Clan and become an enemy of the North Sea Dragon Clan. That's going to put Gu Yuan in danger. She couldn't see through Gu Yuan's cultivation, but from the strength Gu Yuan had just displayed, she could clearly tell that Gu Yuan's strength today was far above hers. But, although Gu Yuan was strong, she didn't think that the other party could have the strength to fight against the North Sea Dragon Clan. Just because the North Sea Dragons were too strong and powerful. Not to mention Saint Kings and Saints, even great emperors, there were quite a few of them. Since he dared to hurt you, he deserves to die. Hearing Su Jior's words, Gu Yuan glanced at Long Maniac's corpse on the ground, and coldness flashed in his eyes as he said. Gazing at Su Josie, Gu Yuan looked up and down, and his heart couldn't help but feel a pang of gratitude. Okay. Luckily he got there in time. Otherwise, then the consequences are unimaginable. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Su Josie couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. At this moment, she could clearly perceive what an important position she held in Gu Yuan's heart. The color of thought in the bottom of her eyes flashed, and after thinking about it, Su Josie looked at Gu Yuan and opened her mouth very seriously and eagerly. Senior brother, you killed the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan. I believe that the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon Clan will soon come here. Now that I can't see through your cultivation, this is undoubtedly an indication that your strength is far above mine. But the North Sea Dragon Clan has deep roots, huge power, and great strength, even there are quite a few great emperors. If the powerhouses of the North Sea Dragon Clan arrive, then you'll be in danger. Now, while the North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouses have yet to arrive, you should quickly leave this place and leave the 10,000 demons' mysterious realm. Although the current her was very curious about Gu Yuan's strength. Curious as to why the other had arrived at the exact moment she was in danger. Curious about how the other party entered the 10,000 demons' mystic realm and so on. But now the situation was urgent, and it was obviously not the time to ask about the curiosity of the heart. Therefore, she suppressed the curiosity in her heart at the first opportunity. All he wanted was for Gu Yuan to quickly leave this place of wrongdoing. However, just at the moment her words fell, a voice of explosive shouts had already sounded within this part of the heaven and earth. You killed the third prince of my North Sea Dragon clan and now you want to leave? Do you think you can walk away? Hearing this voice, Su Joer couldn't help but look towards the direction the voice came from. This look instantly made her face instantly turn as pale as paper. See only. In the distance there was a huge dragon rapidly coming. A terrifying aura rose up, distorting the space and causing ripples in the space, terrifyingly incomparable. Wherever the giant dragon passed, the sky and the earth changed color, the wind rose up and dark clouds covered the area, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling of wind and rain coming. And they are extremely fast. At first glance it was tens of thousands of miles away. But in just a few short breaths, these giant dragons had already arrived in front of them. Vaguely, these giant dragons had already surrounded Gu Yuan and Su Josie. Seemingly afraid of their escape, they blocked all escape routes for Gu Yuan and Su Josie. It's over. Su Joer couldn't help but gulp, her face instantly becoming as pale as paper, and there was obvious despair surfacing in the bottom of her eyes. These dragons were all incredibly powerful, and the strongest one among them, just the imperial might that surrounded her body was weighing her down. With such a powerful lineup, how could she and Gu Yuan contend with it? It's hard not to despair when you think about it. Senior sister, don't panic, everything is with me. Just at the moment of despair, Su Joer felt that her shoulder was patted by someone, and then a warm, jade-like, reassuring voice entered her ears, making her desperate and panicked heart become quickly calmer. Glancing sideways, he saw Gu Yuan's smile that could bring peace of mind. Although she was surrounded by strong enemies, after seeing Gu Yuan's reassuring smile, Su Josie immediately became unperturbed. Kid, do you know who you killed? The leading dragon race powerhouse gazed at Gu Yuan, his voice coldly chiding. No. Gu Yuan nodded and calmly said, the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan as well. That breezy appearance, as if the person killed was not some honorable and incomparable third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan, but an unnoticeable pheasant by the side of the road. Such an attitude instantly drew the crowd of dragon race powerhouses present into a furious rage. Asshole. Since the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan that you know, then you still dare to kill him. Knowing the identity of Long Maniac, how dare you kill him? Have you put my North Sea Dragon clan in your eyes? Damn you, little. Dare to kill the third prince of my North Sea Dragon clan, no matter who you are and what forces you come from, the only thing left for you is death. This son killed the third prince of my North Sea Dragon clan, what are you guys still wasting words with him? What should be done now is to directly suppress this sinful creature. Sinner, die for me. There was a violent-tempered dragon race powerhouse, accompanied by an angry shout coming out of his mouth. It's heck moved. With a single movement of his feet, he quickly rushed straight towards Gu Yuan and Su Josie. A berserk saint exalted realm aura shot up, and a cold, bone-piercing aura permeated out from within his body. It actually caused this side of the heavens and earth to be affected, causing the overall temperature within this side of the heavens and earth to drop quite a bit. It could be seen how terrifying the dragon of its strike was. Long Song, this son dared to kill the third prince of my North Sea Dragon clan, this is provoking the majesty of my North Sea Dragon clan, we can't let him die too easily. That's right. We can't let him die too easily. He should be brought back to the North Sea and tortured day and night, so that he can't beg for his life and can't beg for his death, so that he knows what a terrible price he will pay for killing the third prince of my North Sea Dragon clan. That's right, by using this person, we can also warn the world and let them know that my North Sea Dragon clan is formidable. Seeing Long Song make a move, a group of Dragon clan powerhouses all spoke up one after another at this moment. The words were all about not wanting Long Song to kill Gu Yuan so quickly. None of them wanted Gu Yuan to die too painfully. Simply because, that would be too cheap for Gu Yuan. As for whether or not Long Song would be a match for Gu Yuan, that was not in their consideration. It was really because Gu Yuan was too young. That bone age is so pink you could almost pinch it. How could someone so young possess strength that surpassed Long Song? No way, not at all. Although they couldn't see through Gu Yuan's cultivation, in their opinion, it was entirely because Gu Yuan possessed a supreme treasure that could conceal his cultivation aura. Now that Long Song had stepped in their opinion, suppressing or killing Gu Yuan would be a sure thing. However, what happened in the next instant was directly shocking them all to a dog's death. P.S. For all you handsome, multi-golden readers out there who can see this, Can you leave a comment, click on a reminder, add a bookshelf, send a freebie, and support a wave? Piggy here kowtows to you all. Thump, 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 thump. Chapter 44 The Northern Region Demon Clan's Strongest Arrivals. Chapter 44 The Northern Region Demon Race's strong men arrived together. What did they see? They see. Facing the raging Long Song, Gu Yuan seemed to be stunned and did not react. But just when everyone thought Gu Yuan was scared silly, Gu Yuan slowly spat out a word between the opening and closing of his lips. Die. A simple word falls. The space where Long Song was located violently distorted. Boom. Long Song, who was in the middle of it, didn't even have time to make any reaction. Only a loud bang was heard, and the entire dragon exploded from the inside out, turning into a cloud of blood mist. In a matter of moments, a saint-exalted realm dragon race powerhouse was too dead to die. Blood dripped freely like rain, staining the earth red. Such a scene directly shocked all of the dragon race powerhouses present. In one word, a saint-exalted realm powerhouse is dead. This, how is this possible? Who is he? Why is he so terrifying? Long Song is obviously so strong, and now he's dead because of one word. Sure I'm not dreaming? Hiss, it hurts. Indeed it's not a dream. At this moment, the gazes of the dragon race powerhouses present changed as they looked at Gu Yuan. In the absence of any sense of contempt, there was only gravity and incredulity. Su Jior was also clearly shocked by Gu Yuan's tactic. Gazing over at Gu Yuan, she gulped wildly and subconsciously asked the curiosity in her heart. Senior brother, what cultivation level are you at now? Earlier, when Gu Yuan killed Long Maniac, he had already shown his extreme strength. However, she only thought that Gu Yuan was only a little bit stronger than Dragon Madness. But now take a look. It's not a little bit stronger. It's only right that it's a strong billion dots. How else could one explain that Gu Yuan was able to subdue Long Song so easily? The strong dragon race members present were obviously also curious about just how strong Gu Yuan was. When they heard Su Jior's words, they immediately quieted down. And then a pair of eyes stared dead center at Gu Yuan, unable to help but perk up their ears, waiting for Gu Yuan's answer. Greeting the gazes of everyone present, Gu Yuan smiled faintly as he did not choose to conceal his cultivation. At that moment, he was laughing lightly and replied, "My cultivation level is not high, it's only peerless great emperor perfection." This statement was made. The people present couldn't help but be speechless for a while. Not very cultivated? Invincible emperor perfection, that's still not high? One must know that this was already the highest cultivation level in the desolate ancient continent. While their hearts were speechless, those present did not choose to believe that Gu Yuan's cultivation would be that high. It was only thought that Gu Yuan was fooling around. It was no wonder that they thought so, it was really because there were too few peerless great emperor perfections on the desolate ancient continent. There weren't many great emperor powerhouses on the desolate ancient continent, but they definitely weren't considered few either. It's not 10,000, it's 8,000. But there are too few invincible great emperors. None of such existences were hegemonic level existences of the desolate ancient continent. It was the small group of people who truly stood at the top of the desolate ancient continent. As for the existence of peerless great emperor perfection, that was even more scarce. I'm afraid that the entire desolate ancient continent combined is not more than the number of palms. Now Gu Yuan said that it was a peerless great emperor perfection. Who could believe this when they heard it? The leading dragon race powerhouse calmed down a little as he analyzed seriously. This son's cultivation isn't low, but he said it's an existence of a peerless great emperor perfection, which undoubtedly means that he simply doesn't have the strength to deal with all of us present. He's preparing to fool us into knowing what's going on. Since that's the case, all of you prepare and strike together to kill this son and avenge the third prince of my North Sea Dragon clan. Hearing the words of the leader dragon race powerhouse, the rest of the dragon race powerhouses couldn't help but nod their heads. Thinks its analysis makes sense. Not only did they think so, but Su Jior, who heard these words, also thought so. It caused worry to rise to the bottom of her eyes, which she couldn't help. But here and now. Although she didn't believe that Gu Yuan's cultivation was that of a peerless great emperor perfection, she still had the good sense not to ask about it. If they could really bluff these dragon race powerhouses into retreating, then they will survive today. Taking in the worry under Su Jior's eyes, Gu Yuan couldn't help but lose his smile and shake his head. He knew that his senior sister was not believing his words. But that's normal. A peerless great emperor perfection at only 18 years old, this was simply unprecedented. It's too shocking. It's normal not to believe it. If an 18-year-old told him that its cultivation level was peerless great emperor perfection, he wouldn't believe it. However, in order to appease Su Jior, Gu Yuan still spoke again. Senior sister, my cultivation level is truly peerless great emperor perfection. Su Jior glanced at Gu Yuan, seemingly wanting to open her mouth to say something. But not before her words were out. A coldly laughing voice had come out from the mouth of the leading dragon race powerhouse. Kid, it's okay to fool us, don't you dare fool yourself too. This emperor doesn't want to do more nonsense with you either. Gentlemen, strike together. Kill this pair of dogs in front of you and avenge the third prince of my North Sea Dragon clan. As the words reached this point, all the strongest members of the dragon race present nodded their heads. Avenge the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan. Avenge the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan. Avenge the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan. The strongest members of the dragon race present let out explosive shouts in unison. The sound shook the 9 skies and spread to the 8 directions. While the words were spoken, the furious chi within their bodies rushed up, and they actually rushed towards Gu Yuan and Su Jozi in unison. But that's when it happened. An explosive voice resounded violently within this part of heaven and earth. Who dares to touch this emperor's daughter? The moment the words fell, an extremely terrifying imperial might violently descended upon this side of the heavens and earth. With that, a figure descended from the sky and stopped in front of the strong dragon race members present. This was a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe with a slender figure and a handsome yet masculine face. If one were to take a closer look, it would not be difficult to realize that this person actually bore a slight resemblance to Su Jior. He was no other than one of the 8 hegemonic forces in the Northern Domain, the clan leader of the Northern Domain Fox clan, Su Jior's father, Su Zhantian. Dad! Seeing Su Zhantian appear, Su Jior couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Aha! Su Zhantian nodded. As his eyes swept over the missing piece of tail behind Su Jior, his face became visibly gloomy for a few moments. Don't know what happened though. But seeing that his daughter had somehow lost her life, he naturally felt angry. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air rang out one after another. But only in the blink of an eye. Thousands of figures appeared above the entire sky. Their breath was powerful and none of them were weak. They were clearly the strongest members of the demon race in the middle of the Northern Domain. The 10,000 Demons Mysterious Realm was a place of opportunity used to train the juniors of the demon race. They, the Northern Region Demon Clan powerhouses, could only not intervene outside the 10,000 demon mysteries. But just earlier, the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon clan had somehow swarmed into the 10,000 Demons Mysterious Realm. Subsequently, the Fox clan's clan chief Su Zhantian also entered the 10,000 Demons Mysterious Realm. They immediately guessed that something big was happening within the 10,000 demon mysteries, which was why they entered the 10,000 demon mysteries in unison. Just wanted to see what the big deal was that was going on. Chapter 45 Female Slave, Su Zhantian. Chapter 45 Female Slave, Su Zhantian. Su Zhantian, do you know what the 2 behind you have done? The leading dragon race powerhouse looked at Su Zhantian and opened his mouth with an icy voice. Hearing this person's words, Su Zhantia asked consciously, what have they done? The 2 behind you, they killed the 3rd prince of my North Sea Dragon clan. The voice of the leading dragon clan powerhouse was icy cold. Now if you're sensible, you'll get out of my way and let me kill this pair of dogs. If not, you're making an enemy of my North Sea Dragon clan, and an enemy of all the living beings within my Forbidden Sea. Hearing these words, Su Zhantian's face became visibly ugly for a few moments. Obviously, he was also not expecting that Su Jiozir and Gu Yuan had killed the 3rd prince of the North Sea Dragon clan, Dragon Madness. Although he, the Northern Region Fox clan, was powerful and was one of the 8 hegemonic level forces in the Northern region. However, if it was compared to the North Sea Dragon clan, it was undoubtedly a shade weaker. Moreover, the Dragon clan within the Forbidden Sea had always been protective of their shortcomings, and if he, the Northern Region Fox clan, were to go to war with the Northern Sea Dragon clan, then the dragon clans of the remaining 3 seas would inevitably not choose to sit idly by. If the dragons of the remaining 3 seas also participate in the war, then he, the Northern Region Fox clan, would certainly not be its opponent. His Northern Region Fox clan is in danger of being overthrown. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Su Zhantian looked towards the leading dragon race powerhouse, his tone obviously weakened a few points and said, Commander Dragon Evil, my daughter Su Josie is only at the beginning of the Saint Realm, while your North Sea Dragon clan's third prince, Dragon Madness, is in existence of the Saint King Realm. How could my daughter Su Josie have the strength to kill Dragon Madness? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my ass. Seeing Su Zhantian showing weakness, Long Qi's entire aura instantly rose a few points higher. He cursed angrily at this. It is true that your daughter does not have the strength to kill the third prince of my North Sea Dragon clan, but that little beside him does. Just a moment ago, that little even killed my North Sea Dragon clan's Dragon Pine Holy Father. This statement was made. Everyone's hearts were startled. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Gu Yuan would have the strength to kill the Dragon Pine Saint Sovereign. Almost subconsciously, they then unconsciously landed their gazes on Gu Yuan. And this look. Once again, they were amazed in their hearts. Just because. No one present was even able to tell the level of Gu Yuan's cultivation. Sure. Shocked though. However, they only thought that Gu Yuan was the one who was carrying a supreme treasure that could conceal his cultivation aura. It was not thought that Gu Yuan had a cultivation level that far exceeded theirs. It was really because Gu Yuan was too young. That bone age is so pink you could almost pinch it. To be so young and possess the strength to be able to kill a Dragon Pine Saint Exalt, this was already unprecedented. If they also possessed a cultivation level that surpassed those of them. That's simply not going to happen. After all, those present were all strong Northern Region Demon Clan members, and there were many immortal Great Emperors and undying Great Emperors among them. It was the invincible Great Emperor who had several of them. If Gu Yuan's cultivation surpassed them, it's a no-brainer. Can't believe a bit of it at all. Su Zhantian, too, leave me alone and go. I'm going to live and die with my senior brother. And don't even think about taking me away by force. If something happens to senior brother, then I won't live. After saying that, Su Zhou'er looked at Su Zhantian with a determined face. Looking at the firmness in Su Zhou'er's eyes, Su Zhantian's eyebrows directly twisted into a Chuan character. There is no one who knows a daughter like her father. He naturally knew his daughter very well. But for the sake of my daughter. It was all he could do. Worthy of being the #1 daughter slave of my northern domain, for the sake of my daughter, I would even go so far as to completely offend the Northern Sea Dragon clan. For the sake of his daughter, going so far as to completely offend the North Sea Dragon clan, Patriarch Su was a bit irrational. The Dragon clan has always been protective of their shortcomings. Today Patriarch Su is mighty, but in the future, there will be him crying. When the crowd of Northern Region demon race powerhouses in the distance heard Su Zhantian's words, they all shook their heads in unison and let out sighs of relief. However, when Su Zhantian looked at them with a single glance, they all shut their mouths wisely. Although there were quite a few among them who did not fear Su Zhantian, they did not want to touch his mold at this moment. It seems that Patriarch Su is adamant about this. I hope that Patriarch Su won't regret today's actions in the future. Long Qi coldly looked at Su Zhantian before he coldly hummed. Let's go. Back to the North Sea. The words fell, and he immediately turned around. The rest of the dragon race powerhouses also turned around at this moment. Prepare to leave here and return to the North Sea. But just at the moment they turned around, a voice as warm as jade, yet as cold as ice, entered their ears, causing them to unconsciously stop. I don't think I've agreed to let you go yet, have I? Chapter 46, My life is over. Chapter 46, My life is at an end. I don't think I've agreed to let you go yet, have I? Hear that. The people present all froze in unison. Nearly subconsciously, they all turned their gazes to the person who spoke. When they saw that the person speaking was Gu Yuan, everyone was confused. It was not at all clear why the other party had said that. What does this kid want? Patriarch Su has already told these people of the Dragon Clan to leave, and this kid even said these words. What does he mean? For a while, all sorts of questions appeared in the minds of a group of Northern Region demon race powerhouses. What do you mean by that? Long Qi glanced at Gu Yuan, and there was also doubt flashing in the bottom of his eyes. It doesn't mean anything. Greeting the gazes of everyone present, Gu Yuan smiled faintly and said, My meaning is very simple, and that is that I will kill you all and let you sleep here for a long time. These people had shown murderous intent towards him earlier. Now he wouldn't let it go. The reason why he hadn't made a move earlier was solely because Su Zhantian had arrived. He also wanted to see what kind of attitude Su Zhantian, who had once abandoned Su Zhou, would have when faced with the strongest person from the North Sea Dragon clan. Now that he had seen Su Zhantian's attitude, then it was time to let these Dragon clan powerhouses sleep here for a long time. Kill us? With you? Long Xia narrowed his eyes, and displeasure clearly flashed in his eyes. Because of Su Zhantian, they had chosen to temporarily spare Gu Yuan. But this kid even tried to kill them, how could he not be angry? Yeah, just me, is that a problem? Gu Yuan opened his mouth with a faint smile. When these words came out, the entire room was once again shocked. Obviously all of them had been shocked by Gu Yuan's words. There were 31 strong dragon race members present. There were many Saint King Saint existences among them. The leading North Sea Dragon clan powerhouse Dragon Commander Dragon Evil was even an immortal Emperor Perfection existence. Under such circumstances, Gu Yuan, however, said, trying to kill them all with one person, how could this not be alarming? Su Zhantian frowned, wanting to open his mouth to persuade. Now that the North Sea Dragon clan had been offended, there might not be no way to resolve the situation. However, if they were to kill the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon clan present, then they would truly be immortal with the North Sea Dragon clan. Moreover, he didn't think Gu Yuan had the strength to deal with the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon clan present. In his mind, it was ultimately up to him to make the move. But he didn't want to make a move. Therefore, he was ready to open his mouth and persuade. However, the words had not yet left his mouth. He then immediately had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. Just because. A terrifying to the absolute peak of peerless great Emperor Perfection Emperor might violently swept away from Gu Yuan's body. This Emperor's might was extremely terrifying, and it actually caused this side of heaven and earth to begin to become shaky. Under this peerless great Emperor's consummate imperial might, everyone felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. All the existences under the Emperor realm, with the exception of Su Zhou, felt their hearts and souls tremble and couldn't help but shiver. He's actually an existence of a peerless great Emperor Perfection. He's obviously so young, but he actually possesses the cultivation of a peerless great Emperor Perfection. This is fake, right? I feel like I'm dreaming, but my second brother hurts so much, it's not a dream. Such a young peerless great Emperor Perfection, this is simply unprecedented. Feeling the peerless great Emperor Perfection imperial might that permeated Gu Yuan's body, everyone present without exception was stunned dog-eared. The crowd of North Sea Dragon clan powerhouses were similarly shocked. This brat said earlier that his cultivation was peerless great Emperor Perfection. I thought he was scaring us, but I didn't realize that this brat was really peerless great Emperor Perfection. Long Chi's gaze looked towards Gu Yuan, and in his eyes were all shock and incredulity. Obviously, he also didn't expect Gu Yuan to actually possess the perfection of invincible great Emperor cultivation. But his reaction was also extremely fast. Quickly snapped out of his shock. He immediately let out an explosive cry from his mouth and said, "Escape! Run!" While the words were spoken, his huge dragon body twisted and already fled towards the distance. He's not a wimp. Rather, from the heart. All of them already knew that Gu Yuan was a peerless great Emperor Perfection, and if they didn't flee now, all that was left for them was to die. That was a peerless great Emperor consummation. It was an absolute powerhouse that truly stood at the top of the desolate ancient continent. Such a presence. Don't talk about them. It was the strongest amongst their North Sea Dragon clan, the North Sea Dragon Emperor who had come, that would not be its opponent at all. If we don't run away now, when will we? Hearing Long Chi's words, the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon clan present also reacted quickly. The power in their bodies was instantly activated, and they immediately fled in all directions. Isn't it too late to run away now? Looking at the group of North Sea Dragon clan powerhouses that were quickly escaping, Gu Yuan opened his mouth with cold eyes. Between the words, he joined his fingers like swords. A flash of invincible sword intent flashed across his fingertips. He used his finger as a sword, and with his hand raised, he chopped out a sword. A sword out. A brilliant sword light shot out immediately. The sword light was radiant to the extreme, carrying an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction. And it's fast as hell. It's like a shooting star crossing the night sky, passing by in an instant. The speed of the group of strong dragon race members was extremely fast. In an instant, they had fled 100 miles away, 1,000 miles away, or 10,000 miles away. But their speed was undoubtedly much weaker in front of this sword light. However, in just a blink of an eye, there were dragon race powerhouses that were caught up by the sword light. And then it was torn apart by the sword light in no time. Put. Blood bloomed, accompanied by a miserable scream like killing a pig came out. A Dragon Clan strongman instantly died on the spot, easily reaping the life of a North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouse. The sword light did not dissipate because of this, but as if it had come to life, it chased straight towards another North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouse. Don't. Seeing the rapidly coming sword light and feeling the terrifying destructive aura contained within the sword light, this North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouse was instantly frightened and screamed in terror. The speed at which it fled was also significantly faster. Just want to get away from this sword light. However, his ultimate end remains unchanged. He was ultimately caught up by the sword light, and was then torn apart by the sword light, directly dying on the spot. In a matter of moments, 2 strong Northern Sea Dragon Clan members died on the spot, followed by 3rd, 4th, 5th, 30th place. My life is over. Looking at the 30 North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouses who died in an instant, and then looking at the sword light that was heading straight for him, Long Xie couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. The might contained within this sword light was simply too terrifying. He couldn't resist at all. He would like to escape. But the sword light was too fast and too quick. And it was as if he had planted a tracking, chasing after him as if he wouldn't stop until he killed him. It seems that the only thing waiting for him today is a dead end. Spell it out. A fierce color flashed in his eyes. Long Xie urged all the power in his body that he could, then he wanted to confront this sword light head-on. But that's when it happened. Swish! A cracking sound rang out. An ice cone carrying an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction quickly rushed past him. And then it met the sword light straight away. Chapter 47 10,000 Dragons Formation. Chapter 47 10,000 Dragons Formation. This ice cone flew past Long Xie, and the icy breath that escaped from it alone made Long Xie feel like falling into an ice cellar, making him unable to stop his body from shivering, as if the blood in his entire body was frozen at this moment. From this, it was easy to see how terrifying this ice cone was. And this ice pick was strangely fast. In an instant, it collided with that sword light. Rumble! As soon as the two came into contact, it caused an extremely powerful explosion, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar that resounded throughout the 10,000 demons' mysterious realm. The terrifying collision force immediately swept madly in all directions with the collision place as the center. This collision force was extremely terrifying, and wherever it passed, everything was destroyed, and even the space was shaken and distorted in bursts. The 10,000 demons' mysterious realm was also like an earth dragon turning over at this moment, shaking fiercely for a long time. In many places, the mountains and rivers were even shattered. This collision was simply terrifying as hell. Long Xie was closer to the place of collision, and before he could even make any reaction, he was bombarded with blood and flew backwards. After barely stabilizing his stance, Long Qi couldn't help but turn his gaze to the direction where the ice cone had stabbed from earlier. This look. He couldn't help the joy rising on his face. Just because. In the middle of his vision. At this moment, there were nearly 10,000 figures rapidly coming this way. The speed of these people seemed fast, but they were not slow at all. At first glance, they were still thousands of miles away. But look again. They had heck of a lot closer. These people had a powerful aura and all of them had dragon horns on their heads. It was clear that they were all top powerhouses of the North Sea Dragon Clan. The person at the head was a middle-aged man with a pair of large golden dragon horns on his head, wearing golden armor, with a slightly stout figure and a majestic face. Yu's face, which was full of majesty, was gloomy at the moment. He was no other than the North Sea Dragon Emperor, Long Xiaotian. Through the soul lamp that Long Maniac had left in the Dragon Palace in the North Sea, he knew the instant he learned that Long Maniac had died. He had quite a few heirs though. But most of them are drunken, horny, and hungry. The only one who could get into his eyes, Dragon Madness, had now died in the northern domain, which naturally made him furious. After learning that Long Maniac had died, the first thing he did was to gather the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon Clan before heading to the northern domain. He would make the man who dared to kill his good old son pay dearly. Through a secret search, he knew the location where Long Maniac had died, which was why he brought the Dragon Clan powerhouses to this place in the first place. Just after arriving at this place, he saw the people of his North Sea Dragon Clan being killed one after another. Already upset, he was even more upset. Seeing that Long Xie, the commander of the North Sea Dragon Clan, was also going to die, it was naturally impossible for him to stand idly by. That's what struck. That terrifying ice cone from earlier was precisely one of his means of attack. I've met the Dragon Emperor. And at that moment, Long Qi faced Long Xiaotian and spoke with a respectful salute. Long Xiaotian didn't even look at Long Xia, but instead swept his gaze gloomily over everyone present. The voice was cold and asked with a hint of questioning tone. Who killed my son? Meeting Long Xiaotian's eyes that were as cold as water and contained infinite killing intent, the strongest members of the northern region demon race present could not help but take half a step back. All of their gazes then landed on Gu Yuan in unison at this moment. As if it was telling Long Xiaotian, the murderer, Gu Yuan. Taking in the expressions of the powerful northern region demon race members present, Long Xiaotian also turned his gaze toward Gu Yuan at this moment. It was you who killed my son. His eyes were cold and contained endless killing intent. In between words, he was also sizing up Gu Yuan. At this moment, Gu Yuan's cultivation aura was not hidden. Thus, upon sensing that peerless great emperor perfection aura from Gu Yuan's body, he was visibly startled in his heart. After seeing that Gu Yuan was very young, with bones so pink and tender that he could almost pinch out water, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation in his heart. This son, truly a demon without equal. And at that moment, meeting Long Xiaotian's gaze that was cold and contained endless killing intent, Gu Yuan raised his hand and pointed at the dead and dying dragon madness. He opened his mouth. If your son is him, then he was indeed killed by me. If you're here to avenge him, then I don't mind sending you to be reunited with him. If you don't want to avenge him, then get lost. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Long Xiaotian frowned and couldn't help but let out an explosive cry from his mouth. Arrogant. Although this emperor doesn't know why you have the cultivation of a peerless great emperor perfection, but you're so young, you're bound to have a shallow base. It is simply impossible for you to truly utilize the full strength of a peerless great emperor perfection cultivation. Kid, if you're sensible, you should now disable your own cultivation and kneel down to die obediently, so that this emperor can give you a pain in the ass. If you don't, not only will you die, but your friends and family will pay in blood for your behavior. After saying that, Long Xiaotian was looking at Gu Yuan with an icy gaze. It seemed like he was really waiting for Gu Yuan to kneel down and suffer death on his own. Meeting Long Xiaotian's gaze, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile. The smile was filled with sarcasm and disdain. Let me waste my own cultivation and kneel down to die? Just you? You call me arrogant, but don't you think that the one who was arrogant is your mom? Knowing that my cultivation is far higher than yours, you can still say these words. Are you an idiot? Hearing these words, Long Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and said with a gloomy face, it seems that you really don't intend to cripple your own cultivation and then kneel down to die. Gu Yuan didn't say anything, just looked at the little cutie. Like eyes at Long Xiaotian. He didn't want to talk to the cutie. Talk. Seeing Gu Yuan in this state, Long Xiaotian's already gloomy face obviously became a few points more gloomy. Toast to toast, since you don't choose to scrap your own cultivation and kneel down to die, then it seems that this emperor will have to put you to death himself. At this point in the conversation, Long Xiaotian swept his gaze over all the northern region demon race powerhouses present, and his voice was icy cold. This emperor is about to open the 10,000 Dragons formation. If the 10,000 Dragons formation is opened, everyone within the formation will be seen as an enemy of my dragon clan, and will all die. If you and others don't want to die, get lost. This statement was made. The faces of all the strongest northern region demon race members present changed drastically. Without even thinking about it, they turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Although they hadn't seen the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation, they had heard of its might. It is rumored to be the strongest card of the Dragon Clan. The power is strong and extraordinary, very not bad. Now Long Xiaotian was actually going to use the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation in order to deal with Gu Yuan. They were also afraid of being implicated, which is why they stayed away from here in the first place. And that's when Long Xiaotian had already spoken again. All the people of the Dragon Clan prepare, activate the 10,000 Dragons formation for this emperor. Yes. All the strongest members of the dragon race present responded in a loud voice. The moment the words fell, all of the dragon race powerhouses that were originally behind Long Xiaotian moved in an instant. P.S. 100,000 words in, all of you who can read this are my gods, piggy kowtow to you. I'm begging for a reminder, to be added to the bookshelf, for a 5-star review, and for a wave of support in the form of free swag, so thank you on my knees. Any suggestions are welcome, and Piggy will take a good look at them. Chapter 48, Time flies, ashes fly to ashes. Chapter 48, in a flash of a finger, ashes fly away. In a matter of moments, all the dragon race powerhouses were scattered in all directions, and then surrounded Gu Yuan in the center with an arcane and mysterious stance. Power surged within their bodies and their palms pinched. A metaphysical aura instantly permeated out from them, eventually connecting together. A curtain of light blue light that connected them appeared instantly. Looking down from above the 10,000 demons' mysterious realm from above, it was as if there was a giant pale blue bowl that had buckled upside down and held Gu Yuan within it. This Northern Sea Dragon Emperor said with his mouth that White Emperor was incredibly young, and that even if he possessed the cultivation of a peerless Emperor perfection, it was simply impossible for him to utilize the true strength of a peerless Emperor perfection being, but the moment he struck, he used the strongest undercurrent of the Dragon Clan, so it seems that he did not despise the White Emperor in his heart as much as he did on his lips. Even if that white-clothed Great Emperor is young, that is still an existence of a peerless Great Emperor perfection, a terrifying existence that truly stands at the top of the desolate ancient continent. Who would dare to belittle such an existence? It is rumored that the 10,000 Dragons array can attack and defend. It is the most powerful card of the Dragon Clan, and between its chi connection, it can even substantially increase the strength of the person who dominates the array. The cultivation of the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea is only one small realm lower than that White Emperor, and under the support of the 10,000 Dragons array, it may not necessarily not have the strength to fight with that White Emperor. The gap in cultivation is not something that can be made up for by numbers. Although the 10,000 Dragons formation is strong, I don't think that the white-clothed Emperor will lose. If a long-established invincible Great Emperor had been perfected, I would think so, but this white-clothed Great Emperor is simply too young. Oh? Then you mean the White Emperor will lose? That's right. In that case, then we might as well make a bet. It can be. I'll bet that the North Sea Dragon Emperor will win, and I'll bet on an Imperial weapon. Do you dare to bet? Let's gamble. Who's afraid? The group of Northern Region demon race powerhouses who had retreated to the distance, seeing that the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor had already catalyzed the 10,000 Dragons formation, could not help but begin to speculate on who the eventual winner would be. Some people felt that the North Sea Dragon Emperor who used the 10,000 Dragon formation would win. There were also those who felt that Gu Yuan, a peerless Great Emperor perfection existence, would win, feeling that the gap in cultivation was not something that could be bridged by numbers. Speculating, they actually started betting. Su Zhantian, who was at the center of the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation, saw that the North Sea Dragon Emperor had directly used the Dragon Clan's most powerful card, the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation, in order to deal with them, and his face instantly became a few points uglier. Although he hadn't seen the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation with his own eyes. But he had also heard about the 10,000 Dragon Formation. It is rumored to be the most powerful card of the Dragon Clan. Not only could it attack and defend, but it could also substantially increase the strength of the person who dominated the big formation. The bottom line is this. All the enemies of the dragon race who had seen the dragon race use the 10,000 Dragons formation were all dead. How could his face look good when he thought about it? Almost subconsciously, he looked towards Gu Yuan, wanting to see if he had a way to deal with it. And it was a look that left him visibly stunned. Just because. At the moment, Gu Yuan's face was calm and breezy. Look at that appearance. It seems that there is simply no dragon tribe's strongest card 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation in the eyes of the general. Subconsciously, Su Zhantian asked the doubts in his heart. You have a way to break the formation? Yes. Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. This 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation was indeed powerful. It was formed by the strongest members of the dragon race together, and these strongest members of the dragon race were connected by chi, which could attack and defend, not to mention that it could also drastically increase the strength of the person who dominated the Grand Formation. If an ordinary invincible Great Emperor perfection encountered the North Sea Dragon Emperor who had executed the 10,000 Dragon Formation, then even if the formation could be broken in the end, it was thought that it would be either dead or crippled. But who is Gu Yuan? It was an openly terrifying existence. Not only does he have the top battle power in this world, not to mention, he also had the invincible formation inheritance that he had obtained from the system. The invincible formation inheritance contained all the formations in this world. Having received the invincible formation inheritance, he was the most powerful formation master in the world. Although the 10,000 Dragons formation in front of him was powerful and incomparable, it was all broken in his eyes. He had at least 99 ways to break formations. With a snap of his fingers, he could make this 10,000 dragon array go up in smoke. Moreover, even if he did not obtain the invincible formation inheritance, with his own strength, he would still be able to break it with force. The 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation was created by a mighty predecessor of my dragon clan who ascended to the dragon realm, and so far, no one has been able to break it. How dare you say you can break the 10,000 Dragon Formation? It's simply ridiculous. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the North Sea Dragon Emperor couldn't help but let out a cold snort of disdain. In his heart, he couldn't help but despise Gu Yuan by a few points. Although this son's cultivation was heaven-defying, he was still too young after all. Too much hubris. For a moment, he thought he had it made. Without having to rely on the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation, he felt that he could even fight Gu Yuan. However, this idea only just surfaced and was extinguished by him. Although Gu Yuan was young and arrogant, his invincible Great Emperor Perfection cultivation was real. If he just fought with it. The odds are at best 37-1. Gu Yuan made 3 moves and he cracked into 7 pieces. And that's even when he has complete confidence in himself. Compared to the disdain of the North Sea Dragon Emperor after hearing Gu Yuan's words, Su Zhantian's face was quite a bit better in a flash. Since Gu Yuan dared to say that, in his opinion, then even if he didn't have full certainty of breaking the formation, then he should have 70% certainty that he would be able to break the formation. He was now on the same rope as Gu Yuan because of his daughter. If Gu Yuan could break the formation, then he would naturally be happy. And that's when the North Sea Dragon Emperor looked at Gu Yuan, who had already spoken again. Now this emperor will give you another chance. Scrap your own cultivation and kneel down to die. This emperor can give you a pain in the ass. If not only will you die, but your friends and family will die because of you. Gu Yuan looked at the little cutie with a like look at the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor. Without saying a word, his entire body instantly disappeared in the same place between his foot movements. No good. Seeing this, the North Sea Dragon Emperor's heart was suddenly startled. A sense of crisis from death instantly wrapped him up, making his whole body hair stand up, and his forehead was unconsciously with cold sweat. Almost instinctively, the North Sea Dragon Emperor mobilized all the power he could from his entire body. In a single movement of his feet, he wanted to move away from where he was. But not before he moved on. Gu Yuan's figure appeared instantly. She met Gu Yuan's dark eyes, which were calm and did not ripple in the slightest. So fast. The North Sea Dragon Emperor was horrified in his heart. How could he not expect Gu Yuan's speed to be so fast? He didn't even look away before the other party unexpectedly appeared in front of him. The speed, it's appalling. Seeing that Gu Yuan had already slapped his palm. Although the North Sea Dragon Emperor was shocked in his heart, his reaction was also strangely fast. The power in his body revolved instantly, and he raised his hand to meet it with a palm. Chapter 49, Breaking the Formation. Chapter 49, Breaking the Formation. Boom! The two palms collided in an instant. A shocking loud bang came out immediately. The terrifying collision force immediately centered on the two of them and swept away in all directions, shocking the space with bursts of distortion. Put! The North Sea Dragon Emperor's face suddenly changed drastically, the armor on his arm burst open in an instant, and a mouthful of blood violently sprayed out from his mouth. His entire person was also like a cannonball at this moment, and immediately smashed down hard towards the ground. Rumble! A terrifyingly loud popping sound resounded once again. The entirety of the North Sea Dragon Emperor directly smashed a huge and incomparably deep pit in the ground. Shasta! Debris shot up and smoke and dust flew up in the sky. The North Sea Dragon Emperor rose. Its entire body was covered in dust, blood spilled from the corners of its mouth, its golden armor was covered in cracks, its arms trembled, and its breath became sluggish at this moment. The whole thing became a mess. So strong. His eyes looked towards Gu Yuan, and in the bottom of his eyes were filled with shock. He knew that invincible Great Emperor Perfection was very strong. Therefore, even though Gu Yuan was young, although he despised the other party with his mouth, he did not have the slightest contempt in his heart. Directly, the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation was utilized. However, he did not expect the other party to be so terrifying. A random move had seriously injured him. Simply strong and desperate. Lifting his hand and taking out a handful of healing pills and sending them into his mouth, the North Sea Dragon Emperor didn't have the slightest hesitation, and his entire person flew directly towards the outside of the 10,000 Dragons Formation. At the same time, he roared at the top of his voice. 10,000 Dragon Formation activated. Yes. Dragon Emperor. The strongest members of the dragon race present all responded in a loud voice at this moment. Between the words, power surged within their bodies, instantly pushing the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation to its full strength. And with the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation being fully activated by them. Within the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation, a 5-clawed golden dragon silhouette immediately emerged, and then rushed straight towards the 3 Guyuan who were within the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation. These golden dragon shadows were incomparably solid, and their aura was so strong that the aura emanating from each of them was no weaker than that of the undying Great Emperor. All of them were able to burst out with a battle power not weaker than that of an undying Great Emperor. The most shocking point is this. These golden dragon shadows were extremely numerous, dense and countless. It was about estimated that there were afraid to be tens of thousands of them. Sure. Although these golden dragon shadows were strong, they were somewhat weak in front of Guyuan. Guyuan only slightly struck out, and hundreds or thousands of golden dragon shadows directly exploded. And then it turned into the purest energy in the world back into the body of each and every dragon powerhouse. Seeing this scene, while Su Zhantian sighed in his heart at the power of the peerless Great Emperor perfection, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Just think today is a sure win. Although these golden dragon shadows were numerous, Guyuan was too strong. It was thought that it wouldn't take more than a few breaths for Guyuan to kill all of these golden dragon shadows. However, soon his smile froze on his face. Just because. These golden dragon shadows had only just been smashed, and then another golden dragon shadow appeared. Guyuan had just broken a part of the golden dragon shadow, when a new golden dragon shadow appeared. It seems to be simply too much to kill. And every time these golden dragon shadows appeared, they would become a few points more powerful. In this way, even if Guyuan was powerful, as time passed, in his opinion, he would definitely end up having all his chi drained and eventually lose. Taking in the expression on Su Zhantian's face, the North Sea Dragon Emperor who flew outside the 10,000 Dragons Formation couldn't help but say with a smug smile on his face. The 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation is the strongest card of my Dragon Clan. Even if an existence of a peerless Great Emperor perfection is faced with the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation of my Dragon Clan, then there is only a path to death. Then let this Emperor speed up the time of your death. The words fell. Power surged within the North Sea Dragon Emperor, and a metaphysical aura immediately spread out from him, ultimately connecting with one of the dragon race powerhouses who had executed the 10,000 Dragon Formation. With this action of his, those golden dragon shadows that appeared within the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation clearly became stronger. The aura it emitted was already infinitely close to the peerless Great Emperor. The battle power it could erupt was also infinitely close to that of a peerless Great Emperor. Tens of thousands of golden dragon shadows that were infinitely approaching invincible Great Emperors struck out at the 3 Guyuan at the same time. Or the golden dragon void that will reappear if you kill it. At this moment, Su Zhantian despaired. It simply didn't think that Guyuan would be able to break the formation. Not only did he think so, it was the group of Northern Region demon race powerhouses in the distance that thought so as well. It is rumored that the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation is incomparably powerful, and as long as it is cast, its enemies will inevitably be put to death, and today's sight is indeed true to its name. Would an existence of a peerless Great Emperor consummate also lose? Inevitably defeated. Tens of thousands of golden dragon shadows that are infinitely approaching the peerless Great Emperor launching attacks on one person at the same time, no matter who it is, that's only a way to die. Looks like I was the one who gambled, right, Tiger 13, you haven't forgotten the previous bet, have you? Now obediently hand over your Tiger Clan's Imperial armament. You're panicking chicken feathers, can't you see that white-clothed Emperor still looking relaxed? He definitely has a way to break the formation. Tiger 13, you're not trying to renege on your debt, are you? I rely on your mom. If you're really right in your bet, I, Tiger 13, will hand over the Imperial soldier myself. Humph. I hope you'll keep your word. Seeing that the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation was surprisingly so terrifying, a group of Northern Region demon race powerhouses in the distance could not help but feel a sigh of relief. Aside from Tiger 13, the leader of the Tiger Clan, one of the 8 hegemonic level forces in the Northern Region, almost no one still thought that Guyuan had any hope of breaking the formation. And just as the crowd was thinking this way, Guyuan, who was within the 10,000 Dragons Formation, suddenly let out a soft laugh. Enough fun, it's time to break the formation. This statement was made. Everyone couldn't help the corner of their mouths. It was only thought that Guyuan's words were a swollen face. Kid, if you really have the ability to break formations, then break them, what the hell are you pretending there? The North Sea Dragon Emperor let out a disdainful soft hum from the tip of his nose. It simply didn't think Gu Yuan had the ability to break formations. Hearing the North Sea Dragon Emperor's words, Gu Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. He had only wanted to try the power of this 10,000 dragons formation earlier, not that he didn't have the strength to break it. Joining his fingers like swords, a flash of invincible sword intent flashed across his fingertips as Gu Yuan ignored the golden dragon shadows that were rapidly coming toward him. Instead, he turned his gaze to the location of a few unassuming dragon race powerhouses. When he raised his hand, he was using his finger as a sword, stabbing out towards those places. In an instant, there were several brilliant sword lights shooting out. And the direction that the sword light shot off was exactly where several of the 10,000 dragons formations breaks were. Seeing this, the group of Northern Region demon race powerhouses didn't notice anything. However, the North Sea Dragon Emperor and all of the dragon race powerhouses present had their faces changed drastically one by one. Because, the location where the sword light shot from was exactly where the 10,000 dragons grand formation was broken. Stop those sword lights! The North Sea Dragon Emperor unconsciously let out an explosive cry from his mouth. Immediately mobilizing all the golden dragon shadows within the 10,000 dragons grand formation to block those sword lights. The speed of the golden dragon shadows were all strangely fast. But if you compare it to those sword lights, undoubtedly much slower. In the end, those sword lights still ruthlessly stabbed at those dragon race powerhouses. Chapter 50 Killing the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 50 Killing the Dragon Emperor. Put. 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 Accompanied by a bloom of blood. Those sword lights had harvested the lives of several dragon race powerhouses in a matter of moments. And with the deaths of these men, the 10,000 dragons formation was immediately broken. A golden dragon silhouette immediately dissipated between this side of heaven and earth. The backlash of the 10,000 dragons formation being broken also swept through all of the dragon race powerhouses, including the North Sea Dragon Emperor, in an instant. The force of this backlash was extremely terrifying, plus all of the dragon race powerhouses were unprepared. Under this terrifying backlash, one of them immediately spat out blood from their mouths. And then, like a cannonball, it ruthlessly smashed down towards the ground. Rumble! 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 The earth shook and roared. That was the terrifying commotion caused by all the Dragon Clan powerhouses present smashing to the ground. After landing, the breaths of all the dragon race powerhouses became shriveled in an instant. Apparently all of them were seriously injured. The 10,000 dragon formation, broken just like that? That's the Dragon Clan's most powerful card, the 10,000 dragons formation. It was broken just like that in a watery manner? Breaking the 10,000 dragons formation with a snap of his fingers, this white-clothed emperor is truly as terrifying as he is. Seeing this scene, a group of Northern Region demon race powerhouses in the distance could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Sigh. Tiger 13 also turned his gaze to the person who had previously bet against him at the first opportunity. Now it's time to fulfill the bet and hand over the Emperor's soldier, right? A bet? What bet? I don't know. You want to renege on your debt? Do you want to try the sharpness of my sword? Give, I'm not one of those little people who go back on their word. For everything that happened in the distance, Gu Yuan seemed as if he hadn't noticed. After easily breaking the 10,000 dragon formation, the first thing he did was to look towards where the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor was. The North Sea Dragon Emperor got up, and subconsciously he turned his gaze to Gu Yuan. And this look. Between four eyes. He was visibly flustered. And then he didn't hesitate for a second. The power in his body was catalyzed in an instant, and he violently turned around, already transforming into a stream of light to vanish towards the distance. Even the 10,000 dragons grand formation couldn't deal with Gu Yuan, and the current him had a clear idea of the gap between himself and Gu Yuan. The only thing he could do now was to flee. Escape to the Forbidden Sea and seek help from the dragon emperors of the remaining 3 seas, so that you can have a chance of surviving. If not, if he stays here, he's bound to die. Thinking this way, the North Sea Dragon Emperor's speed of evasion became even faster. However, in just an instant, it had already fled to tens of thousands of miles away, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. The speed was simply appalling. Trying to escape, did you ask me? Looking at the direction in which the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor had fled, Gu Yuan let out a soft hum from the tip of his nose. The invincible body technique operated in an instant. In a single movement of his feet, his entire body instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the North Sea Dragon Emperor, who had fled from an unknown number of thousands of miles away. "I've fled so far, but that brat didn't come after me, so it seems like I should be safe." Looking back, seeing that there was no figure of Gu Yuan behind him, the North Sea Dragon Emperor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. "Think you're safe." But as soon as this thought appeared, he just straight up froze. Because Gu Yuan's figure just suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air, which really scared him enough. But his reaction was also extremely fast. With a movement of his feet, he immediately pulled away from Gu Yuan. He looked toward Gu Yuan and spoke in a deep voice. "Are you seriously going to push the dragon to the brink of extinction? Mr. Long advises you to be a man of honor. The people of my dragon clan have always been united and protective. If you kill me, the East Sea Dragon Emperor, the West Sea Dragon Emperor, the South Sea Dragon Emperor, they won't spare you. The strength of their 3 seas is far above me. If you want to kill me, you'd better think carefully." Speaking here, the North Sea Dragon Emperor couldn't help but gauge the facial expression on Gu Yuan's face. When he saw that his expression remained unchanged and his gaze was still cold, the North Sea Dragon Emperor's heart sank. He knew that his threat did not have the slightest effect with Gu Yuan. After thinking about it, he softened his tone a few points and spoke again. "Earlier, it was me who was impulsive, and that's why I rushed you, my lord. I'm willing to compensate you. Women? Cultivation resources? As long as you want, I can give it to you. And I ask you, my lord, to spare my life." Gu Yuan listened quietly until the North Sea Dragon Emperor finished speaking, and only then did he faintly utter a question. "Finished?" Although the North Sea Dragon Emperor didn't understand why Gu Yuan asked this, he nevertheless nodded seriously and said, "Finished." Gu Yuan nodded. "Now that you've finished, you can die too." The words fell. Gu Yuan raised his hand and pointed out a finger. The speed of this finger was not fast, but it carried an extremely strange power. Even though it was still some distance away, the North Sea Dragon Emperor felt that he could not avoid this finger at all. Solely, he didn't hide. Bang! The North Sea Dragon Emperor violently stomped his foot. Space immediately rippled. In the space in front of him, a giant dragon silhouette appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Gu Yuan with a fierce face. At the same time, he clenched his hands together and slapped out a palm print with his raised hand. Immediately after, an unforgivable golden light suddenly bloomed above his cracked golden armor. Golden light converged, forming a huge energy shield in front of the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor. Above the shroud a mysterious and obscure complex rune flashed. These runes were as if they had come to life, traveling in front of the North Sea Dragon Emperor, protecting him within. Only then did the panicked emotions of the North Sea Dragon Emperor calm down a little. With all of his means at his disposal, even if Gu Yuan was an invincible great emperor perfection existence, he thought that he wouldn't be able to break through his defenses in a short period of time. However, just the next moment, the giant dragon silhouette shattered into slag and instantly exploded. The palm prints that were struck also annihilated and disappeared the instant they touched Gu Yuan's fingers. The energy shield in front of him was like a bubble that dispersed at the touch of Gu Yuan's finger. The North Sea Dragon Emperor's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the shock and fear in his eyes almost rushed out of the screen. How could he not expect that he could not even resist Gu Yuan for a breath of time with all of his means at his disposal? Look at the fingers that are wildly expanding in the middle of the field of vision. The North Sea Dragon Emperor finally broke down. Couldn't help but yell. "Don't kill me, I'm the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea, I'm the invincible emperor, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the dragon powerhouses of the remaining 3 seas of the Forbidden Sea won't spare you. Don't kill me, I can be your mount, I can serve you. Please." However, no matter how much he yelled, the speed of the fingers that were wildly expanding in the field of vision remained unabated. Eventually, Gu Yuan's finger still pointed at the center of the North Sea Dragon Emperor's brow. Chapter 51 The Dragon King's Order. Chapter 51 The Order of the Dragon King. Put. A gorgeous blood flower bloomed at the back of the North Sea Dragon Emperor's head. A bloody hole immediately appeared in the center of the North Sea Dragon Emperor's brow. Berserk and terrifying power rushed down the blood hole into the North Sea Dragon Emperor. In the North Sea Dragon Emperor's body, it wreaked havoc, annihilating his divine soul and grinding out his vitality. In an instant, the North Sea Dragon Emperor was dead beyond death. Eventually, it slammed down heavily towards the ground. With one finger, a terrifying existence at the late stage of a peerless great emperor. Dead. With a wave of his hand, the North Sea Dragon Emperor's storage ring with its dragon dan containing the essence of his entire body was included in the system's carry-on space. Gu Yuan didn't even look at the already dead North Sea Dragon Emperor. With a movement of his feet, he was heading towards the location where he was earlier. Come to where you were earlier. Eyes on. Only to see a fierce battle erupting below. And both sides of the battle. On one side, there was the severely injured Dragon Clan powerhouse, on the other side, there was Su Zantian, and many others who had a pair of fox ears just like Su Jior. I think these people with fox ears are the strongest of the Fox Clan in the northern region. These northern region Fox Clan powerhouses were not weak. Though overall, it wasn't as strong as the North Sea Dragon Clan. But now, all of the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon Clan were injured, and were simply unable to utilize their peak combat power. Plus, on the northern region Fox Clan side, there was also Su Zhantian, a peerless late-stage great emperor. Once the two sides exchanged blows, the North Sea Dragon Clan side was fully suppressed. Vaguely, Gu Yuan also heard a burst of agonizing wails and furious curses coming from the mouths of the North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouses. Ah! You northern region Fox Clan have great guts. How dare you strike against my Dragon Clan, you simply have a way of taking death. Now quickly stop and let us leave, if not, when all of my Forbidden Sea Dragon Clan arrives, we will definitely exterminate your northern region Fox Clan. Listening to the tirades of these dragons, Gu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he impatiently droned, noisy. Two simple words fell. A terrifying sound wave power instantly swept through this area of heaven and earth. This sound wave power was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, it immediately shook the space and distorted it. Quite a number of dragon race powerhouses hadn't even reacted yet, and were shocked into spitting blood from their mouths. As for some dragon powerhouses with low cultivation, they were even shocked to the point that each one of them bled from their 7 orifices and directly died on the spot. See this scene. Those present were shocked in unison. Obviously, he hadn't expected Gu Yuan's two simple words to contain such terrifying power. It's simply anticlimactic. Su Zhantian glanced at Gu Yuan, and there was also shock flashing in the bottom of his eyes. But the flash of horror was well hidden from him. Go all out and kill the people of the dragon race present. He let out a bellowing cry from his mouth, and between the surges of power within his body, he once again struck out at the strongest members of the dragon race present. And one by one, the northern region Fox Clan powerhouses who heard Su Zhantian's words immediately answered. Once again, they struck out at the strong dragon race members present. These dragon race powerhouses had previously suffered injuries due to the backlash of the 10,000 dragons formation being broken. Afterwards, he was shaken by Su Zhantian to a group of northern region Fox Clan powerhouses to them. Now, he was swept by Gu Yuan's sound wave power and was once again seriously injured. They were already unbeatable against the northern region Fox Clan's powerhouses, but now they were even more unbeatable. Not even half a cup of tea, they all died here. Su Zhantian ordered all the Fox Clan powerhouses present to clean up the battlefield here. This was followed by holding sacks and sacks of storage rings in front of Gu Yuan. Putting a sack full of storage rings in front of Gu Yuan, he then spoke seriously. Thank you, my lord, for saving my daughter and saving me earlier. This is everything useful from these dragon people, please accept it, my lord. Uncle Battle Heaven, I am senior sister Su's senior brother, you don't need to call me lord, just call me by my name is Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan let out a light laugh. He had spent a lot of time with Su Jior, and Su Jior had mentioned Su Zhantian. Therefore, Gu Yuan was aware of its name. His eyes fell on the sack full of storage rings on the ground, and Gu Yuan spoke out once again. These dragons were beheaded by you guys, it's only right that you should take them, there's no need to hand them over to me. The words had just fallen, and a dainty voice was violently sounded at this moment. No! Upon hearing this voice, everyone's gazes all looked towards the direction the voice came from in unison. This time, he saw that there were 3 silhouettes rapidly coming towards the side in the distance. Fixing his eyes, he saw that the visitors were none other than Luo Qingxue, Munan Wan, and Yun Mo. The girls, who were in full rush, finally arrived at the end of the battle. Flying to Gu Yuan's body, Luo Qingxue heaved a few ragged breaths. The waves were so rough that you couldn't take your eyes off of them. She exhaled heavily. Only then did the flavorful white eyes of Gu Yuan, and voiced, why don't you want what other people give you? Don't you know that our desolate peak is barren and poor? With that, she waved her jade hand and a spiritual rope flew out, tying all the sacks together before rolling them up behind herself. Though being new to the area, she didn't know what was going on. But look at the messy earth, and the bodies of the dead people of the Dragon Clan. Coupled with the fact that Su Zhantian, an invincible great emperor, had also given Gu Yuan several sacks of storage rings, she could probably guess what had happened. It was thought that Su Zhantian's father and daughter should have encountered danger, and Gu Yuan had helped resolve the danger. In order to repay Gu Yuan, Su Zhantian then gave Gu Yuan these sacks filled with storage rings as payment. Thinking so, she took these sacks with storage rings in them, that was without a single psychological burden. Glancing at Luo Qingxue, Gu Yuan smiled helplessly, but didn't say anything more. And at this time, Su Zhantian looked at Gu Yuan with worry flashing in his eyes and spoke again. Emperor Yuan, now that you've killed the North Sea Dragon Emperor, all of the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon clan have also fallen here. Although the dragon race is at odds internally, they are extraordinarily united if they encounter an external enemy. If this matter is known to the rest of the 3 Sea Dragon clans, they will definitely not stop. What do you think we should do now? Although he had his own daughter's relationship, Su Zhantian wouldn't dare to call out the name of a peerless great emperor perfection existence. That's too presumptuous. And the reason why he said those words was solely because he was afraid of retaliation from the remaining 3 Sea Dragon clans. Gu Yuan was extremely powerful, possessing the cultivation of a peerless great emperor perfection, and was not afraid of anyone or any force in the world. But he can't. He was only at the late stage of the invincible great emperor. Although he, the Northern Region Fox Clan, was mighty in the Northern Region and was one of the 8 hegemonic level forces in the Northern Region. However, if it was against the dragon race, it was clearly not a match. If Gu Yuan patted himself on the back now, then his Northern Region Fox Clan would be completely finished. After listening to Su Zhantian's words, Gu Yuan had already guessed the other party's worries. After thinking about it, Gu Yuan's voice was calm. It depends on the attitude of the Dragon Clan whether they are overthrown or not. With that, he moved his mind and a golden token appeared in his hand. Dragon King Order. Chapter 52 There is already a way to die. Chapter 52 There's a way to die. What? The dragon race powerhouses above the North Sea Sacred Realm, all of their soul lamps have gone out? What? That bastard Long Xiaotian's soul light went out too. In the South Sea Dragon Palace on top of the Great Hall sitting in the South Sea Dragon Emperor heard the news from the people below. The whole person was directly shocked by the dog stare. How could one not expect that the person below would say these words? Phew. Slowly, he exhaled a cloudy breath. Push down the horror in your heart. The South Sea Dragon Emperor looked at the people below, coldness flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. The soul lamp going out means that the person who left it behind is dead. Now you tell this emperor that the dragon powerhouses above the North Sea Sacred Realm as well as Long Xiaotian's soul lamps have all gone out. Then you mean to say that all of the dragon race powerhouses above the North Sea Sacred Realm are dead? Even Long Xiaotian is dead? Although the overall strength of the North Sea is not as good as my South Sea, Long Xiaotian's strength is also slightly inferior to this emperor's by a hair. But even so, the North Sea that is one of the most powerful forces in this world. And who among the powerful forces in this world doesn't know that my dragon clan is united as one? Who dares to touch them? Now, you're telling me that the soul lights of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the dragon powerhouses above the North Sea Sacred Realm have all gone out, are you serious? The words fell. A raging peerless great emperor late-stage imperial might swept across the entire South Sea Dragon Palace. Under this imperial might, the person who had spoken earlier within the palace was immediately frightened and trembled. Put! He fell to both knees as his feet gave way. Heavily kowtowing a few times. It was then that he said with a shaky voice. Please don't be angry with the Dragon Emperor, please be sorry for his loss. Though I also don't believe that the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Saint Realm powerhouses will all die. But the extinguishing of the soul lamps of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Sacred Realm Dragon Clan powerhouses was something that I saw with my own eyes. The North Sea Dragon Emperor was powerful, and the North Sea Dragon Clan as a whole was also incredibly powerful as far as strength was concerned, being the most powerful force above the desolate ancient continent. Now their soul lights suddenly go out. Means they're all dead. The incident also struck him as unbelievable. He didn't want to believe it either. But that's what happened, and it's not something he can afford to disbelieve. Hearing this person's words, the South Sea Dragon Emperor's already gloomy face obviously became a few points more gloomy. This emperor will personally go to the Soul Palace now. If you dare to deceive me, this emperor will make you beg for your life and beg for your death. Coldly glancing at the people below his eyes, the South Sea Dragon Emperor moved his feet and his entire person instantly disappeared in place. Once again, the North Sea Dragon Emperor had appeared in a palace filled with soul lamps. Inside the Soul Hall is a soul lamp, such a soul hall. In the South China Sea there are a total of 4. They are the South Sea Soul Hall, the East Sea Soul Hall, the West Sea Soul Hall, and the North Sea Soul Hall. This palace was none other than one of the 4 great soul palaces of the South Sea, the North Sea Soul Palace. The soul lamps in the North Sea Soul Hall were all left by strong dragons in the North Sea who had reached above the Saint Realm. After arriving at the North Sea Soul Hall, the South Sea Dragon Emperor swept his gaze. The whole face was instantly so gloomy that it could almost drip water. Just because. The soul lamps in this side of the palace had already been extinguished. Even the soul lamp left by the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea had gone out. Where are the 8 dragon marshals? A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes as the South Sea Dragon Emperor spoke in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but it contained the power of a late peerless great emperor, instantly spreading throughout the entire South Sea. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The space in front of the South Sea Dragon Emperor suddenly distorted. Immediately after, 8 figures wearing various colors of armor appeared in front of the South Sea Dragon Emperor. They all knelt down on one knee and clasped their hands in unison as they spoke in unison. Here's the microcosm. What are the Dragon Emperor's orders? Glancing at the 8 people, the South Sea Dragon Emperor's voice was ice cold as he said, "Now, I'll give you half a quarter of an hour to gather all the strongest people in the clan." Hearing these words, the hearts of the 8 dragon marshals couldn't help but tighten. Although they didn't know what was going on, they knew something big was going to happen. However, they also had the good sense not to ask anything more, but instead answered in unison. Yes. A simple word fell, and their figures instantly disappeared in place. Started to go and gather all the powerful people in the South Sea Dragon clan. His eyes fell back on the extinguished soul lamps within the Hall of Souls, and the South Sea Dragon Emperor spoke out. "Don't worry, gentlemen, no matter who it is that dares to kill you, they are provoking my dragon clan, and I, the South Sea Dragon Emperor, will definitely avenge you. Let those who killed you pay in blood." The words fell. Buzz buzz. A token within the storage ring immediately sent out a ringing sound. The South Sea Dragon Emperor's mind moved and took the token out. Power surged within his body to catalyze it. 2 images appeared at once. There was a person in both images. They are the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea and the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea respectively. Looking at its background, it was surprisingly different from where the South Sea Dragon Emperor was located. It was thought that they were also in the North Sea Soul Hall within their power. Although the Dragon Clan was at odds and divided into 4 major forces, they did not interact with each other on weekdays. But that was internally; externally they were extraordinarily united. Moreover, within each power, there were 4 soul temples, which were used to carry the soul lamps of themselves and the rest of the 3 Seas Dragon Clan powerhouses. The first to speak was the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Sea. I think both of you know about the death of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the death of all the Dragon Clan powerhouses above the North Sea Sacred Realm, right? The Dragon Emperor of the South Sea and the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea didn't say anything and both nodded their heads in unison. Seeing the 2 nodding their heads, the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Sea once again spoke out, "Who do you 2 think did this?" Hearing this, both the South Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor shook their heads in unison. The news of the death of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon Clan's Saint Realm powerhouse was only just known to them, so how could they possibly know who did it? Seeing the 2 of them shaking their heads, the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Sea chilled for a few moments before he said, "No matter who it is, but since he dares to kill a strong member of the North Sea Dragon Clan and the North Sea Dragon Emperor, he is provoking my entire Dragon Clan, and he already has a path to death. Now you gather the strongest members of your clan, and I will also gather the strongest members of my clan, and we will rendezvous at the North Sea Dragon Palace. Find out the one who dares to provoke my Dragon Clan, and I will make him beg for his life and beg for his death." The South Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor nodded their heads in unison, then rendezvous at the North Sea Dragon Palace. Snuff out this summoning jade talisman. The South Sea Dragon Emperor's feet moved, and once again he reappeared. He had already arrived outside the South Sea Dragon Palace. At this moment, the entire South Sea Dragon Palace was already filled with people wearing light blue armor with a strong aura. The number is in the tens of thousands. They are the strongest of the South Sea Dragon Clan. At this moment, all of these people were whispering, all of them curious as to what was going on and why the Dragon Emperor had gathered all of them together. But the moment the South Sea Dragon Emperor appeared, yet they all closed their mouths in unison. All here, right? The South Sea Dragon Emperor scanned the circle and asked with an icy voice. Back to the Dragon Emperor, the strongest members of the clan are all here. The 8 dragon commanders arrived in front of the South Sea Dragon Emperor. They first gave a respectful salute, and then this was followed by a response out loud. The South Sea Dragon Emperor nodded. He swept his gaze around the room and asked in a loud voice. Now, someone has killed the North Sea Dragon Emperor and many of the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon clan. This move is simply provoking my entire dragon clan. What do you say, now? With these words, the strongest members of the dragon race present finally understood why they had been summoned here. Now that they heard the words of the South Sea Dragon Emperor, they raised their voices without even thinking about it. Although my dragon clan is not at peace, if someone dares to bully my dragon clan, then he must be made to pay for his blood. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. Tens of thousands of dragon race powerhouses roared in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens and rushing into the clouds. The entire sea of the South China Sea's Forbidden Sea also turned up at this moment with shocking waves, scaring the people within the ships coming and going above the sea surface enough. Didn't understand what was going on at all. The South Sea Dragon Emperor was undoubtedly satisfied with the reaction of the South Sea Dragon clan's powerhouses. After gently nodding, he spoke out, now set out for the North Sea. Find out who moved against the North Sea Dragon clan, it is necessary to make him pay in blood. As the words fell, he had already led a group of dragon powerhouses from the South Sea to the North Sea in great numbers. Chapter 53 Attitude. Chapter 53 Attitude. A large number of powerful people from the South Sea Dragon clan have traveled to the North Sea. The East Sea Dragon clan also has a large number of dragon powerhouses heading to the North Sea. Even the Western Sea Dragon clan has a large number of dragons traveling to the North Sea. What are the dragons planning to do here? Could it be that they are unwilling to leave the Forbidden Sea? Ready to come to the land? The powerful dragons of the 3 seas travel to the North Sea in great numbers. This move immediately attracted the attention of many powerful forces. Speculation began to mount as to what the dragons were preparing to do. In the meantime, buzz buzz. A ringing came from a token inside the storage ring. The South Sea Dragon Emperor didn't hesitate, and with a thought, he took out the token that had emitted the loud noise. Upon seeing that the token it transmitted was actually one that could contact the Dragon King's order, he was visibly stunned. Obviously, he hadn't expected that so soon, Gu Yuan would contact him through the Dragon King order. Sure. Although he was puzzled, he still pushed the token into action. As the token was prodded, a picture instantly appeared. Looking at Gu Yuan in the picture, the South Sea Dragon Emperor immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Little dragon has met your excellency." Yo, you got a lot of people behind you. What's this for? Through the image displayed by the summoning jade talisman, Gu Yuan saw the tens of thousands of dragon clan powerhouses behind the South Sea Dragon Emperor at a glance, which caused him to let out a soft laugh. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the South Sea Dragon Emperor hesitated slightly, but still answered its question seriously. Back to your lordship. Just earlier, the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and the Northern Sea Dragon clan's powerhouses above the Saint Realm all died. As a member of the Dragon clan, I naturally can't do nothing to stand idly by now that a member of the same clan has been killed. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Gu Yuan had already opened his mouth to interrupt. Then you're bringing so many people now, are you preparing to avenge the dead North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon clan powerhouses? Back to your lordship, yes. Okay, I'll wait for you at the Northern Region Fox clan. Good, huh? The South Sea Dragon Emperor subconsciously nodded his head, but only after the words were spoken, he just froze violently. It seemed like he had guessed something, but he was still a little unsure. After thinking about it, he then weakly spoke out. My lord, you mean that the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon clan powerhouses were taken by you? Without waiting for him to finish, Gu Yuan had already answered first, that's right, I killed him. Hear that? The South Sea Dragon Emperor fell silent. Obviously, how could he not expect that the person who killed the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon clan powerhouse would be Gu Yuan? After thinking about it, the South Sea Dragon Emperor once again spoke out and asked, I wonder why you want to kill him, my lord? He has a way of taking death. Gu Yuan faintly returned. After a pause, Gu Yuan added, I'll wait for a day for you to come and take revenge at the Northern Region Fox clan. If I don't get there in a day's time, I'll come to you myself. Hearing these words, the South Sea Dragon Emperor was immediately startled in his heart. Hurrying to speak, he said, You've misunderstood, my lord, we have absolutely no intention of seeking revenge on you. No revenge? Hearing these words, Gu Yuan glanced at the tens of thousands of dragon powerhouses behind the South Sea Dragon Emperor and couldn't help but smile. There's no revenge, so what's the point of bringing so many people? Hearing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor instantly became bitter. He was indeed preparing to bring people to avenge the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon clan. However, he had made 1,000 calculations, but he had only failed to calculate that the one who killed the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon clan would be Gu Yuan. He had seen Gu Yuan strike. Its awesomeness he could clearly perceive. It was stronger than any peerless great emperor perfection he had ever seen. To be an enemy of such a person would be no different than seeking death. Now that he had learned that the person who had killed the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon clan powerhouse was Gu Yuan, he had no desire to take revenge at all. Instead, they began to worry a bit that Gu Yuan would implicate them because of the North Sea Dragon Emperor. After thinking for a while, the South Sea Dragon Emperor squeezed out a slightly flattering smile on his face and said, "My lord, what was said just now was a complete misunderstanding. Little Dragon does not have any thoughts of seeking revenge on you. The North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon clan powerhouses even dared to offend you, my lord, without knowing what to do, so they do have a way to take their deaths. You killed it. In order to express the Dragon clan's apology, I have prepared some gifts, and I would also like to ask you, my lord, to wait for a while in the northern region Fox clan, and I will personally come to the door to make amends and say thank you." Gu Yuan used the Dragon King order to contact the South Sea Dragon Emperor, and it was in the form of a picture. The South Sea Dragon Emperor's fawning expression and words were audible to Su Zhantian and the others. Now that he had seen the South Sea Dragon Emperor fawning so much, he had to come to the door to send a gift to Gu Yuan to make amends and say thank you. Su Zhantian and the others were immediately shocked doggedly one by one. For a moment, they all wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes and ears. Killed the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon clan powerhouse, the South Sea Dragon Emperor did not avenge him even if it was not, but even had to personally visit the door to make amends and say thank you. Who wouldn't be confused to hear that? And that fawning little expression. Was this still the arrogant South Sea Dragon Emperor? That's a ing licking dog, right? No, it's licking the dragon. And at that moment, Gu Yuan spoke once again. Your South Sea Dragon clan is not prepared to seek revenge on me, so what about the attitude of the East Sea Dragon clan and West Sea Dragon clan? Hearing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor's heart tightened. But still, he rushed out. Don't worry, my lord. We dragons have always been at odds with each other, and the North Sea Dragon Emperor is so arrogant and cocky, with no strength, but instead he still doesn't put anyone in his eyes. The rest of us 3 Sea Dragon Emperors have long looked at him with displeasure. If it weren't for the fact that the same dragon race is present, our 3 Seas Dragon Emperor would have long ago destroyed the North Sea Dragon Emperor. Now that you, my lord, have killed the North Sea Dragon Emperor, the East Sea Dragon Emperor, the West Sea Dragon Emperor, and me, we can't even be too happy, so how could we possibly seek revenge on you for that bastard Long Xiaotian? He. Hearing these words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but lose his smile and shake his head. I'll give you 1 day to come to the Northern Region Fox clan, and if you don't make it in 1 day, I'll come find you in person. Leaving these words behind, Gu Yuan cut off the connection to the Dragon King order. Chapter 54, Payment of Thanks? Chapter 54, Claims and Thanks? Hey! Looking at the image that disappeared in the space in front of him, the South Sea Dragon Emperor couldn't help but let out a sigh. Looking back at the vast dragon race powerhouses behind him, he sighed out, "Go back to the South Seas." Saying that, he had already taken the first step back towards the South China Sea. Hearing the South Sea Dragon Emperor's words, a series of question marks surfaced on the heads of the South Sea Dragon clan powerhouses present. For a moment, they suspected they had heard wrong. They traveled to the North Sea with great fanfare in order to avenge the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon clan powerhouses. But now they are only out of the South China Sea for some distance. The South Sea Dragon Emperor even want to let them go back. What is this? But doubtful and curious though. But they looked at the lost soul of the South Sea Dragon Emperor. They still had the good sense not to ask the doubts and curiosity in their hearts. After only a slight hesitation, they all headed back towards the South China Sea. And while walking, the South Sea Dragon Emperor once again took out a token. This was a token that could contact the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea and the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea. Hey! Another sigh came out from the mouth of the South Sea Dragon Emperor, and only then did the power in his body surge and catalyze the token. Soon, Along with a distortion of the space in front of him, two images appeared in front of the South Sea Dragon Emperor. There were two people in the picture, the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor. Looking through the duo towards their backs, the South Sea Dragon Emperor also saw quite a few Dragon Clan powerhouses behind him. Obviously, they had all gathered the strongest members of their clan and were on their way to the North Sea. South Sea Dragon Emperor, what's wrong? Through the image, the East Sea Dragon Emperor could tell at a glance that the South Sea Dragon Emperor's expression was not right, which caused him to subconsciously ask out. The Dragon Emperor of the Western Sea didn't open his mouth though. But there was obvious doubt surfacing in the back of his eyes. Apparently, he also saw that the South Sea Dragon Emperor's expression was not right. Hey! Greeting the curious gazes of the duo, the South Sea Dragon Emperor let out another sigh before speaking out. Let's not avenge the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouses. Are you kidding me? The Western Sea Dragon Emperor frowned, and immediately said in dissatisfaction and anger, killing the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and the people of the Northern Sea Dragon Clan knowing that my Dragon Clan is united as one and still daring to make a move against them, this is not putting our Dragon Clan in their eyes at all, this is provoking my Dragon Clan. This you can tolerate? Even if you are timid and fearful, you can tolerate it, but I can't. Revenge. Must take revenge. Compared to the sudden fury of the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea, the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea was significantly calmer. Only after the Western Sea Dragon Emperor finished speaking did he then look at the South Sea Dragon Emperor and ask, "What do you know?" Aha! The South Sea Dragon Emperor nodded. I know who the person who killed the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouses is. Who is it? At those words, both the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor subconsciously asked. Obviously, they were all extraordinarily curious about who the person who killed the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouse was. Greeting the curious gazes of the duo, the South Sea Dragon Emperor did not choose to hide it. He immediately voiced, "It's him." With that, he waved his big hand and a white-clothed shadow appeared in the air. It was Gu Yuan. With their eyes looking up and down, both the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor could not help but frown. This son is energetic, his eyes are clear, although his temperament is not bad, but he is a junior at first glance. He is the one who can kill the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the strongest members of the North Sea Dragon Clan? Although the Gu Yuan in front of him was only a shadow made of spiritual energy. However, the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor could still clearly see that Gu Yuan should not be very old in front of them. The two young Gu Yuan, they didn't think it had the strength to kill the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouses. Seeing that the two of them both didn't believe that Gu Yuan was the one who killed the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon Clan powerhouse, the South Sea Dragon Emperor immediately spoke out. You should not be fooled by his appearance. He's a peerless great emperor perfection. What? Hearing this, both the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Yuan, who looked extremely young, to have the cultivation of a peerless great emperor perfection. Don't interrupt me. Hearing the two of them exclaim in shock, the South Sea Dragon Emperor spoke up in dissatisfaction. Seeing the two quiet down, he then proceeded to speak out. I've seen him strike before. The thickness of its breath is simply appalling, stronger than any peerless great emperor perfection existence I've ever seen. It's just a few points stronger than Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, the Lord of the Imperial Palace. What? This person is even stronger than Sword Emperor Sword Wushuang and the Lord of the Imperial Palace? Hearing this, the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor, one of them not being able to hold back, let out another cry of shock from their mouths. Gu Yuan they hadn't seen and didn't recognize. However, the Sword Emperor Sword Wushuang and the Lord of the Imperial Palace, they knew each other. Who is Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang? The patriarch of the 10,000 Swords sect of the Central Region, the first Sword Emperor of the Central Region. A terrifying existence that possessed the perfect cultivation of a peerless great emperor. The Lord of the Imperial Palace was likewise a terrifying existence that possessed the perfect cultivation of a peerless great emperor. And both of these two had provoked his dragon clan. The dragons were extremely proud of themselves, how could they tolerate being provoked? Although all four of them, the Four Seas Dragon Emperors, were only at the late stage of invincible great emperors. There was a huge gap in strength with both of these two. But don't forget. He, the dragon race, still had cards. 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation. The Four Seas Dragon Clan fully activated the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation, and its power was strong enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. But even so, the ones who had activated the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation were ultimately unable to take down these two, or let the duo go. Although the 10,000 Dragons Formation had injured these two, his 4C's Dragon Clan had suffered equally heavy losses. From this, it was easy to see how powerful Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuang and the Lord of the Imperial Palace were. But now the South Sea Dragon Emperor said that the white-clothed youth in front of him was even more powerful than the Sword Emperor Sword Wuxuang and the Lord of the Imperial Palace. How could they not be alarmed by this? If this person is really this powerful, then what we should think about now is not the matter of revenge, but should think about whether the other party will implicate my Dragon Clan because of the matter of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon Clan. After calming down a bit, the East Sea Dragon Emperor spoke with a somewhat unsightly face. When the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the Saint Realm powerhouse of the North Sea Dragon Clan were still alive, their 4C's Dragon Clan teamed up to catalyze the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation, and they were not able to subdue the Sword Emperor, Sword Wuxuang, and the Lord of the Emperor's Palace in such a situation. Right now, Gu Yuan was even more powerful than Sword Emperor Sword Wuxuang and the Lord of the Imperial Palace. The North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon Clan's Saint Realm powerhouses were still both dead, which would undoubtedly cause the power of the 10,000 Dragons Formation to greatly diminish. In such a situation, if Gu Yuan came to trouble them, then they have no resistance at all. How could his face look good when he thought about it? Hearing these words from the East Sea Dragon Emperor, the South Sea Dragon Emperor couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He had previously been thinking about how to persuade the East Sea Dragon Emperor to put aside their hatred, and then personally boarded the door to make amends and thank Gu Yuan. Now these words from the other parties certainly gave him the opportunity to open his mouth. Without hesitation, he spoke immediately. In order to prevent this great emperor from coming after us, I suggest that the three of us go forward together to meet this great emperor, to make a statement, and to make amends and give thanks to him for the matter of the North Sea Dragon Clan. I know this great emperor, and he is considered reasonable. If we make ourselves known and then make amends and say thank you, I don't think he'll make things difficult for us. When these words came out, both the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor were visibly stunned. He killed so many powerful people from my Dragon Clan, even the North Sea Dragon Emperor died in his hands. We're not going to go and seek revenge on him now, not to mention pay him back and say thank you? Chapter 55 It's more than enough to beat you, you let them beat those disciples? Chapter 55 It's more than enough to beat you, you let them beat those disciples? The moment. The clueless East Sea Dragon Emperor and West Sea Dragon Emperor were confused. They truly didn't expect that the South Sea Dragon Emperor would say these words. Quickly coming back to his senses from his daze, the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Sea couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Hey! In the end, he sighed and spoke out, although I also want to avenge the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor and the Northern Sea Dragon Clan powerhouses, this person is too strong, and we simply don't have any chance of winning. In order not to be liquidated by this person, it seems that we should indeed go forward with a gift to make a statement. East Sea Dragon Emperor, you also want to go and make amends and give thanks to the person who killed my Dragon Clan. Hearing these words from the East Sea Dragon Emperor, the West Sea Dragon Emperor frowned and almost exclaimed in shock. Glancing at the Western Sea Dragon Emperor, the Eastern Sea Dragon Emperor sighed, the situation compels us to do so. At those words, the Western Sea Dragon Emperor's frown deepened a few points, almost twisting into a Chuan character. After thinking about it, he spoke hesitantly, South Sea Dragon Emperor, I see that this kid is so young, are you sure that he has the strength that far exceeds that of the Sword Emperor Sword Wuxuang and the Lord of the Imperial Palace? Are you sure that your earlier words were not swindling me? Seeing that the Western Sea Dragon Emperor didn't believe in himself, the South Sea Dragon Emperor didn't talk nonsense, and with his 3 fingers together, he actually directly made a heavenly Dao oath. This emperor hereby makes a heavenly oath that what he said earlier is true in every word, and if it is half false, his soul will be destroyed and he will die without a burial place. Hearing this, the West Sea Dragon Emperor instantly stopped doubting Gu Yuan's strength. Hey! A sigh came out from his mouth as the Dragon Emperor of the Western Sea spoke out, since that's the case, let's go and find this white-clothed emperor and then make amends to him to say thank you. Aha! The South Sea Dragon Emperor nodded and spoke out, this person is now in the Northern Domain Fox Clan, so bring your gifts of reparation and let's gather in the Northern Domain and then head to the Northern Domain Fox Clan together. Good. Okay. With the 3 Dragon Emperors reaching an agreement, they immediately went forward to prepare their gifts. As for the strong Dragon Clan members they had brought out, they had arranged for them to go back to their respective homes. The dragons just came out with great fanfare, how come this is going back? What the hell is the dragon doing? The dragon race reacted in such a manner, immediately causing many of the great powers that were secretly observing them to feel baffled. Indicates that he simply doesn't understand why the dragons would walk out of the power they are in with great fanfare and vigor, and then return to the power they are in. Not sure what the point of them doing this is. In the meantime, under Su Zhantian's leadership, Gu Yuan and his group traveled to the powerhouse in the northern region where the Fox clan was located. On the way, Luo Qingxue also began to ask what had happened earlier. Before Gu Yuan could open his mouth, Su Jiu'er had already recounted everything that had happened earlier in great detail. Upon hearing about his encounter with Dragon Madness and being chased by him, Gu Yuan eventually arrives at a crucial moment, while later stepping in to save him. Luo Qingxue, Su Zhantian, and Mu Nanwan all couldn't help but have a trace of happiness emerge from the bottom of their eyes. I'm glad Gu Yuan arrived in time. If not, the consequences are unimaginable. After hearing about Gu Yuan easily breaking the 10,000 dragons formation and then killing the North Sea Dragon Emperor, Luo Qingxue, Mu Nanwan, and Yunimo all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Obviously they were shocked to no end. The earlier girls only knew that Gu Yuan was strong, but it was not known to be so powerful. Now that he heard that Gu Yuan was able to easily break the 10,000 dragons formation and easily subdue the North Sea Dragon Emperor, this gave them a newer perception of Gu Yuan's power. And at that moment, Su Jiu'er, who had finished narrating her earlier words, flipped her hand and the marrow-cleansing spirit ginseng appeared in her hand. Senior brother, this is the Emperor Medicine marrow-cleansing spirit ginseng, capable of drastically improving cultivation qualifications. I'm giving it to you. Although Gu Yuan didn't seem to need to use the marrow-cleansing spirit ginseng to enhance his cultivation qualifications at all nowadays. But this marrow-cleansing spirit ginseng was what she had prepared for Gu Yuan, and she still wanted to give it to Gu Yuan. Senior sister, my cultivation qualifications don't need to be upgraded. I appreciate your goodwill. You'd better keep this Emperor Pill marrow cleansing spirit ginseng for yourself. Gu Yuan glanced at her and laughed out loud. In whichever world he went to, he would obtain the top battle power of whichever world he went to. There was no need to cultivate at all, so what was the point of needing cultivation qualifications? Okay. Su Jiu'er's lips mumbled, but in the end, she nodded and put away the marrow cleansing spirit ginseng. Soon, under Su Zhantian's leadership, Gu Yuan and his group finally arrived at the northern region Fox clan. Subsequently, in less than half a day's time, the East Sea Dragon Emperor, the West Sea Dragon Emperor, and the South Sea Dragon Emperor, the three Dragon Emperors also arrived. They had prepared many specialties within the Forbidden Sea. All kinds of heavenly materials and cultivation resources were numerous. Luo Qingxue's eyes went straight as she watched. The three Dragon Emperors' attitude of making amends and apologizing was also very sincere, making it impossible to pick any faults at all. After accepting all the things sent by the three Dragon Emperors, Gu Yuan and the others stayed in the Northern Region Fox Clan for half a month before leaving the Northern Region Fox Clan under Su Zhantian's gracious invitation. During that time, the Lingyun sect patriarch also used a transmission jade talisman to contact Luo Qingxue, asking where she had gone and why there was no one on Desolate Peak. He also asked Luo Qingxue if her three disciples were still participating in the sect disciple competition. Originally, Luo Qingxue was prepared to let Gu Yuan and Mu Nanwan participate in the sect disciple competition, and then take the 3 melons and 2 jujubes that the sect disciple competition rewards disciples with. But after looking at her own storage ring full of several sacks and the heavenly treasures and cultivation resources sent by the 3 Dragon Emperors, the 3 melons and 2 jujubes rewarded by the clan she didn't care about. She replied instantly and stiffly. I'm currently a guest with my apprentices at the Northern Region Fox Clan. As for the Great Clan Disciple Competition, my eldest disciple's current cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, my second disciple's cultivation is at the perfection of the Invincible Great Emperor, and my 3rd disciple's cultivation has now reached the 3rd level of the King. They're all more than capable of beating you, and you're asking them to participate in the sect disciple competition? Is that reasonable? The moment these words came out, Mu Taiyu was directly confused on the spot. After coming back to his senses, Mu Taiyu didn't believe Luo Qingxue's words at all. Only thinking that Luo Qingxue was drunk again. Su Jiu'er's strength was the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, which was barely reasonable. After all, she was the 9th princess of the Northern Region Fox Clan. But if we say that Gu Yuan is the Invincible Great Emperor consummation, this is a joke. No way. Not at all. Luo Qingxue said that Mu Nanwan was at the 3rd level of the King's Realm, which was also a little bit possible. Because, that day Mu Nanwan flew too fast. Mutayu, who then cut off the contact, then also stopped paying attention to Luo Qingshua's master and disciples, and instead organized the sect disciple competition in Lingyun sect as scheduled. The reason why Gu Yuan and his group were leaving the northern region Fox clan today. It wasn't because he had had enough fun, but because a big shot had come to the Lingyun sect. He is Luo Qingshua's master. The patriarch of the 10,000 sword sect in the central region, Sword Emperor Sword Wushuang. P.S. A little bit of hyping, a little bit of free gift giving, and thanks to all you big old handsome readers. Chapter 56 White-Clothed Sword Emperor is you? Chapter 56 The White-Clothed Sword Emperor is you? Uncle Warrior Sky takes his leave. Matriarch Su, farewell. As several people took their leave, Gu Yuan waved his hand, and space instantly tore apart. A spatial channel was opened up by him. Opening up a spatial channel, this was a means that only great emperors had. The reason why Gu Yuan hadn't utilized this tactic when he went wherever he went earlier was solely because he was going to a place he hadn't reached before. If one were to blindly open up a spatial passageway, the location arrived at could be greatly deviated. It would be a waste of time. This was why he chose to fly instead of opening up a spatial passage. As for the current him, he had only flown to the northern domain from the Lingyun sect some time ago. Now the route back was familiar to him, which allowed him to open up a spatial passage that could reach his destination with precision. Go! As the spatial passage was opened up, Gu Yuan glanced at Luo Qingshua's several people before he spoke out. As the words fell, he took the lead and walked within the spatial passage. Luo Qingshua's few people didn't talk nonsense and immediately followed. As several people stepped into the spatial passage one after another, the spatial passage instantly closed. Look at the empty space. Su Zhantian seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. 3 years east of the river, 3 years west of the river. The profound emperor 3 years ago was still a cultivator with a low level of cultivation. I didn't expect that in less than 3 years, the other party would have already become an existence that I couldn't hope for. I don't know what kind of expression Lu Ruyan will have when he sees that he is a peerless great emperor perfection when Emperor Yuan travels to the Cloud Sky sect. Calculating the time, it's only a short 10 days before the 3-year appointment Gu Yuan and Lu Ruyan agreed upon, right? Because of Su Jior's relationship, he was aware of the fact that Gu Yuan had once been humiliated by Lu Ruyan. Wow! The spatial channel above the Lingyun sect suddenly tore apart, followed by a spatial swish. A cracking sound rang out. A figure had already appeared in front of Gu Yuan and the others. This was a middle-aged man dressed in a green shirt, with sword brows and starry eyes, a slender figure, and a long sword on his back. The man's breath was introverted, and he couldn't tell the level of his cultivation, but his entire body just standing there gave a sense of sternness and sharpness. It was as if it was not a human being at all, but a sharp and overwhelming sword. He was the patriarch of the 10,000 sword sect of the central region, the Sword Emperor Sword Wushuang, who possessed the cultivation of a peerless great emperor perfection. And the reason he was here was entirely because of what happened in Mo City some time ago. A white-clothed great emperor, lifting his hand, millions of long swords appeared, instantly killing countless grievous spirits and red-haired old monsters. This matter did not only create a great sensation in the southern region. It was that many forces in the central domain had also heard about this matter. He was Sword Emperor Jin Wushuang. Hearing that someone's sword Dao attainments were actually not lower than his own, he was interested in the man for the first time. After learning that Luo Qingxue actually knew the identity of that white-clothed great emperor, he came to the Lingyun sect at the first opportunity. He wanted to ask Luo Qingxue who that white-clothed great emperor with extremely high attainments in the Dao of the sword and terrifying strength was. After coming here, he saw that Luo Qingxue was not in the Lingyun sect, so he waited in the Lingyun sect. But just now, the space above the Lingyun sect was suddenly opened up by someone to create a spatial passageway, which he sensed, and that's why he appeared here in the first place. Master! Seeing Jian Wushuan, Luo Qingxue immediately bowed respectfully. Hearing Luo Qingxue's words, Gu Yuan's few people immediately knew the identity of the person in front of them. Without hesitation, they also bowed respectfully at the first time. Greetings, Master Gong. Greetings, Sword Emperor. Facing the salute of several people, Jian Wushuang acted as if he did not see it. His gaze fell on Gu Yuan as he asked, the white-clothed sword emperor who easily killed countless unjust souls, livers, and red-haired monsters in Mo City is you? He could see through the cultivation of everyone present, but he could not see through Gu Yuan's cultivation alone. It was self-evident who had opened the space passage in front of him. It must be Gu Yuan. From this alone it was not difficult to tell that Gu Yuan was a great emperor, and possibly a great emperor of the same cultivation level as him. Coupled with the fact that Gu Yuan was dressed in white and Luo Qingxue recognized him, it made him subconsciously guess that Gu Yuan was the white-clothed great emperor of Mo City who had easily subdued countless grievous souls, stern ghosts, and red-haired monsters. Hearing Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan's words, the few women present were visibly startled. Rather, he hadn't expected that it would recognize Gu Yuan's identity at a glance. Even Gu Yuan was a bit surprised. Sure. Although it was unexpected, Gu Yuan did not choose to hide it. At that moment, he just nodded his head directly and said, "It's me." Chapter 57. Chapter 57 The Duel. Not to mention having the cultivation of a peerless great emperor perfection at such a young age, but also possessing such high attainments in the Tao of the sword, it seems like you've obtained some sort of extraordinary opportunity. Hearing Gu Yuan's reply, Jian Wuxuan was also visibly shocked for a moment. Although it had been guessed. But speculation is speculation after all. Now that the guess was true, he was still shocked for a moment. Shocked, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. After sighing, Jian Wuxuan looked at Gu Yuan as he spoke again. "This emperor would like to spar with you, I wonder if you're willing?" The moment these words came out, the few women present were visibly startled. Rather, he did not expect that Jian Wuxuan, the famous 10,000 sword sect sword emperor who had shaken the central region, would take the initiative to seek out Gu Yuan for a sparring session. Shocked, Luo Qingxue didn't even think about it and spoke first. "Master, what are you talking about? Although Gu Yuan has now obtained heaven-defying chances and become a great emperor, how can he be compared to you? You asked him to spar, isn't that bullying?" Hearing this, Su Zhouer's several girls all nodded in unison. It was very agreeable to Luo Qingxue's words. The strength shown by Gu Yuan was indeed strong and powerful. Almost far more than they realize. But if we were to compare Gu Yuan to Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan, they still thought that Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan was a few points more powerful. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan had been famous for a long time, and his strength was so strong that in their inherent impression, it was someone who truly stood at the peak of the desolate ancient continent. Gu Yuan might have the cultivation of a peerless great emperor perfection, but if he were to compare it to the Sword Emperor Sword Wuxuan, they subconsciously assumed that it was perhaps a few points weaker. It was really because Gu Yuan was too young. Its depth was bound to be not as deep as Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan. If one were to spar with Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan, the chances of winning are too slim. Glancing at the several women, Jian Wuxuan spoke out. "Every peerless great emperor perfection, that's a peerless heavenly pride that's not found in billions, all worthy of respect. This emperor is certainly confident in his own strength, but without a cut, this emperor doesn't dare to say that he will steadily defeat Emperor Yuan." Between the words, Jian Wuxuan did not call Gu Yuan by his name, but instead addressed him as Emperor Yuan, which showed that he had great respect for Gu Yuan. And at that moment, Gu Yuan had already opened his mouth with a smile. "I've long heard that Master Gong is strong and unparalleled in the way of the sword, and that he is the first sword emperor of the central region. Now that Master Gong wants to seek me out for a sparring session, it's an honor for the brat, and the brat naturally won't refuse." Gu Yuan had long heard of the great name of Jian Wuxuan, the master grandfather. Now that the other party actually wanted to find him to spar, he also wanted to see how strong the other party was. Hearing that Gu Yuan agreed to spar with him, a smile immediately appeared on Jian Wuxuan's face. His purpose of coming to the southern domain was to find that white-clothed sword emperor and then spar with the other party to exchange in-depth information about the sword Dao. Now that the other agreed, how could he not be pleased? In great joy, he glanced at Luo Qingxue and the others alone. With a big wave of his hand, a spiritual energy swept out. It directly forced a few women back into the distance. Afterward, he then gazed at Gu Yuan and spoke out, "The cut has begun?" "Good." Gu Yuan nodded. With Gu Yuan nodding his head, Jian Wuxuan also stopped talking nonsense. His feet violently stepped in the air, and a terrifying sword intent immediately rose up. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed, and the wind rose. Under this sword intent, the long swords of all the sword cultivators within the entire Lingyun sect were sensed in an instant and began to tremble violently. "My sword, what is this?" The sword cultivators within the Lingyun sect were all confused at this moment. It simply didn't understand why his sword was out of control. They desperately tried to suppress their precious swords, but in the end, they were unable to suppress their swords. Buzz buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the long swords in their hands were as if they had come to life, and they rose up in unison. The number is so large that I'm afraid it's no less than tens of thousands. The long swords converged, like a river of swords, and began to fly around Jian Wuxuang, seemingly declaring their submission. Jian Wuxuang's aura also changed drastically in an instant, becoming extremely stern and sharp. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a supreme sword god, and as if he had turned into a supreme sword. A thought that draws our long swords to your own use. Is this the Sword Emperor's sword, Wuxuang? It really is as terrifying as it is. Looking up at Jian Wuxuang, who was surrounded by 10,000 swords above, the people of the Lingyun sect could not help but feel a sigh of relief. Previously, when Jian Wuxuang arrived at the Lingyun sect, Mu Taiyu had organized an extremely glamorous reception banquet for him, and many of the people of the Lingyun sect knew about the Sword Emperor's sword Wuxuang as a result. And at that moment, Jian Wuxuang, who was surrounded by 10,000 swords, looked at Gu Yuan as he spoke. Going all out is a sign of respect for your opponent. I won't hold back. Now that I'm going all out, can you take it? Senior Gong, I'm ready, just go all out. Gu Yuan responded with a light smile. The words fell. An imperial might that belonged solely to the consummation of the peerless great emperor instantly shot up. Berserk invincible sword intent also erupted from within him in an instant. Sword intent gathered, and a storm of sword blades instantly surfaced around him. Hearing the duo's conversation, everyone below felt a surge of surprise. How could they not have expected that the duo high above the sky was preparing to cut a deal? Although they did not know Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuang before, they had heard of its great name. He was the patriarch of the 10,000 Sword sect of the Central Region, the first Sword Emperor of the Central Region. Its cultivation was even more appalling, having already reached the level of a peerless great emperor perfection. To be able to spar with such a character, one would think that his opponent must also be a very terrifying existence. Thinking so, they immediately turned their gaze to the person opposite of Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuang. And that look instantly made them all stare in unison. Some even suspected that they had blurred their eyes and couldn't help rubbing them. It was only because the person opposite of Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuang was someone many of them from the Lingyun sect recognized. That person was clearly the second disciple of their Lingyun sect's desolate peak master, the Lingyun sect's #1 beautiful man, Gu Yuan. And what made them surprised by this was that in their impression, Gu Yuan was only a disciple. Now that the other party had transformed into a terrifying existence that could spar with Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuang. How does this keep them at peace within themselves? They weren't the only ones who were surprised. It was the Lingyun sect patriarch Mu Taiyu and a group of peak master elders who witnessed the duo above who were surprised. Obviously, they too hadn't expected Gu Yuan to sneakily turn from an insignificant little disciple into a terrifyingly invincible great emperor that was beyond their reach. My Lingyun sect has even given birth to a great emperor. It seems that my Lingyun sect is going to rise. Unexpectedly, Mu Taiyu couldn't help but let out an emotion and said. And that's when the duo high above the sky had already moved. P.S. I've had a cold for the past 2 days and I'm dizzy, so I'll start with one shift today and resume double shifts tomorrow. All you righteous fathers should also take care to keep warm not to catch a cold. I'm sorry. Chapter 58 One Finger defeats the Sword Emperor. Chapter 58 One Finger defeats the Sword Emperor. Jian Wuxuang raised his hand toward the front and pointed a finger. 10,000 long swords instantly shot towards Gu Yuan in unison. The long swords intersected and unexpectedly coalesced into a huge and incomparable giant sword. The giant sword broke through the air, powerful, sharp, and overwhelming. The breath that escaped from it alone was directly tearing through space, causing ripples to spread through space. From this, it was not difficult to see how terrifying the might contained within this huge sword was. It is also thanks to the upper two people fighting in addition to also divided part of the power to help the lower Lingyun sect of people to resist the escape of the terrible power. Otherwise, just the aura escaping from the two of them could potentially injure countless people from the Lingyun sect below. This Gu Yuan is actually this powerful. Seeing Gu Yuan break the Sword Emperor's sword Wuxuang strike so easily, many people were surprised for a moment. Such a scene was something they had not previously anticipated. Nice! Jian Wuxuang nodded his head inside out in admiration. Compared to the surprise of the people of the Lingyun sect, he did not feel any surprise. Gu Yuan had shown great strength when he was in Mo Chang. Although he had only heard about it, he could probably guess that Gu Yuan possessed great strength. It made sense now that his opponent had broken one of his strikes. It would be truly abnormal if he couldn't break his blow. It does seem like I should show my real skills. Jian Wuxuang murmured out. The words fell. Clank. A sword sound that resounded through the sky suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The long sword behind Jian Wuxuan's back surged up. He grabbed it with his big hand, and the long sword shot out and ended up in his hand. With the long sword in his hand, his entire aura clearly became a few points stronger. The power in his body was catalyzed in an instant, and without saying a word, Jian Wuxuan raised his hand and stabbed his sword towards Gu Yuan. This was an extremely magnificent sword, accompanied by a roiling sword shadow. It was as if thousands of sword Wuxuan had appeared in an instant. It was impossible to tell the difference between the real and the fake for a while. And with its movements, everything in heaven and earth also changed drastically in an instant. The stars in the sky, the grass and trees on the ground, and everything in sight were all transformed into a long sword. It was as if this area of heaven and earth had turned into a sword domain in an instant. At this moment, a sense of being on their backs rose in everyone's hearts. It was as if there were countless long swords stabbing at them. Why are there suddenly so many more sword emperors? Are my eyes blurred? Why do so many swords appear in my eyes? Where did these swords come from? Many people couldn't help but have these two doubts popping up in their minds. It simply didn't understand why so many Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan had appeared high above the sky. There will be so many swords. This is one of Master's 3 strongest swords, the illusion sword. The phantom swords are so real that it's impossible to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Gu Yuan, he's in danger. Luo Qingxue obviously recognized this move of Jian Wuxuan's, which could not help but make her frown. The worry in his eyes nearly spilled off the screen. As Jian Wuxuan's disciple, she clearly knew how terrifying this move of Jian Wuxuan was. However, what happened in the next scene was a direct shock that dropped her jaw. Only to see, facing such a terrifying sword from Jian Wuxuan, Gu Yuan still lightly pointed out a finger. One noted. The space in front of him instantly glassed over. The roiling sword shadows instantly disappeared into nothingness. Countless Jian Wuxuan figures disappeared, leaving only the real Jian Wuxuan. Everything in heaven and earth also changed back to its original form. The stars are still stars. The grass is still grass. My illusory sword was just lightly broken like that. Jian Wuxuan was visibly stunned. Obviously, he did not expect his illusionary sword to be broken so easily. And just as he froze, Gu Yuan had already pointed a finger at his brow. The fingertip sword flashed, and a drop of blood dripped from his brow. A small wound had suddenly appeared at the center of Jian Wuxuan's eyebrow. This kind of injury was small, so small that Jian Wuxuan could recover with a thought. But he knew. He lost. Gu Yuan was able to point a finger at the center of his brow before he could react. The other side if they want to. Then it wasn't as simple as a small extra gash on his brow now. Instead, it's time for one more bloody hole. Realize this. Jian Wuxuan could not help but have a bitter smile on his face. The voice was filled with bitterness as he said, I lost. Though he didn't want to admit he was defeated. But he lost, that's a fact. Can't even think about not recognizing it. I lost. 3 simple words echoed over the entire Lingyun sect. The whole room was in an uproar. What? That's the end of it? That Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan, and this is a defeat? Someone from my Lingyun sect defeated Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan? I'm dreaming, right? Hiss, second brother hurts, this isn't a dream. Countless people from the Lingyun sect stared with wide eyes, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. No one would have expected that the patriarch of the 10,000 sword sect of the Central Region, the first Sword Emperor of the Central Region, an existence with the cultivation of the perfection of the peerless Great Emperor would lose. There were many hidden powerhouses present among them. But none of them dared to say that they were invincible in the world. Now Gu Yuan dared to say that his strength was unrivaled in the world. What kind of arrogance is that? It's just arrogant beyond measure. However, thinking of its ease of defeating himself, he didn't feel good about having to say anything. He could also tell that Gu Yuan was trying to comfort him. But this? It might as well be no comfort at all. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind. A sudden light went on before his eyes. With an excited face, he looked at Gu Yuan and spoke out. I see that Emperor Yuan is empty-handed, is this without a single suitable weapon? As a strong person, all of them have a weapon that has accompanied them for a long time while they are in good hands. But Gu Yuan was too young to have such cultivation strength at such a young age. It is thought that it must have obtained an extremely heaven-defying chance. It's reasonable to not have a weapon that matches its strength right now. Indeed not. Gu Yuan nodded his head, but then he laughed lightly and spoke, I am an emperor-level forger, so I will refine what kind of weapon I want. But my strength is unrivaled in the world, so I don't need a weapon at all. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the entire room was once again in an uproar. How could he not expect that Gu Yuan was not only a peerless great emperor perfection absolute powerhouse with extremely high attainments in the Tao of the Sword, not to mention that he was also an emperor-level forger. One must know that in the desolate ancient continent, forging masters were extremely scarce, that is, a few points scarcer than alchemists. And this led to the fact that every forge master's status was extremely high. It was the meat and potatoes of every power, an indispensable existence for every power. As for emperor-level forgers, that was an existence that was even more scarce to the extreme. In the entire desolate ancient continent, there was only one. From this, it was easy to see how high the status of an emperor-level forger was and how much respect he enjoyed. Now that Gu Yuan was actually an emperor-level forger, who wouldn't be confused after hearing that? As for the truthfulness of Gu Yuan's words, no one doubted it. Just because. Gu Yuan didn't have any need to lie. Compared to the shock of those present, Luo Qingxue and the others were even more shocked and their scalps were numb. Because, they knew that Gu Yuan was not only in existence with the perfect cultivation of a peerless great emperor, possessing extremely high attainments in the Tao of the Sword, but was also an emperor-level forger. They also know that Gu Yuan is also an emperor-level alchemist and will also deduce the method. So many means in one person's body, just think about it, is enough to shock people dog staring. Compared to their shock, a figure had already rushed in front of Gu Yuan at an extremely fast speed. It was a stout, bare-chested, middle-aged man with gnarled muscles and a rugged face. He was the peak master of the forging peak of the Lingyun sect, the forging heavenly blade. Put! The forge heavenly blade suddenly knelt in the air. Looking at Gu Yuan, his eyes were unspeakably excited and fiery as he spoke loudly and loudly, I beg Emperor Yuan to accept me as his disciple and teach me the method of forging. That's a watery knee? Is this still the forge peak master I know? Kneeling so quickly, is this still the same forge heavenly blade that is so blind and doesn't put anyone in his eyes? Looking at the scene where the forging heavenly blade actually knelt down towards Gu Yuan and begged the other party to take him as his disciple, the people present in the Lingyun sect were immediately shocked and dumbfounded one by one. How could he not expect that the condescending forge heavenly blade would kneel down to Gu Yuan in front of tens of thousands of people from the Lingyun sect and then beg the other party to accept him as his disciple? Not only were they surprised, but even Gu Yuan was a bit surprised. With a wave of his large hand, a spiritual force appeared and supported the other party to get up, before Gu Yuan shook his head and spoke out. No apprentices. As the three simple words fell, the forge heavenly blade's entire person became visibly lost for a few moments. Lips mumbling, he whispered, Does Emperor Yuan dislike my forging qualifications for being too low? No. Shaking his head, Gu Yuan spoke out in a comforting voice, Forge Peak Master was able to become a Peak Master, and it took but 3,000 years before he had become an Imperial Grade Forge Master. Although the forging qualifications aren't too high, they're definitely not bad either. Hearing these comforting words from Gu Yuan, Forge Heavenly Blade's body could not help but tremble. Her eyes reddened and she almost didn't cry outright. He had spent 3,000 years, but he was only an Imperial Grade Forge Master. But what about Gu Yuan? Only 18 years old, an emperor-level forger. Such a contrast. He only felt that he had completely lived in a dog's body for the past 3,000 years. Although he was rejected, he still didn't want to miss this opportunity to worship his master. If he could worship an emperor-level forging master as his teacher, then his forging technique would definitely be able to improve extremely drastically. Thinking so. Put. Once again he was on his knees. Bang bang bang. He kowtowed heavily. Meanwhile, in a high voice. I beg Emperor Yuan to accept me as his disciple. I beg Emperor Yuan to accept me as his disciple. I beg Emperor Yuan to accept me as his disciple. The voice was loud and carried in all directions. It is evident that he is sincere in his worship. Get up. Gu Yuan shook his head and sighed. A spiritual energy surged forth, lifting the heaven forging sword once again. Are you agreeing to accept me as your disciple, Emperor Yuan? Looking at Gu Yuan, Forge Heavenly Blade could not hide the excitement and anticipation in his heart as he opened his mouth. He thought that Gu Yuan was impressed by his sincerity and was ready to accept him as his disciple. I told you, I don't take disciples. Greeting the Forge Heavenly Blade's expectant gaze, Gu Yuan slowly shook his head. The moment these words came out, the Forge Heavenly Blade was like being poured with cold water from head to tail. He stumbled on his feet and barely fell through the air. At this moment, loss, sadness, despair, and all sorts of negative emotions appeared in the Forge Heavenly Blade's mind. An Emperor-level forger was in front of him, and he bitterly begged the other party to take him as his disciple, but no matter how much he pulled his face down, the other party still refused. This feeling is like, no matter how humble you are and how much you put down your dignity, you can't always lick your goddess. That feeling. That's something you can't understand without experiencing it yourself. It's a feeling that, if I had to describe it in one word, that is ouch. It hurts so much. Although I won't take you on as a disciple, I can teach you the art of forging. Looking at the lost forging heavenly blade, Gu Yuan thought for a moment and spoke once more. Not accepting me as a disciple and still willing to teach me the forging method. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the Forge Heavenly Blade immediately widened its eyes, incredulity and disbelief in its eyes. Not only was he surprised, it was the entire people within the Lingyun sect who were surprised at this moment. To know. The way is not to be lightly transmitted, and the law is not to be sold cheaply. That is, when they take on an apprentice, many of them do not necessarily pass on their true skills to the apprentice. But now, Gu Yuan did not accept his disciple to forge the heavenly sword, but was willing to teach him the method of forging. How could this not make people feel surprised? Regarding the reactions of the people present, Gu Yuan seemed to be unaware of them. As he raised his hand, he had already pointed a finger at the center of the Forge Heavenly Blade's brow. P.S. Ask for a free gift, ask for a bookshelf, ask for 5-star reviews, ask for a rush, all the righteous fathers to help push the book shortage, Piggy thank you on your knees. Chapter 60 Excalibur Mountain. Chapter 60 Excalibur Mountain. One moment. The Forge Heavenly Blade only felt his head swelling and aching. A sharp pain came from his head. Straight away, he grimaced and sweated from the pain. At this moment, he only felt that his head was being broken open hard, and then he was forced into many, many things. That's a lot of insight into the ways of the Forge. Forge Heavenly Blade wanted to scream out loud to vent the pain. However, he was afraid that this move would disturb Gu Yuan and cause him to stop teaching him the method of imparting forging. So, even though his head was aching, he gritted his teeth hard and held on. Soon, Gu Yuan withdrew his finger. He had already taught the Forge Heavenly Blade all the forging methods the system had given him. And all this may seem to have taken a long time, but it was but an instant. Many thanks to Emperor Yuan for teaching me the forging method. Please Emperor Yuan accept my obeisance. The Forge Heavenly Blade opened his mouth to endure the severe pain coming from his head. After he finished speaking, he knelt down towards Gu Yuan again in earnest. This time, Gu Yuan didn't help the other party up, but rather, he took the other party's bow with peace of mind. What he imparted was worthy of the others' worship. It wasn't until the Forge Heavenly Blade got up that Gu Yuan spoke out. I've already taught you everything about forging, but how much you can comprehend depends on your own enlightenment. When the system gave Gu Yuan something, when the system gave it, Gu Yuan was directly blended into it, as if he was born with it. But if he passes it on to someone else, whether or not they can learn it depends on the other person's enlightenment. If the other party had an unbelievable enlightenment and outstanding qualifications, then it could be comprehended by spending thousands or tens of thousands of years. If the other party's qualifications were dull and his enlightenment was extremely poor, then even if he imparted it, the other party might not be able to learn it. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the Forge Heavenly Blade couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. The forging method that Gu Yuan had imparted to him contained all the forging methods in the world. To him, it is the most valuable treasure in the world. Many of these forging methods were extremely skillful and took his breath away. However, with his enlightenment and qualifications, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to master them all in his lifetime. To think that Gu Yuan had mastered so many, such skillful forging methods as much as he could in just 18. The Forge Heavenly Blade felt that sometimes the gap between man and man was greater than the gap between man and dog. And at this time, Jian Wushuang spoke once again. I didn't expect that not only is Emperor Yuan's strength heaven-defying and possessing extremely high attainments in the Tao of the Sword, not to mention that he's also an emperor-level forger. This is really a surprise to this emperor. He started with a sigh. This was followed by a turn of phrase. Even though you are an imperial forge master, Emperor Yuan, you can refine any kind of weapon you want on your own. But the weapon I want to talk about, Emperor Yuan may not be able to refine it. And if I tell you about this weapon, you're bound to be moved by it, Emperor Yuan. Oh? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan clearly came to have a few moments of interest. What kind of weapon? Jian Wushuang did not reply to Gu Yuan's words. Instead, he spoke out and asked, I wonder if Emperor Yuan has ever heard of the heavenly exterior sword of Divine Sword Mountain? Not ever. Gu Yuan shook his head. He hadn't heard of the heavenly exterior sword. As for Excalibur Mountain, again, he had never heard of it. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang did not feel any surprise. Gu Yuan was a sword cultivator. It was also a sword cultivator who possessed strength that far exceeded his, if he had heard of the Divine Sword Mountain and the Heavenly Foreign Sword. It was inevitable that the other side would not be able to go without it. Just because that heavenly exterior sword from the Divine Sword Mountain had a fatal attraction to any sword cultivator in the world. Looking at Gu Yuan, Jian Wushuang spoke. 3 million years ago, a sword from beyond the heavens descended from the sky carrying an incomparably powerful aura. Finally inserted into the top of a large mountain. Once this sword appeared, it caused a great commotion, and the extremely terrifying sword intent covered the entire mountain, actually turning that mountain into a sword domain, and that's how Divine Sword Mountain got its name. Learning about this sword, many powerful people have traveled to the Divine Sword Mountain, ready to pull out this heavenly foreign sword, all wanting to obtain it. But all of these people, without exception, ended up in regrettable defeat. There are quite a few strong people who even died directly in the Divine Sword Mountain, becoming withered bones in the Divine Sword Mountain. I have also traveled to the Divine Sword Mountain in an attempt to pull out this heavenly foreign sword, but I failed. Of course, despite the failure, I have also come into close contact with that divine sword, and I can clearly perceive its power. Its material is special, and it contains an unrivaled and terrifying power within it, a power that far surpasses that of a peerless great emperor, simply too powerful to imagine. Speaking here, Jian Wushuang suddenly changed his words and said, Emperor Yuan is extremely powerful, and his attainments in the Tao of the sword are far superior to mine, so if you go to the Divine Sword Mountain, it's unlikely that you'll be able to pull out that heaven's foreign sword. I wonder if Emperor Yuan is interested in going to Divine Sword Mountain. If Emperor Yuan is interested, this emperor can bring you forward. Speaking here, Jian Wushuang looked at Gu Yuan seriously. After listening to Jian Wushuang's words, Gu Yuan obviously came to be a little more interested. Since Senior Gong is willing to take the brat there, then please ask Senior Gong to take the brat to see that so-called heavenly exterior sword. He also wanted to see if he could pull out that heavenly outer sword. Now then? Jian Wushuang said with intent flashing under his eyes. He also wanted to see if Gu Yuan could pull out that heaven's foreign sword from the Divine Sword Mountain. Good. Gu Yuan nodded and nodded. Afterwards, he briefly exchanged a few words with Luo Qingxue and the others. As Jian Wushuang raised his hand, a sword blade flashed. Space tore apart and a spatial channel emerged. Then without the slightest hesitation, Jian Wushuang and Gu Yuan walked into it one after another. Traveled to the Divine Sword Mountain in the central region. Chapter 61, Flying Away. Chapter 61, Flying Away. Middle Domain. Excalibur Mountain. Berserk sword intent rushed up, stirring the wind and clouds. Endless sword shadows appeared in the air. Everything within the Divine Sword Mountain seemed to have turned into a sword. The Divine Sword Mountain was isolated from the outside world, just like forming a sword domain. A single sword cultivator with a powerful cultivation level sat down to cultivate with his eyes closed and his knees crossed within the Divine Sword Mountain. They were sensing the sword intent cultivation within the Divine Sword Mountain. There were numerous sword cultivators within the Divine Sword Mountain. They were sword cultivators from various forces. There were many powerful sword cultivators among them. They had come here for the purpose of sensing the sword intent cultivation that pervaded the circumference of that heavenly exterior sword. Sword cultivators with low cultivation levels cultivated at the bottom of the Divine Sword Mountain. As for the sword cultivators with high cultivation levels, they cultivated at the top of the Divine Sword Mountain, closer to the heavenly exterior sword at a closer distance. Suddenly, as if sensing something, several powerful sword cultivators who were sitting on their knees with their eyes closed snapped their eyes open. They all looked towards the outside of the Divine Sword Mountain in unison. Their gazes seemed to see everything outside of the Divine Sword Mountain through the layers of space. Outside of Excalibur Mountain. Wow! Space was violently torn apart, and a spatial passage was opened up. With that, two figures walked out from it. One was a middle-aged man dressed in a green shirt with sword brows and starry eyes, with a slender figure and a long sword on his back. One was a young man dressed in white, with a slender figure and a handsome and stunning face, as if he had descended from the heavens. They were none other than Gu Yuan and Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, who had just arrived here. Those powerful sword fixers were sensing the arrival of the Sword Emperor Sword Wushuang, which caused them to cast their gazes. But they also only gave a faint glance before they closed their eyes again and began to continue to feel the powerful sword intent that permeated the heavenly exterior sword in front of them. As far as they were concerned, there were too few things in the world other than the sword path that could draw their attention. Jian Wushuang, the famous first sword emperor of the central region, counted as one. But the other party's presence would only be able to keep their attention for a little while. The other side wasn't worth their constant attention. Diving into the sense of sword intent and improving their attainments in sword Dao was their purpose. But their eyes had only just closed down. Before they could proceed with their cultivation, their eyes just snapped open in unison. Afterward, their gazes looked towards the location at the top of the Divine Sword Mountain in unison. This look, it made each of them stare. There was shock and disbelief in their eyes. No wonder they reacted so strongly. Truly, the scene they saw was too shocking. What did they see? They see the heavenly outer sword that was inserted at the top of the Divine Sword Mountain unexpectedly emitted a burst of sword sounds at this moment. The heavenly exterior sword trembled violently. A berserk sword intent so terrifying that it was shocking swept out from within it. Immediately, it caused many people's faces to change drastically. This sword intent contained an extremely terrifying destructive power. Even those who were closer to the heavenly exterior sword were powerful sword cultivators. There were many immortal great emperors, imperishable great emperors, and even peerless great emperors among them. However, under this sword intent, they still sensed an extremely terrifying sense of crisis. This makes them not even think about it is altogether towards the distance to disappear. What's going on with the heavenly outer sword? The powerful sword cultivators present frowned as they looked at the heavenly exterior sword, their eyes filled with doubts and incomprehension. It simply didn't understand why the heavenly exterior sword would suddenly quake more than just a few times, emitting gusts of sword sounds while also erupting with such a terrifying sword intent. And just as they were shocked, the heavenly exterior sword that had been trembling suddenly stopped trembling. The resounding sound of the incessant sword chimes ceased. That berserk sword intent also stopped in an instant. Doubts flashed in the eyes of many powerful sword cultivators. They moved their feet and leaned towards the heavenly exterior sword. Prepare to probe the heavenly alien sword. But they had only just moved on. Clank! A sword sound that resounded through the heavens and earth suddenly came out from within the heavenly exterior sword. Follows. The heavenly exterior sword shot up into the sky, eventually transforming into a stream of light that shot straight toward the outside of the Divine Sword Mountain. Such a scene. Immediately, he looked confused at the powerful sword cultivators present. The heavenly exterior sword flew away. One must know that the heavenly foreign sword was inserted into the Divine Sword Mountain for 3 million years. Countless powerful sword cultivators had come here, wanting to pull it out and then become the master of this heavenly alien sword. But these strong men, powerful sword cultivators, without exception, all failed. Whatever means they used, that couldn't even shake this heaven's alien sword in the slightest, let alone pull this heaven's alien sword out. But just now, this heaven's foreign sword unexpectedly broke through the ground and flew out of the ground on its own accord, just like this, watery and spiritual. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded to watch this? After a brief moment of confusion, the powerful sword cultivators present moved. In a single movement of their feet, they chased towards the heavenly exterior sword in unison. There was fire and excitement in their eyes. Think about it. The heavenly exterior sword was inserted into the Divine Sword Mountain, and they could not even pull it out at all with all their efforts. Now the heavenly exterior sword flew out on its own accord. No need to pull out. They only needed to catch up, and then they could obtain this divine sword that could make countless people's hearts go crazy. Thinking so, who can resist getting excited? Chapter 62, The Sword of God recognizes its owner. Chapter 62, The Excalibur recognizes its owner. The heavenly exterior sword flew extremely fast. But there was no lack of many powerful sword cultivators present. Not only were there immortal emperors among them, there were also immortal emperors and even invincible emperors. Their speed was unimaginably fast. At full speed, they soon pulled themselves to an extremely close distance from the heavenly exterior sword. The divine sword is close at hand, within reach. I never thought I, Kai Kuan, would have today, ha 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 ha. A sword cultivator who was closest to the heavenly alien sword and possessed the cultivation of a peerless great emperor looked at the heavenly alien sword that was very close to him, and the upturned corners of his mouth were simply harder to suppress than AK. Looking at that appearance, it was as if he had already obtained the heavenly exterior sword. While the words were flowing, his body wasn't idle, fully urging all the power in his body to approach the heavenly exterior sword. As the distance drew closer, he had already grabbed the heavenly exterior sword into his hands with a large grab. The heavenly exterior sword, it's mine. Kai Kuan's face couldn't help but rise with joy. Yet the next instant, a sword aura erupted from within the heavenly exterior sword. Kai Kuan hadn't even reacted yet. A bone-deep wound had then appeared in its palm. Blood splattered and the pain in his palm swept through his body. Immediately, Kai Kuan couldn't help but let out a miserable scream like killing a pig from his mouth. Ah! Its grip on the heavenly exterior sword was also released almost instinctively. Clank! The sound of the sword resounded, and the heavenly exterior sword broke through the air, once again flying towards the outside of the divine sword mountain. Alone, Kai Kuan covered his palm and stayed in place with a pained face. The wound on his hand wasn't serious, but the sword entered his body through the wound and was crazily wreaking havoc on his body. He needed his full concentration to be able to resist the sword aura that entered his body. Seeing the heavenly exterior sword break free from Kai Kuan's bondage and fly towards the outside of the divine sword mountain once again, the eyes of the strongest people present suddenly lit up and they immediately pushed their bodies with all their might to chase after them. Older brother gave you a chance and you didn't hit it. Ha ha ha. Vegetables. Just practice more. You can't even grab a sword, and you're still a peerless emperor with this? What a disgrace to the invincible emperor. A few people who usually had a grudge against Kai Kuan, seeing Kai Kuan suffer defeat, they passed by Kai Kuan and didn't forget to taunt him a few times. Then he chased after them again towards the heavenly exterior sword. Kai Kuan was oblivious to these taunts. Dissolving the might contained within the sword blade that had entered his body, he moved his feet to once again chase towards the heavenly exterior sword. In his eyes, there was only that heavenly foreign sword. What's the point of all the insults? It's just a little frost. As long as he obtained that heavenly outer sword, those who had insulted him would eventually become clowns. Outside Excalibur Mountain. With stepping out of the space passage, Jian Wushuang raised his hand and pointed to the top of the divine sword mountain before speaking out. Emperor Yuan, that sword is the heavenly sword that fell from the sky 3 million years ago. Although we are tens of thousands of miles apart now, I think that with Emperor Yuan's attainments in the Tao of the sword, he is still able to clearly perceive the power of this heavenly exterior sword, right? Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Gu Yuan immediately cast his gaze to the top of the divine sword mountain. Through the layers of space, Gu Yuan saw the heavenly foreign sword that had been inserted into the top of the divine sword mountain. It was an extremely ordinary-looking long sword. Whether it's the quality or the appearance, that's pretty ordinary. However, from its material, the powerful sword intent that escaped from it, or its occasional aura that far exceeded that of an invincible great emperor, it wasn't difficult to judge that this was an extremely uncommon sword. Feeling this heavenly exterior sword in detail, Gu Yuan commented and spoke, "This sword, it is indeed not bad." Although they were tens of thousands of miles apart, from the powerful sword intent that escaped from the heaven's alien sword and its occasional aura that far surpassed that of a peerless great emperor, he was able to clearly sense the power of this heaven's alien sword. Right, haha. Jian Wushuang laughed and said, Emperor Yuan, this sword has been inserted into the divine sword mountain for 3 million years, and quite a number of strong men on the desolate ancient continent, or powerful sword cultivators, that all wanted to pull it out and take it for themselves, but without exception, all of these people failed. Whether it's your strength, or your attainments in the way of the sword, that's far above me, so perhaps there's hope that you can pull this sword out. Gu Yuan said humbly, although I have confidence in myself that I can pull out this heavenly exterior sword, I still need to try before I know if I can pull out this heavenly exterior sword after all. That's true, although I also think you can pull out this sword, but whether you can or not, after all, you still need to try to know. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. But suddenly, Jian Wushuang's gaze snapped and his mouth subconsciously opened wide. In its eyes and face, puzzlement was instantly written all over it. Just because. He saw that the heavenly exterior sword suddenly emitted a burst of sword sounds and began to emit violent tremors. Then, a scene that shocked him even more appeared. That heavenly exterior sword suddenly shot up into the sky, eventually shooting rapidly towards the outside of the Divine Sword Mountain. Watch where it leads. Exactly where they are. For a moment, Jian Wuxuan wanted to rush up to the sky to get that heavenly outer sword that had shot up. But suddenly something seemed to come to mind. He looked violently at Gu Yuan. Shock and incredulity were written all over its face. Its gaze toward Gu Yuan was like looking at some monster. Eventually, his voice shook a little as he opened his mouth to speak out. Emperor Yuan, this heavenly foreign sword has been inserted into the Divine Sword Mountain for 3 million years, and no one has been able to pull it out. No. Not to mention pulling it out, it's hard as hell to even try to shake it a bit. Now that you and I have just arrived here, this sword suddenly broke through the earth on its own and flew towards this side. This heavenly exterior sword doesn't want to recognize you as its master, does it? As the patriarch of the 10,000 Sword sect, the #1 sword emperor in the central region, he also possessed the cultivation of a peerless great emperor perfection. It was a truly great person in the central region. The breadth of its insights is simply unimaginable to ordinary people. He knew that some powerful weapons would be born with a spirit. Such a weapon is one that will choose to recognize its own owner. Right now, Gu Yuan had only just arrived outside of the Divine Sword Mountain when the heavenly exterior sword took the initiative to break through the earth and fly out, heading this way. This caused him to immediately guess that the heavenly exterior sword was flying towards this side, preparing to recognize Gu Yuan. Chapter 63, You Can't Hold It. Chapter 63, You Can't Hold It. I've only just arrived, and this heavenly exterior sword is ready to recognize me as its master? Hearing Jian Wuxuan's words, Gu Yuan blinked and said with some uncertainty. Although I'm a little bit powerful, I shouldn't be able to reach the point where I've just arrived here and have a long sword that can make countless people want to claim it as their own, think that I'm the master, right? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wuxuan couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching. A little bit of awesome. Do you listen to people? An 18-year-old peerless great emperor perfection, possessing extremely high attainments in the Tao of the sword, not to mention being an emperor-level forger. Is that a little bit awesome? It's all ing Hafarada rocket, awesome boom, awesome up in the sky alright. It was also while the two were talking. Clank. The sound of a sword roaring resounded, and that heavenly outer sword had already arrived in front of the two of them. The long sword buzzed and instantly began to rotate and fly around the duo. The heavenly exterior sword actively recognizes its owner. One by one, the powerful sword cultivators who had followed along saw this scene, and a look of surprise clearly surfaced underneath their eyes. Weapons recognizing their owners, this was not an uncommon thing for those present. Even some of them were the ones whose weapons flew in on their own to recognize their masters. However, the long sword that recognized the master was a long sword that could make countless people want to get it and then claim it as their own, so that made it doubly novel. Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuan is the master of the 10,000 Sword sect, and the #1 sword emperor in my central region. He also possesses the cultivation of the perfection of the peerless great emperor, so it seems quite reasonable for him to be able to induce the heavenly exterior sword to recognize his master. Someone looked at Sword Emperor Sword Wuxuan and spoke with a sigh. But his words had only just fallen. Someone else spoke up in rebuttal. Reasonable? Reasonable my ass. Although the Sword Emperor has extremely high attainments in the Tao of the sword and possesses the cultivation of a peerless great emperor perfection, he has also come to the Divine Sword Mountain and has also drawn this heavenly foreign sword. The end result was the same as ours. With all his means at his disposal, he couldn't shake the heavenly exterior sword in the slightest, let alone pull it out. If the person who recognized the heavenly exterior sword was him, why didn't the heavenly exterior sword recognize its owner earlier? Hearing this person's words, the surrounding people immediately frowned at Gu Yuan, who was beside Jian Wuxuan. Who else could it be if the person who recognized the master of the heavenly outer sword is not Jian Wuxuan? It can't be that little white boy beside Jian Wuxuan, can it? These words immediately caused the people around them to shake their heads. Some even shouted, "No way! Absolutely not! This little white boy has fine skin and tender flesh. His bones are so pink and tender that they can almost drip out of the water. It looks like he has only been cultivating for not long. How could such a person allow the heavenly foreign sword to recognize his master?" When these words came out, everyone present nodded their heads in unison. All clearly agree with the words. However, sometimes a punch in the face comes that fast. Almost the instant they nodded. That seemingly ordinary, but not ordinary at all, heaven's outer sword. After flying around Gu Yuan and Jian Wuxuan for an unknown number of laps, With that, it came to hover in front of Gu Yuan in a watery manner. The heavenly outer sword actually chose a little white boy. This. How is this possible? Lo! That little white boy, what virtue and ability, actually can let the heavenly foreign sword recognize the master? This is not fair. Why choose him and not me? Why? Such a scene. It directly stunned everyone in the room. Obviously, how could they not expect the heavenly exterior sword to choose to recognize Gu Yuan? For a while, they said they simply could not accept this fact. Compared to their unusually strong reactions, Jian Wushuan's reaction appeared much calmer. After all, Jian Wushuan had already guessed this scene earlier. Of course, even though he had guessed, he still felt some mixed feelings in his heart when he actually saw this scene. I didn't expect that this sword would actually choose to recognize you as its master. I didn't expect it either. Gu Yuan laughed softly and opened his mouth. He also really didn't expect that he had only just arrived, and that this sword would choose to recognize him as its master. With his large hand outstretched, Gu Yuan was ready to grab the heavenly exterior sword hovering in front of him into his hand. But as soon as he made a move, an explosive sound facilitated this moment to resound violently. Stop! This voice was full of vigor, and with the added power of the Emperor's might, it was like a thunderous explosion that shook the 8 directions and gave people chills. Subconsciously, he looked away. Only a black stream of light was coming from the distance at an extremely fast speed. It appeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. This was a young man dressed in black, with a cold face and a black demonic aura surging around his body. At a glance, he was extremely not to be messed with. Meet the youth. Everyone present couldn't help but change their faces. Some even exclaimed, "Magic sword, sumo. He's not even dead." Saying that, the people present all took half a step back unanimously. This young man is not simple. It had been famous for a long time and was a terrifying existence of a peerless great emperor perfection. Most importantly, the other party was a devilish sword cultivator. It is rumored that he has killed countless people and once killed half of the eastern region in a fit of rage. Billions of people were slaughtered and blood was shed for millions of miles. This matter caused a great sensation throughout the entire desolate ancient continent. In the end, countless powerful people joined hands to surround and kill, and it took a full 3 months before the other party was killed. However, they never thought that the other party had somehow not died and had even appeared here, so how could they not be surprised? How can they not be afraid? Hello again, peerless sword emperor. Looking at Jian Wushuan, Su Mo grinned. Look at that look, it's like seeing an old friend. You actually didn't die, you really surprised this emperor. Jian Wushuan spoke out. At the bottom of his eyes there were obvious flashes of puzzled disbelief. Back then, he was also involved in the siege of Su Mo. He had seen Su Mo die through and through with his own eyes, but now the other party just appeared in front of him in such a watery manner. How could this not surprise him? There is no need to be surprised, this emperor's methods are heavenly and earthly. How can you kill this emperor with just you crooked people? With a light laugh, Su Mo's eyes turned to Gu Yuan, her voice calm and undoubtedly said, "Kid, you can't grasp that sword, it's better to give it to this emperor." Chapter 64 Defeating Su Mo. Chapter 64 1 defeats Su Mo. I can't grasp it? Hearing Su Mo's words, Gu Yuan smiled. The smile was full of eccentricity. If even this emperor can't grasp it, then who else in the world can? An extremely arrogant bellowing cry came out violently from Gu Yuan's mouth. Gu Yuan's cultivation aura was no longer concealed and revealed itself. Invincible Great Emperor Perfection. The berserk peerless Great Emperor Perfection Emperor might rose up in the sky. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions with Gu Yuan at the center. Immediately, it caused space to twist and ripple. Even though those present were powerful sword cultivators from all sides. However, under this aura, their faces still changed drastically one by one. So strong. He's actually in existence with the perfect cultivation of a peerless great emperor? How is this possible? To have such a cultivation level at such a young age is simply appalling. Obviously so young, yet he has such a terrifying cultivation. He's a monster who started cultivating since his mother's womb, isn't he? Everyone present was inwardly horrified and couldn't help but lose their voices in shock. While being shocked, they also mobilized their internal strength almost instinctively and began to resist the terrifying aura that was draining the mountains and seas. However, even if they mobilized their internal strength, under this aura of Gu Yuan, they were still forced back half a step or several steps. I didn't expect you to be a peerless great emperor perfection, this is really surprising to this emperor. Feeling the peerless great emperor perfection aura that permeated out from Gu Yuan's body, there was also an obvious color of surprise flashing across the bottom of Sumo's eyes. Just earlier he had thought that Gu Yuan was a disciple that Jian Wushuang had picked up from somewhere. Now that Gu Yuan had revealed the cultivation of a peerless great emperor perfection, this truly surprised him. Sure. Although it was unexpected, Sumo did not appear flustered. His gaze was disdainful, and he didn't put Gu Yuan in his eyes between his words. Although the fact that you are in existence of a peerless great emperor perfection is a real surprise to this emperor, but that sword, you still can't grasp it. It just so happens that this emperor is returning and still lacks a henchman. If you are sensible, obediently hand over that sword and submit to me, I will spare your life. If not, you will die today. At these words, an extreme killing intent instantly erupted from Sumo's body. Endless, extremely dense, and pure to the extreme cold demonic chi rose up from his body. The demonic chi gathered like a black curtain that covered the sky. It actually shrouded the entire high altitude. It plunged this side of heaven and earth into darkness in an instant. It's as if it's into the night. The terrifying peerless great emperor perfection imperial might and the demonic gas filled the air, and the sword chi raged in it, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Including Jian Wushuang, everyone present could not help but change their faces when they saw this scene. Although they hadn't made a move yet, they could all sense Sumo's power. Its strength was far above them. Sumo was oblivious to the reactions of the people around him. Instead, he looked towards Gu Yuan and waited for his answer. Greeting Sumo's dark as ink eyes, Gu Yuan smiled. The smile was full of playfulness and teasing. Trying to kill me? You have that strength? Hearing this answer from Gu Yuan, Sumo couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Looks like you're toast and ready to take the penalty. Between the words, the power in his body was already running in an instant. It's ready to freeze your hands. Sensing that Sumo was preparing to make a move, a worried look flashed under Jian Wushuang's eyes. As he raised his hand, a summoning jade talisman was taken out. Sumo was extremely strong. Back then, including him, a total of 361 great emperors had struck out against him. There were many invincible great emperors among them. It was a peerless great emperor perfection powerhouse like him, and that was a full 3. With such a powerful lineup, not to mention killing one person, even sweeping across the entire desolate continent would not be a problem. However, when they joined forces, it took them 3 months to kill Sumo. Now the other guy somehow managed to stay alive and make a comeback. The opponent was simply strong and frightening. Even with Gu Yuan beside him, a figure whose attainments in the Tao of the sword were far superior to his and whose strength was above his. But he still didn't have the confidence to deal with Sumo. Now taking out the summoning jade talisman, he was ready to shake people. There's no need to shake people, to kill him, I alone am sufficient. Seeing Jian Wushuang take out the summoning jade talisman and seeing the worry in the bottom of his eyes, Gu Yuan seemed to know what was in his heart. At that moment, he laughed softly and opened his mouth. You alone? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang could not help but frown. Gu Yuan nodded and said with certainty, I alone am sufficient. Arrogant. Upon hearing this, Sumo couldn't help but frown and drank in a deep voice. Back then, more than 300 great emperors joined forces to strike at this emperor, and there were many peerless great emperors and peerless great emperors who had perfected their supremacy. But they were still tricked by this emperor, and in the end, they only killed one of this emperor's out-of-body incarnations. Now you even think you alone can kill me. You don't think you're stronger than the 300 or so great emperors who joined forces back then, do you? In the face of Sumo's successive words, Gu Yuan's reply was only one word. Yes. A simple word instantly made Sumo furious. Ignorant boy. I don't know where I got some chance to become a peerless great emperor perfection at a young age, and I dare not put anyone in my eyes. Today, this emperor will let you know what it means that there is a heaven beyond the heavens and a man beyond men. The moment the voice fell, Sumo's entire person had disappeared into thin air. Emperor Yuan, watch out. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang's heart was shocked and he subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. It was also the moment his voice fell. Boom! A loud popping sound came out violently. Blood sprayed in the air, and a black figure was like a cannonball, smashing towards a large mountain in the distance with an extremely fast speed. Chapter 65. The entire audience was in an uproar. Chapter 65. The whole audience was in an uproar. Rumble. A terrifyingly loud popping sound violently resounded between heaven and earth. the large mountain that the black figure smashed into directly exploded. In an instant, boulders rolled down and debris shot up. A huge mushroom cloud made of smoke and dust slowly rose. Those present gave a dumbfounded glance at the bursting mountain. Afterward, they turned their gazes to Gu Yuan, who had a breezy face and stood quietly. When they looked at each other, those present could see the shock in each other's eyes. Previously, Suemo had struck out quickly and quickly. So fast that they could barely see it before it had arrived in front of Gu Yuan. Nearly subconsciously, they thought Gu Yuan was finished. One of them was that Suemo was too strong. The second was that Suemo made a move at the drop of a hat, leaving no time to react at all. But they never expected it. Gu Yuan's strength would be so terrifying. It seemed as if he had long predicted that Suemo would suddenly strike. The moment Suemo arrived in front of him, it had already thrown a punch. Two fists collide. Those present didn't even see much of it. Seeing Sumo's mouth spraying out a large mouthful of blood, his entire body was like a cannonball, ruthlessly smashing toward the distance. Witnessing such a scene, how could they not be shocked? Not only were they shocked, it was Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang who was also visibly shocked. Just because. The strength that Gu Yuan had just burst out in a flash was far beyond his imagination. Almost beyond his knowledge. If Suemo was replaced with him, I'm afraid there would only be one thing that would happen to him. Dead. The other guy could kill him with one punch. One must know that he was in existence of a peerless great emperor perfection. It was still the best among the peerless great emperor perfection existences. But it was this kind of him that would be blown to death by Gu Yuan's punch. Just thinking about it can make one's head spin. Emperor Yuan, earlier when you and I sparred, you didn't use your full strength, did you? Looking at Gu Yuan, Jian Wushuang spoke with some bitterness. The earlier cut, though he lost. But he only thought Gu Yuan was only a little bit better than him. But now take a look. The other side, which is a little bit stronger than him. It's obviously much stronger. I'm afraid it's the billion ... that's strong. Returning to the words of Master Gong, I really didn't use my full strength in the previous duel. Meeting Jian Wushuang's gaze, Gu Yuan nodded back seriously. He had barely used his full strength since the arrival of the system. Now this Suemo was obviously very strong, and he had no choice but to use his full strength to meet the enemy. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You'd better not call me senior elder, I'm not even as strong as you, I can't afford to be your senior elder. Gu Yuan was dumbfounded. Just about to say something. But that's when it happened. Clank. A clear sound of a sword suddenly resounded within heaven and earth. A black sword light as dark as ink shot out violently. The sword light was so powerful and sharp that it tore through space, seemingly destroying everything in the world. Just the aura that escaped from it, and the destructive aura contained within it was chilling to many people. Most importantly, the speed of this sword light was extremely fast. It's like a shooting star crossing the night sky in a flash. Fortunately, Gu Yuan's reaction was also extremely fast and incomparable. He joined his fingers like swords, and a flash of invincible sword intent flashed across his fingertips. When he raised his hand, he used his finger instead of his sword to chop out. A sword out. A brilliant sword light immediately shot out carrying invincible sword intent. The two sword awnings collided instantly. Boom! A terrifyingly loud explosion immediately spread in all directions. The terrifying collision power swept in all directions, shaking the space with a distortion and ripples. It forced many people present to retreat. It's simply horrible as hell. Rather, you have some strength, it seems that I did underestimate you earlier. A voice came from the distance. The eyes of the crowd looked away. It was all a sigh of relief. The person who spoke was no one else but Suemo. It was just that at this moment, he had a disheveled head, his chest was stained with blood, his whole body was stained with dirt, his breath was unstable, high and low, and his hair was disheveled, and he was like a different person compared to earlier. Wretched as a dead dog. Looking at Suemo, Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said, "It surprises me that that punch didn't kill you." He had clearly gone all out, even utilizing the invincible fist technique, but he had only seriously injured Suemo and did not kill the other party. It was indeed far more than he had expected. No wonder more than 300 great emperors joined forces and fought for 3 months, but in the end, they were unable to kill Suemo. The other side does have a few strengths. Humph. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Suemo let out a very disgruntled light hum from the tip of her nose. Cut the crap and come fight. Between the words, he grabbed with his big hand. A black long sword as dark as ink appeared in his hand. This was his original Imperial soldier. Devil's Abyss sword. With the Devil's Abyss sword in his hand, a storm of sword blades emerged with it. Sumo's entire aura had clearly skyrocketed by a large margin. Its entire aura also changed drastically in an instant. It was as if it had turned into a peerlessly sharp, incomparably sharp, peerless sword. Again, put. Blood spattered. Suemo was directly split in two under this sword. For a moment, the whole room was in an uproar. P.S. Request to urge more, ask for free small gifts, ask to push the book shortage, ask for 5-star praise to mention the ratings, and finally thank you for sending gifts to all the handsome readers. Old man, pig kneeling, thank you.